People can form very deep bonds with their pets, and sometimes these animals can even change their owner's destinies. Hey, today I'm going to tell you the story of a girl named Pam, whose morning routine was set in stone, rain or shine. Her four-legged companion, Bob, was so enormous that sometimes it looked like he was the one walking her on the leash. But regardless, she loved him very much and played fetch with him, and he always brought the ball back. Sometimes, the big guy didn't feel like listening to his owner, making it clear that his needs were important too. He seemed to especially enjoy dragging her around like a rag doll, but she never got truly angry with him. However, Bob was a smart dog and understood when she told him it was time for her to go to work. Before leaving, she would always tell him to be a good boy, and he would listen to her every word with a super focused gaze. Their goodbyes were also never complete without a sweet hug, and then he would watch her until she'd disappear behind the door. Bob loved his owner very much too, and like most pets, he would get upset when left alone behind that closed door. After whining for a bit, knowing she would be back, the dog decided to do some doggy things. When Pam got to the office, her colleague immediately started asking about her date. Last night, she had asked and to wait a moment because she needed to open the camera to check on her dog. For some reason, the app took forever to load, and Pam started to worry that her pet was up to no good again. Her fears were confirmed, and judging by the desperate look on her face, and guessed the damage was quite severe this time. On the monitor, she saw Bob making a mess of the apartment again, and she was still powerless to do anything about it. Her colleague even giggled, saying the dog was a nightmare, but Pam didn't like that and told her not to talk about Bob that way, and didn't argue, but reminded her that she was dumped because of that mutt, which had been a sad fact for a month now. She had fallen in love with the man 3 years ago, and after just 6 months of dating, they moved in together. But he didn't want children, so they adopted a puppy from a shelter, which Pam hoped would make them a happy couple. But a month ago, her boyfriend made her cry with his complaints, telling her to choose between him and the dog. Those words were really hurtful, and it was a tough decision, but her love for the animal won out. Besides, the guy had been a jerk to Bob anyway. That day, she also realized she didn't really know that person, and now, no matter how hard it was with the dog, she would still take care of him, and told her to find someone to look after the dog while she was at work, but Pam didn't know anyone who could help. Besides, it wasn't cheap, and now that she was living alone, she didn't have the extra money. So that evening, she came home as usual to a place that could barely be called a home after the dog had had his way with it. Her evening routine also included screaming a little at the mess, but she just couldn't stay mad at her furry companion. Her shouting annoyed her upstairs neighbor, Tyler, so he decided to go for a walk himself. Just as he reached her floor, Pam was closing her door, telling the dog to be good while she locked it. However, Bob saw something and started pulling hard on the leash, as if he couldn't wait to go mark his favorite tree. But then he gave a sudden jerk, and she lost her grip. In that moment, she knew only a miracle could save her from a faceplant on the concrete. Just as Pam braced for impact and desperation, she suddenly felt someone catch her. Her rescuer had a deep voice and smelled of cigarettes and vanilla, a combination she found strange. Before she could get her bearings, the man asked if she was okay, and she stammered a bit, admitting she was fine. Tyler also told her to be careful and suggested she learn to control that beast of a dog better. But Pam was completely captivated by the paw print tattoo on his neck, staring at it as if she'd never seen a tattoo before. She started to wonder who he was, then snapped out of it, looked at his face, and thanked him for saving her. The man also advised her that next time she walked her dog, she shouldn't wear such ridiculously high heels. She thought his comment about her shoes was a bit harsh, as she really loved those heels. At the same time, she noticed he was wearing socks with Crocs, yet somehow he felt qualified to give her fashion advice. Yes, she just thanked him politely, but in her mind, she had already classified him as the same kind of jerk as her ex. Then the guy called her dog over, and the mutt ran straight to him, wagging its tail like crazy. Bob even obeyed the sit command, but the neighbor decided to cut the little show short and get ready to say goodbye. Before leaving, he just mentioned to her that she was making too much noise when she came home at night. Her shouting would wake him up, and he added that he worked a night shift, so he really needed to sleep during the day. But Pam was still a bit stunned, not understanding what he had just done, because she had never seen Bob so calm. His final piece of advice was that the dog probably wouldn't understand if she yelled at it anyway. After that, he said goodbye and made a hand gesture that she also found strange. Just as Tyler took a step back, Pam suddenly called out to him, asking if he could look after her dog while she was at work. She had noticed the man was good with dogs, and it seemed like Bob trusted him completely. The girl looked at him hopefully, even promising to pay, though she knew it would take her last penny. The offer caught the neighbor's attention, but he then bluntly admitted that his services weren't cheap. Then he started asking what exactly was wrong with the dog, though he guessed it was about teaching it to listen to its owner. Pam hesitated for a moment and decided it would be easier to just show him, so she led him into her messy apartment. After looking around, the neighbor said he charged $20 an hour, and Pam honestly said that was too expensive. The man started to explain that having a dog is a big responsibility and you have to give it what it needs. But the girl agreed anyway, because her Bob deserved the best, and she was willing to sacrifice her last penny for him. After that, Tyler began to explain that first, they had to gradually reduce the dog's anxiety. By the end of the course, he would slowly reduce his visits so the dog could learn to be alone. Also, Pam had to pay him a day in advance, and the young man needed a spare set of keys to her apartment. It sounded a bit much, but the girl didn't care. She was ready to get everything sorted out right now. It was only then that the neighbor finally introduced himself as Tyler, but Pam only had one thing on her mind at that moment. She was happy that Bob could finally be left alone at home and that she could have peace of mind at work. The girl couldn't wait to tell and started calling her right at the door, but in motion for her to shut up. Pam saw her boss behind her, and he started tearing into her, pointing out that the documents were full of mistakes. He was already strict, but now he was absolutely furious, ordering the terrified employee to fix everything immediately. Looking at the documents, the girl realized it would take all day and advised her to get started so she could leave on time later. At the same time, she said sarcastically that she might not even finish by morning. Pam admitted it was her fault, explaining she was just too stressed about Bob's antics yesterday to concentrate. Then her teasing colleague suggested that if she wanted to make up for her mistakes so badly, she should go on a double date, and confessed that her handsome guy had a cute brother, but Pam apologized and admitted she wasn't ready for a relationship right now. She reminded her how things usually ended up, even when she tried to play it cool. Her colleague remembered perfectly well that Pam was the kind of weirdo who treated every date like it was the one. But then she changed the subject, asking the drama queen why she came to work so happy today. Suddenly, the supervisor's angry voice boomed from behind them, telling them to stop gossiping and get to work. His assistant told him not to worry, saying the girls would do a great job. He also commented that women couldn't work without chatting about shoes and shopping, that it was just in their nature. The girls glared at them, offended, as they could hear everything, and then swore to make those guys pay. Pam actually hated this monotonous job, but the bills wouldn't pay themselves. Besides, she had to pay for Bob's trainer, and the only joy in this job, which they counted down to, was lunchtime. Pam kept complaining about having to work in this hellhole, and kept telling her to go live in the mountains with Bob if she didn't like it. Then the blonde suddenly remembered that her colleague had something to tell her about her dog, so she began her story. She confessed that she had found someone to look after Bob, and now she could go out without worrying. And now she and could go shopping or even throw a wild bachelorette party. But her colleague thought that Pam had just left her keys, money, and dog with a stranger who was supposedly her neighbor. What's more, he smelled of smoke, was covered in tattoos, and worked the night shift, and was convinced he was a scammer. Then the blonde remembered her pet cam and immediately told her to open it to see what was really going on. They were horrified to see Bob lying motionless, and Pam's heart sank as she began to realize her friend was right, seeing her colleague on the verge of a breakdown, and told her to rush home and check on things, promising to cover for her at the office. On the way home, Pam could barely concentrate on driving, realizing she always let complete losers into her life. But what really hurt was that Bob had to suffer the consequences, and she decided right then and there that she would never let it happen again. Filled with rage, she kicked the door open, screaming Tyler's name, calling him a total jerk and telling him to get away from her dog. But he was just sitting there calmly counting money, which she immediately assumed he had stolen, making her even angrier. However, the neighbor was just indignant that she would think it was her money and explained it was cash from the bar where he worked. Tyler felt it was too risky to count the earnings at night, so he did it at home, which seemed to calm Pam down a bit. But she still didn't understand why her dog was lying on the couch, as if playing dead. But the neighbor explained that he was just asleep. He then explained that they had gone for a hike in the mountains, and the little guy had played so hard that he was completely exhausted. Then Pam demanded he explain why she heard him yelling tequila like a madman through the pet cam. She thought he was getting drunk inside, and declared that she wouldn't let anyone harm her dog. The man realized she had been spying on him through the dog cam, but asked her to get her facts straight next time. Tyler wasn't looking for alcohol. He was looking for his dog, just trying to help her get used to the new place. He couldn't see her for a moment, so he started calling Tequila and then wanted to show her off. He pulled a little one with a bow on its head from behind the couch, saying this was his little buddy. The dog looked absolutely adorable, and Tyler insisted he wasn't some alcoholic looking for a bottle. The anxious Pam hugged Bob and glanced at Tequila, wondering what kind of idiot would give such a cute little thing a name like that. The neighbor explained that she was just like a shot of tequila, telling Pam to sit down and see for herself. He told her not to trust her seemingly calm exterior, because with a little lemon and salt, she was ready to tear you to pieces. Just then, Tyler leaned very close to his neighbor, and his dog immediately started going crazy. It barked furiously, and the man explained that Tequila just hated any woman getting too close to him, which was why she was like a shot of tequila. Pam admitted that after talking to her friend, she had checked the monitor and had all sorts of bad thoughts. Now she couldn't believe she had thought of him as a scammer and apologized, offering him tea to make up for it. The neighbor agreed, but first asked if he could smoke on the balcony. She had no objection, and as she went into the kitchen, the girl realized this man was not at all who she thought he was. Although he seemed serious and distant, she now felt that Tyler was actually very kind, and Bob liked him too. Through the open door, she saw the three of them go out onto the balcony together with Tequila, and the man even looked a little cute. Suddenly, Pam found herself thinking about this man and decided to shake the thought off. After all, he was just a stranger. Soon, she brought him his cup on the balcony and asked if he wanted milk, but he only asked for sugar. Then Tyler admitted that he was a stranger to her dog, and if he were her, he would have checked the camera too. He also thought she was right not to trust him completely, so she didn't need to apologize. Pam confessed that she wasn't trying to judge him, but his tattoos and night shift did seem a bit suspicious. Besides, the man didn't exactly come across as a friendly neighbor, which annoyed Tyler. He reminded her that she was an office worker in uncomfortable clothes who judged people. The guy felt she was the type of girl who buys expensive drinks just to post pictures online. Pam didn't deny that they were very different people, so she couldn't figure out why he was helping her. At first, she thought it was just for the money, but the neighbor explained that he knew how much she loved her dog. The girl was confused about how he could know, since they had just met yesterday, and he mentioned that she made a lot of noise. Moreover, Tyler had overheard her fight with her boyfriend and the choice she made that night. The upstairs neighbor had been furious because the jerk was rough with Bob after coming home from work. At first, he thought his neighbors were a pretentious couple who got a Doberman just for show, and he felt sorry for the dog. Tyler was disappointed that Pam's ex wanted to send Bob back to the shelter, and he was even ready to go talk to him. That night, the girl had yelled that they took on a responsibility when they adopted him, so they couldn't just abandon him. But her boyfriend completely lost it, suggesting they just trade the dog for a normal one, and a huge fight broke out. The girl argued that if he had a difficult child, he wouldn't just send him away, he would help him learn. It was then, just as Tyler was about to knock on the door, that the man told Pam to choose between him and the mutt. Hearing the girl say it out loud, like that, made the neighbor realize he had seriously underestimated her before. Despite their differences, the man saw that they had something in common. They both believed in the same things. Tyler also understood that people can hurt you, cheat on you, or abandon you, but a dog won't. That's why the neighbor trusted Pam, and she now realized that she was the one who had underestimated him. Then Tyler noticed he was running late and needed to get some sleep before work. But being a polite guest, he offered to help her with the dirty dishes, even though she insisted she could handle it. The man insisted on helping anyway, and then Pam decided to get his money ready for the next day, but he suddenly chuckled. Tyler admitted he was joking about the $20 an hour and that a week's worth of that amount would be enough, so she had already paid. He was planning to come at the same time tomorrow, and Pam suddenly realized she had never met a man like him before. Before leaving, Tyler explained that he had left his phone number on the fridge, just in case. He also asked Pam to text him as soon as she got home from the office tomorrow, so he would know everything was okay. As the door closed behind him, the girl thought that although he didn't seem noble, he was very attractive in her eyes. Meanwhile, Bob seemed to hug her and let out a few soft barks, indicating that he liked the young man too. The girl was happy first and foremost for her dog, and that he had fun with her neighbor. As her fingers and nose were buried in her pet's fur, Pam suddenly realized that she liked this person too. At the same time, she scolded herself for falling for any man she met. Pam remembered one of her mom's birthdays, how she and her dad gave her gifts and exchanged words of love. For her mom, The girl had drawn a picture where her dad looked more like a bear, but everyone liked it even more for that. Her dad also had a gift for his wife, which she found very sweet, and told him how much she loved him and their daughter. Pam's next memory was of her first Christmas with her ex, and how she had gotten him a gift too. She wanted to create a special holiday for their little family, so she tried to make everything perfect. Bob wasn't left empty-handed either. His gift was wrapped in the shape of a bone, which he thought was awesome. For her sweetheart, she bought him the thing he'd always wanted so he could play with his buddies, and he was thrilled. He also admitted he didn't think they had to do gifts, but Pam wasn't offended, knowing he had been busy. Then she suggested the three of them go out for dinner, but the man started complaining that taking the dog wasn't a good idea. Instead, he thought it would be better to order in, and in his opinion, sushi would hit the spot. He also mentioned it would cost him a fortune, so Pam should consider it his Christmas gift. The guy had completely forgotten she hated fish, or maybe he did it on purpose. What a cheapskate. But Pam didn't get mad at him, as her love for him felt eternal and unbreakable. At least that's what she used to think, until he said those fateful words, and she realized what a complete jerk he was. The memory was hurtful, and she had even dreamed last night that he hit her, though it was just the dog's paw. Bob was probably dreaming too, and he pawed his owner, who woke up, remembering she had gone to bed early yesterday. For a second, she was furious that the scoundrel had dared to invade her dreams, and started telling herself she needed to forget him. She tossed and turned on the couch, waking up the pup, and from the look on his face, he knew Pam was in a bad mood. The girl hugged him, declaring that he was her one true love, and that as long as she had him, nothing else mattered. Just then, she remembered what Tyler had said. People will hurt you, cheat on you, and abandon you, but a dog never will. So she felt that she and Bob would be the happiest little family. Just the two of them. Then, she suddenly got a text from her ex, saying he missed her and wanted to meet up somewhere. Pam was absolutely livid, her face contorted, and she furiously typed back that she wasn't interested, almost breaking the keyboard. After that, she decided to block his number so the jerk could never bother her again. She decided to enjoy life with Bob, no men allowed, and she was going to celebrate with a burger. She was sure she would never fall in love again, seeing herself as a strong, independent woman. Pam believed she could enjoy life without a relationship, but as she approached the fridge, she fell silent. On the fridge was the phone number Tyler had left for her, and attached to the note was a key to his apartment. He had left it just in case, but her mind was already racing, wondering what this just in case could possibly be. Just then, she got lost in the thought that he might like her because he was pretty cute himself, and she decided to text him right away. But then, a dog's face popped up, looking at her with a hint of reproach, and Pam felt like a scolded schoolgirl. She had just promised to change, to be strong and independent, but Bob just gave her a skeptical look. Later on the balcony, she couldn't figure out what to text Tyler, and she thought about it for so long that the dog fell asleep at her feet again. Pam checked the time and guessed her neighbor was probably at work by now, so she decided to just send a text, telling him she left her number and hoped he had a good time. After sending the message, she suddenly heard someone downstairs talking about a conversation with a supplier. The voice sounded a lot like Tyler's, and then she saw someone walk out onto the street. The person was on a scooter, and he was promising someone he'd be there as soon as possible, telling them to go to the warehouse for the boxes in the meantime. As the person got closer to a streetlight, Pam could see that it was indeed Tyler on an electric scooter. This surprised her greatly, as with his style, she would have expected him to ride a large motorcycle at the very least. Now, she realized this was how he got to work and saw that he had finished his call, so he should be able to see her message now. Her heart even started beating faster with excitement, as if she hadn't just sent a greeting, but something super embarrassing. Nevertheless, Pam started watching closely to see if the guy was reading her message, and as he stood still reading it, it even gave her the creeps. Tyler started to turn his head, and the girl realized he was about to look at her balcony, but she wasn't ready, and at the speed of light, the girl immediately dropped to the floor, nearly squashing the dog with her butt. The neighbor still started looking towards her window, and she was trembling with fear, the railing seemingly shaking from the vibrations. Meanwhile, the girl's imagination ran wild again, and she knew that if he called her now, she would just stammer into the phone. Then her phone pinged, and Pam saw that Tyler had replied to her message with a photo. She realized she'd been caught, as the photo showed Bob peeking over the balcony, with the top of her head also visible. The neighbor had also written sweet dreams under the photo, and the girl was terrified, thinking he had actually seen her, and she trembled even more. But then Pam suddenly thought that maybe this man was thinking about her too, so she peeked over the balcony again. but he was already far away on his scooter, and she confessed to a whining Bob that she remembered her promise to live with just him. At the same time, she truly hoped they could make room for one more person and that the dog would understand and accept it. When Pam got to work the next day, a colleague asked her for help with photocopying, but it was just a ruse and could corner her in the copy room and grill her about what happened yesterday. She also admitted she was wearing heavy makeup because she was so stressed she hadn't slept all night. Her colleague couldn't wait to find out if Pam had dealt with the creep and even offered to help take care of it if needed. But Pam explained it was all a big misunderstanding, and it was even funny to her now thinking about it. Pam now even thought he was a good person, but her friend was angry, thinking she had fallen for this lowlife. But she argued that he wasn't a scammer, was actually very sweet, and got along great with Bob. The girl even mentioned he had a puppy and was speechless, as her friend was acting like a lovesick puppy herself. Pam started making excuses, saying she just thought he was a good person, but she couldn't fool her best friend, and knew her inside and out, and could now say for sure that her colleague had a serious crush on the guy. However, she apologized for being so harsh on her at first. She just didn't want her to get hurt again. She was worried her friend would end up with another complete loser like her ex, and felt that Pam deserved better, which moved the brunette girl so much that she couldn't help but hug her friend. At the same time, she admitted she didn't know the neighbor and knew she shouldn't make the same mistake twice. But she was also torn about what to do, feeling like she might be falling for him. Then, and reminded her that she herself had never worried or cried over a man, and Pam should just do as she said for once. She advised her friend to just go on a date and then pull away so feelings wouldn't have time to develop. Pam was still doubtful, as she wasn't good at casual dating, and asked her colleague to do some digging on Tyler to see what his deal was, and realized it might be too late, that the girl was already head over heels for this jerk and started pressing for details. She even wanted to see a picture, but Pam admitted she didn't have one and couldn't find his social media. The colleague started brainstorming ideas and then remembered he worked at a bar, and just like that, they had a new mission. Go to that bar and, in the name of research, get a good look at this handsome guy. And was thrilled with this brilliant idea, Pam hung her head in embarrassment, explaining she couldn't leave Bob alone just yet. So her colleague didn't push it and just told her to have fun with the guy as long as he was good to the dog. On her way home, Pam thought it would be nice to go out, but she really needed to be with Bob. Besides, she didn't even know which bar her neighbor worked at and figured the easiest way was to just ask him. She thought she could pretend she might need to meet him sometime, as an excuse. As she reached for the door, she hesitated again, thinking he had probably already gone home. The apartment was surprisingly quiet, and Pam was about to call for her dog, but the sight she saw left her stunned. Her dog was sprawled out on the couch, and Tyler was asleep right next to him. He must have been exhausted from doing so much extra. Now Pam's first instinct was to wake him up, but she didn't want to startle him, so she started tiptoeing across the living room. She quietly took off her shoes to avoid making a sound, knowing he worked all night and looked after Bob during the day. Approaching the couch, she started coaxing the dog to come over, hoping he would help her wake Tyler up as he needed to go home. But Bob, like a traitor, turned his head away and continued to snore on his caretaker's lap. Pam knew she should wake her neighbor, but on second thought, maybe she should let him get some proper sleep. She remembered it was Friday, which meant her neighbor would have a crazy night, and she couldn't be ungrateful for the help he was providing. The man was doing his best to help her with a dog that had never been cared for as much as Pam cared for him. The girl, lost in thought, leaned on the pillow next to him and noticed again that he was not only handsome, but also had more important qualities. She didn't know what to do, as she could no longer suppress her feelings and realized she was really starting to like Tyler. She even wanted to kiss him, and without realizing it, she began to move closer and closer. But just then, like a siren, an annoyed tequila peeked out from behind his head and began to growl desperately. This woke Tyler up, who opened his eyes to see Pam's confused face right in front of him, holding her breath in agitation. The neighbor then realized he had dozed off on her couch. He jumped up and started asking what time it was, worried he would be late for work. It was 4 o'clock, and he still had plenty of time. Pam began to explain that she had tried to wake him and was afraid he would be angry. But Tyler instead apologized for falling asleep at her place, after which he began to hastily gather his things and say goodbye to his neighbor. The girl, left alone, took some time to recover from what had just happened, recalling how close their faces had been. This made her feel extremely ashamed, but she knew she needed to calm down. Yet, out of agitation, she just buried her face in the dog and began to wail. But Bob didn't react at all, continuing to lie on the couch as if she wasn't even there. So she blew up at him for ignoring her. The irritation quickly faded, and she hugged the dog, remembering she hadn't asked her neighbor which bar he worked at. Meanwhile, Tyler returned to his dark apartment, unclipped Tequila's leash, and froze at the door for a minute. He couldn't shake the thought of how close their faces had been, and now he felt all sorts of awkward about it. The next morning, Tyler went back to check on his client, but the apartment was empty. He figured Bob was just hiding somewhere. Suddenly, the door opened, and Pam stumbled in with the dog, shouting that she was terribly late. Seeing her neighbor was already there, she started calling and begging her to cover for her, otherwise she would be done for. Then she explained to Tyler that Bob was being too difficult, she couldn't catch him, and had been chasing him for over an hour. The man looked doubtfully at her shoes, pointing out that high heels were probably not the best choice under the circumstances. Pam explained it was for work, and she simply didn't have time to change. He remained skeptical that she couldn't spare 2 minutes to change her shoes, but she just told him not to judge, saying she was already at her wit's end. Tyler pointed out how stupid it was to chase a dog in high heels, and just then, Bob saw Tequila behind the couch and bolted again. Consequently, Pam, who was still holding the leash, lost her balance and fell right on her neighbor. The man instinctively grabbed her by the waist to steady her, causing her to freeze completely. She looked as if she almost didn't want to get up, but then remembered she was late and rushed towards the door. Tyler just remained on the couch, a bit dazed, realizing the dog was totally creating opportunities for them. But he was most happy that Tequila hadn't seen. Then he thought that there was definitely a crazy attraction between them. Then he went back to training the Doberman, realizing that even though Bob knew the basic commands, he still wouldn't listen to Pam. To be sure, the man repeated the command, and the dog sat as instructed, then offered its paw. But then Tyler asked him for the other paw, but for some reason, Bob was in no hurry to do so. He just switched his paw to the other hand, and the man realized the dog didn't understand that command. But then something unexpected happened. Tequila walked up to Bob and stepped on his other paw, as if showing him what to do. Apparently, dog language was very effective, because the dog then placed his other paw in Tyler's hand. This made him very happy. So Bob did understand the command, but why he wouldn't listen to Pam remained a mystery. That evening, the girl returned home and, right from the doorway, began asking her little angel how his day was. But as soon as she walked in, Tyler held out a pair of sneakers to her, suggesting they go for a walk. The girl wondered why her neighbor wasn't going to sleep, and he explained that he had Monday off. Besides, he couldn't sleep until he figured out what was going on with Bob, admitting that this was very important to him. The man was extremely curious why the dog wouldn't listen to its owner, yet perfectly obeyed Tyler's commands. Tyler suggested they figure out together, then gave Bob a command to go, and it rushed out to roll around on the lawn. The girl was surprised, not understanding where he got so much energy, and felt her neighbor was lucky that Tequila was so calm. But Tyler told her not to underestimate the little one, and when he unclipped her leash, she dashed out to romp and play, just like Bob. Pam really loved seeing them play so happily like children and decided to capture the moment on her phone. Then her neighbor asked her to call Bob over as she normally would, hoping it would help figure out the reason. The girl began to shout, calling her pet, "Come to mommy," but Tyler already knew it wouldn't work. He explained to her that she wasn't really calling the dog, so of course it wouldn't listen. You have to be firmer with the dog and be clear and concise, because that's the only way Bob will understand what you are saying. Pam listened to her neighbor and called her pet differently. Tyler asked her to repeat it, but more firmly this time. She needed to make Bob understand that he had to focus on her words. And while explaining this, Tyler leaned closer to the girl again. Pam once again smelled the vanilla and cigarettes on him, feeling both strange and unusually calm. Then she called Bob over sharply and clearly, and he immediately turned his head towards her, dropping everything he was doing in an instant. He ran to his owner, and Tyler praised his neighbor on her success. She was happy too, but curious how he knew it would work, and he admitted he had learned it from videos. He also explained that Bob needed a reward for obeying the command, and remembered he had some treats on him. Pam thought it was a great idea, but then screamed and jumped back because Tequila had peed on her leg. Tyler picked up the little dog, thinking she had a stomach ache, but Pam yelled that she had done it on purpose. Then she suddenly wondered why, if her neighbor knew so much about dog training, he didn't use his tricks on Tequila. But the man dodged the question, saying he needed to get some sleep, then slung Tequila over his shoulder to leave. Pam decided to stay out a little longer to practice with Bob and wished her neighbor sweet dreams. As he left, the man could hear the girl giving her pet various commands and then praising it for its excellent performance. But then she started talking to it in a baby voice again. Tyler turned around but said nothing, thinking to himself that she just loved the dog too much. Just then, Tequila started nuzzling her owner's shoulder and tugging at his t-shirt, as if she were jealous. The man told her not to worry, promising they would always be together and that no one could ever separate them. A while later, Pam came home with her friend in. As soon as Ann walked in, she suggested they go to a pancake party, while Pam herself immediately rushed to hug Bob, praising him for not destroying anything that day. Pam explained to her friend that Tyler had left about an hour before she got home from work, so they hardly saw each other. Realizing it was just the two of them, and leaned in and confessed she had a gift for her friend, which surprised Pam a little. The blonde girl simply pointed out that her friend had been under a lot of stress lately, so she decided to do something nice for her. The girl agreed that the past month had been hell and thanked her friend for being so thoughtful. But as she started to open the box, she saw that and had given her a special gift for single ladies, leaving her completely stunned. Seeing her friend's dislike, the blonde girl said that if she didn't like it, she could keep it for herself, but Pam pointed out that taking back a gift was a total jerk move and then suggested they finally go to the cafe, leaving the gift on the table. The girls were about to head out, but still insisted on hearing her thoughts about the gift later. Meanwhile, Tyler headed to the pet salon where he had a grooming appointment for Tequila. A man named Luca greeted him warmly and asked if he wanted the usual trim. Tyler confirmed, and the little dog was already very excited. She loved the feeling of the comb in her fur and immediately started wagging her tail. Tyler really didn't know what color bow to choose for her today because she looked good in everything, so he left the choice to the groomer. He also decided to pay right away, but Lucas said there was no need as he could pay after the appointment. Then he asked him to consider the bows again, explaining that they had new ones with little dolls in the middle. Just then, Tyler's gaze fell on a photo on the wall of a red-haired girl with crescent moon earrings. He recognized the face, and a flood of memories hit him so hard he could barely breathe. The doctor's voice brought him back to his senses, and he realized the photo behind him had really gotten to him. He immediately recognized the girl from his past, someone Tyler no longer spoke to, and quickly assured him that the red-haired girl was doing just fine. Then Lucas suggested they hang out sometime, but he didn't want to and just asked her to take the money for the grooming. He started patting his pockets, but his wallet was gone, and he figured he must have lost it somewhere. Meanwhile, at the cafe, the girls were enjoying mouth-watering pancakes and mimosas, which they immediately started taking pictures of. They were so excited that other customers started to stare, and some even looked a little intimidated. Then Pam asked her friend to take a picture of her and Bob with the food and handed over her phone, and started snapping away, and just then Tyler called, but she didn't even hand the phone back. She decided to answer the call, and from the way her colleague greeted him, already offering him treats, Pam realized it was her neighbor calling. She knew her friend was just making things more awkward and tried to snatch the phone back. After getting her phone, the girl apologized, saying it was just a prank by her colleague, but the man explained that he was right outside her apartment. He also confessed that he had lost his wallet somewhere and asked if he could look for it inside her place. Pam didn't stop him, feeling it was important to him, especially since he had the keys anyway, so she saw no reason not to let him in. The man apologized again for intruding, saying he was just at a complete loss and didn't know where else to look. Walking into the apartment, Tyler noticed it felt a bit empty without Bob, and was busy begging Pam to video call so she could see the man. The neighbor could hear her arguing with her friend, telling her to just drink her mimosa. He guessed that his neighbor also liked the drink, and she confirmed that it was Friday, so they had decided to have some fun. Tyler smiled, happy for Pam, who suddenly asked him what his plans were for the day. But she then realized it was a stupid question since he had to work that night, and immediately apologized. The man continued his search, glancing under the couch, and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw his wallet had rolled right there. The girl was happy for him, and then decided to pass the phone to Bob, who started getting anxious at the sound of Tyler's voice. The dog barked a few times and sniffed the phone, probably not understanding how his master had gotten into that little box. But then the neighbors spotted a beautiful package on the table and, thinking Pam had bought a new toy for Bob, moved closer for a better look. He explained that the thing looked like a bright pink plastic bone, and Pam immediately repeated it out loud. And, hearing about the discovery, nearly choked on her drink, realizing what the handsome guy had actually found. But then it dawned on Pam herself what her neighbor was holding, and he decided to end the call. The girl wanted the ground to swallow her whole, while her friend just giggled, teasing her that Tyler now knew about her interests. Pam was very upset about this and started blaming Anne, who realized she needed a drink, and a strong one at that. Meanwhile, Tyler called the vet and asked if he could pay next time. He agreed, also mentioning that the guest was in a great mood and something must have happened after he left. The man got a little flustered, remembering what he had seen in his neighbor's apartment, while the doctor just assumed he had found his wallet. The next morning, Pam was thrilled that it was Saturday and she could relax and she didn't have to go to work. But it also meant she wouldn't see Tyler today, as he only worked with Bob on weekdays. Making herself a coffee and putting on a face mask, the girl wanted to relax, but the dog started whining, wanting to go for a walk. Pam hugged her pet, saying he was super lucky because he got to see Tyler almost every day. She realized she wanted to see the man, and then quickly got ready to take Bob for a walk. At the door, she asked him if he wanted to go to the park or the beach, and just then, a familiar voice came from behind the door. Tyler suggested the park, since he was taking Tequila there too, and thought it would be cool to go together. Then he asked how Bob was doing, and Pam just stared at her neighbor, completely stunned and not knowing what to say. She just showed off that she was wearing sneakers, for which Tyler praised her. As the man played with the dogs in the park, she thought about how she never expected to run into him today, but she was still happy watching them play together and glad they got along so easily. However, the same couldn't be said for Pam and Tequila. The girl reached out her hand to her, hoping she would finally show some friendliness, but the little dog just turned her face away as if not intending to make contact, and the girl realized she still hated her. Tequila just grumbled under her breath and then, with a jaunty wag of her tail, headed off somewhere. Pam saw that she was squeezing into the bushes and worried the little dog would get dirty, so she followed her. Behind the leaves, the girl saw that the little beast had found herself a spot in a hollow at the base of a tree, settling in like a queen. Just then, Tyler came up behind Pam and asked what she was doing, guessing she was just bored, but she just said that his princess suddenly needed a throne and she was just worried. So she followed her. The man called his pet over, boasting that she was a purebred, and then added that she was his whole world. He glanced at his neighbor, reminding her that she was the same with Bob, and she agreed, though she insisted that the dog was friendly to everyone. The girl was upset that Tyler got along so well with Bob, while she couldn't connect with Tequila. Then the neighbor invited Pam for a walk and held out his hand, which flustered her a bit, but she gave him her hand anyway. The man was a little surprised, not understanding what she was doing, and explained that he was just trying to take the leash, but realized he hadn't brought it. Pam suddenly remembered she had dropped the leash when Tequila bolted and immediately decided to run back and get it. Tyler stayed behind to wait for her, still trying to figure out what was going on with this girl. Afterwards, they walked along the waterfront, and the girl admitted she was surprised to see her neighbor up so early. He admitted that he was usually still asleep at this hour, but the bar was closed for renovation starting today, so he had a few days off. But he wasn't thrilled about the break, as he loved his job, except for having to deal with the antics of rowdy drunks. Besides, he really enjoyed experimenting with all sorts of drinks and seeing how they made people happy. Now he couldn't wait to see what his workspace would look like after the renovation, hoping it would be amazing. Pam realized he was genuinely passionate about his job and confessed that she hated hers because it was so boring. The neighbor didn't understand why she didn't just change jobs, and just as she was about to answer, a cyclist sped past them. Tyler immediately grabbed her by the waist and pulled her close to make sure she didn't get hit, then cursed at the cyclist for not ringing his bell. The girl was very flustered by the touch, but only managed to say that she needed to keep that job for now. Just then, a woman from the big lottery appeared, asking if she could make their date even better. She also suggested they participate in the city's spring lottery, where a ticket was only $3 and they had a ton of great prizes. The grand prize was a romantic trip to the Caribbean, and the woman kept trying to convince the couple to try their luck. Pam was flustered, not understanding why they were being mistaken for a couple, while Tyler asked for a ticket. They walked over to the lottery wheel, which you had to spin until a ball fell out, telling you what you'd won. As Tyler spun the wheel, Pam started fantasizing about going on a crazy shopping spree if they won the Caribbean trip. Then she started worrying about where they would sleep, since they barely knew each other. And just then, the buzzer went off. The host announced that they had won third prize, a bottle of fine wine, and congratulated them. Tyler thanked her very sincerely, saying it was exactly what he wanted. Pam was surprised he wasn't interested in the trip, but the man explained that this particular wine was imported from France and was really hard to get. Of course, he was an expert when it came to drinks, saying this wine was amazing with its fruity notes and rich flavor. Then he rolled his eyes mysteriously and proceeded to ask his neighbor if she was free that evening. The man explained that he had a great steak that would be a perfect match for this wine. Pam realized he was asking her to dinner, and just then, Bob trotted over, wagging his tail, knowing he'd get a piece of steak too. The girl agreed and promised to bring dessert. Tyler planned to spend the rest of the afternoon catching up on sleep in bed. When Pam got home, she wasn't sure if this counted as a date, but she felt like her life was finally getting back on track. She also decided to walk Bob a little longer in the mornings for about half an hour, so he would be calmer at home afterwards. As they approached her apartment, the dog suddenly started acting strangely, and then Pam saw her ex-boyfriend waiting at the door. Instead of a proper greeting, he started complaining about how long he'd been waiting, and then blew up about the man who was with her. The ex-boyfriend even shrugged provocatively, as if about to lunge at Tyler, and repeated his question. The neighbor immediately explained that he was Bob's dog trainer and then asked if the uninvited guest had a problem with that. For a moment, silence hung in the air, broken only by the sparks of displeasure and aggression in their eyes. Pam broke the silence, asking what the hell the jerk was doing here, and he explained that he wanted to pick up some things. The girl asked him to specify what he needed, and he listed a towel and some odds and ends. Tyler, feeling his neighbor was safe for the moment, headed towards his floor, but her ex-boyfriend suddenly called out to him with a hint of sarcasm. He thanked Tyler for looking after Pam, and then went into the apartment with her. As soon as they were inside, she irritably asked him why he did that, but he didn't seem to be in the mood to explain. He just rudely asked why she wasn't happy to see him, but she just told him to take his things and leave. Suddenly, the jerk started saying softly how much he missed her, that he was wrong, and then pleaded with her to start over. He even hugged her, hoping it would work, but Pam pushed his hands away, saying she wasn't a fool and they would never get back together. She also told him to stop calling her baby, because he was the one who forced her to choose, and she had already made her choice. After that, Pam demanded he get lost, but he didn't understand why she would throw away 3 years of their relationship. He started explaining again how sorry he was, but she just yelled back that she couldn't believe she had been so blind for so long, though she knew there was at least one thing she should thank him for. And that was the day they got Bob. Thanks to that, Pam now knew what true love was, and she was incredibly happy with the dog. The man suddenly let out a nasty smirk, saying she was right, but also reminded her that she'd only had Bob for 2 months. Then he grabbed the dog's leash, shouting that it was his turn now, and dragged it away. But Pam started to fight back, and the man was still determined to take it, whether she liked it or not. The girl reminded him that she was the one who signed the papers, so the dog wasn't his. The man kept screaming that this mutt had ruined their relationship and tried again to snatch the leash from his ex-girlfriend's hands. While they were arguing, Tyler decided to be a good neighbor and called the police. He explained on the phone that he wanted to report a man trying to steal his neighbor's dog. He also clarified that the dog was definitely the girl's, which the two heard as they argued their way out of the apartment. Tyler barely glanced at them, repeating the police officer's words that stealing a dog could land you in jail. The jerk, terrified at the thought of being arrested, dropped the leash and then stormed off, cursing. He walked past Tyler, who was still on the phone with the police, and Tyler said he would wait for them. As a parting shot, the ex-boyfriend just yelled that Pam would come back crying and begging, but by then he would tell her to get lost. But the girl just shouted back at him to never come back and threatened that she would call the police herself if he ever laid a finger on Bob. The man was still grumbling as he went downstairs, saying there was a line of girls waiting for him anyway. After he left, Pam breathed a sigh of relief, and Tyler was glad that Bob wasn't hurt. Not all. Then he started hugging it, saying it was all over. Pam asked if he had really called the police. The neighbor admitted he was just bluffing because he wanted to scare the jerk, though he didn't know if he would fall for it. The girl looked at him with a slightly critical gaze, saying it was a bit stupid, but he just wanted to help her. Pam understood she was just scared of what that psycho might do, and then she hugged Bob and apologized to him. Tyler saw how upset his neighbor was, a feeling he knew all too well, and he asked her not to cry. But the girl was completely overwhelmed with emotion and couldn't stop right away, even if she wanted to. Trying to find a way to calm her down, Tyler suggested they postpone dinner to another day, thinking she needed a good rest tonight. But she suddenly yelled that they had a wonderful morning, and now some annoying neighbor had turned into a total crybaby. Pam declared that she wouldn't let any man ruin her and Bob's day, all while she was still crying her eyes out. Tyler was a bit shocked by her words, but he knew she was just very upset right now. Then Pam announced that she was looking forward to a good bottle of wine tonight, and Bob would get a fresh steak because she wanted to celebrate. Her mood did a complete 180, and her neighbor was utterly confused, not understanding how she could do that when she was so upset a minute ago. The girl admitted she was still upset, but she thought about what she would say to a friend in this situation, which helped her pull herself together quickly. But looking at her confused neighbor, she realized it was a bit hard for him to understand. Tyler agreed that it was, but he even kind of liked it, especially the part where his neighbor stopped crying. After that, he suggested meeting at his place at 7 and promised to make sure she and Bob had a wonderful evening. As he left, he gave them both such a sweet look that for a moment, she thought Tyler considered this a date. Soon, the aroma of frying steak filled his kitchen. The doorbell rang right on time, and he went to open it, pleased that his neighbor was very punctual. He froze for a second when he saw Pam in a short evening dress, and she asked if he was going to a party later. She was holding a box of desserts, and he didn't leave her standing at the door, inviting her in. Music was already playing, and Tyler admitted he liked listening to old songs while cooking. Pam started to relax, and was surprised when she saw that her neighbor had also baked cookies. He also admitted that he did this sometimes, but suggested they have her dessert here, and she could take the cookies with her later. The girl now understood why the man always smelled of vanilla, and now she knew he liked to cook and listen to jazz. She never thought Tyler was like that, which proved that you can't judge a book by its cover. Then she saw Tequila on the couch and went over with Bob to thank her for the invitation. Just then, Tyler told their neighbor to make herself at home, saying that dinner was almost ready. Suddenly, she came up behind him and asked if she could help, offering to do the dishes. Despite his protests, Pam picked up the plates, and Tyler handed her his apron. She refused, saying she would be quick, but he was worried she would get dirty. So he decided to tie the apron on her himself. He also explained that if she was dressed so beautifully, she needed to make sure her dress didn't get wet. The only thing left for Tyler to do was cut the steak, and he temporarily left his guest alone by the sink. Accompanied by the quiet and rhythmic sound of the knife on the cutting board, the music seemed to blend with it, and the atmosphere became quite romantic. Then, the next song began, and Pam happily admitted she knew it, turning to face her neighbor. He was completely mesmerized, staring at her intently, and when she suddenly called out to him, he accidentally cut his finger, which really startled her. She immediately fussed over him nervously, as if he were seriously injured, even though it was just a small cut. Pam remembered she had a Band-Aid in her bag and immediately started rummaging for it, but she was so flustered she couldn't concentrate. Tyler kept saying he was fine, but she was worried the cut would get infected. When she finally found the Band-Aid, she grabbed his finger, the very one he was sucking the blood from. He felt a little embarrassed again, but Pam explained that since he had put the apron on her, it was now her turn to take care of him. Then, she clumsily applied the Band-Aid to his finger, hoping he was okay now. Then, without looking up, Pam noticed again that he was still staring at her intently. Finally, she asked him why his eyes hadn't left her since she walked into his apartment. Tyler didn't know how to explain, just quietly, almost in a whisper, cursed himself for being caught. Then he apologized to the girl, confessing that he couldn't help himself and didn't know how to tell her something. Pam's mind immediately started racing, but the neighbor suddenly explained that it seemed she had something on her tooth. The girl was completely confused, realizing her other thoughts were all for nothing, and now she felt very embarrassed. Then, the guy clarified that it must be lipstick, and she became even more flustered, not understanding why he hadn't said something sooner. The neighbor showed her the way to the bathroom, and the girl immediately headed there to fix herself up. On the way, she hoped it was just an excuse, but when she looked in a mirror, she realized her teeth were indeed stained. She even started blaming herself, saying that after all these years, she still hadn't learned how to apply lipstick neatly. A little later, they were already seated at the dining table, and Pam, complimented the red wine, admitting it was truly excellent. She also praised the steak, which made Tyler a bit shy, and he explained that he only knew the basics. Pam admitted that her neighbor had surprised her today, as she didn't know he had so many hobbies. In response, the guy admitted he knew Bob better than she did, and she then proposed playing a game to get to know each other better. Tyler readily agreed, but not wanting to waste a good wine, he decided to mix some cocktails specifically for the game. He even asked if he could guess what drink she would like, which surprised her a bit, but he explained it was also part of the game. He tried to reflect a person's personality in the drink, saying it was how he saw them. Pam agreed, and Tyler asked her to explain the rules of her game while he mixed the drinks. She explained that he had to say what he truly thought of her. If he guessed right, she would drink, but if he guessed wrong, he would have to take a drink. Soon, the daiquiris were ready. He said they were made with frozen mango and a bit of lemon. They looked so beautiful that Pam couldn't resist taking a picture of the pretty drinks with her phone. Tyler told her not to be so childish, and then she told him to start the game. The guy thought he had mixed the perfect cocktail for her personality, and she agreed, taking a sip. She wondered how he knew her taste so well, and he explained that she was always like a gentle breeze. Now, it was Pam's turn, and she guessed that Tyler often brought girls home and mixed cocktails for them. The guy tilted his head a bit shyly, but admitted that wasn't the case. He rarely invited people over, explaining that it might upset Tequila, so he felt it wasn't a good idea. The girl understood he was single, but pointed out that while he didn't like to upset Tequila, he smoked around her. She added that it could be harmful to its health and might irritate the dog. Tyler realized his neighbor had a point, immediately extinguished his cigarette, and promised to quit. It was his turn to guess again, and he declared she was 30, to which she immediately protested. Pam couldn't believe she looked that old, but the guy had guessed wrong, and now he had to take a sip of his cocktail. Tyler didn't refuse, but he didn't understand why she was so worked up. Then he confessed he was only 26. Pam was very surprised. She would have never guessed he was 3 years younger than her, and for some reason, she felt this was a problem. But then she realized her thoughts were drifting where they shouldn't, and she could feel her cheeks burning. Pam couldn't tell if it was because of the cocktail or the man, but now it was her turn in the guessing game. She guessed his tattoos had special meanings, and Tyler confirmed that there was a story behind each one. The one on his neck was in memory of the dog he had before Tequila. That little dog had been with him for a long time and was his best companion. Pam thought it was a beautiful tribute and decided she wanted to get a tattoo as well. But she wasn't sure where the best spot would be. Just then, Tyler touched her ankle, telling her it would be perfect there. As he spoke, he strangely slid his finger along her ankle, as if already envisioning a design there. Then he felt himself getting sleepy and realized the cocktails had a strong kick. Pam was very surprised that he, working in a bar, got drunk so quickly, but she was still glad she wasn't the only one who was tipsy. Tyler explained that just because he mixed drinks didn't mean he drank them, confessing he barely touched alcohol. The girl froze for a moment, then sensing the growing tension between them, suggested they end the game. He just smirked, saying she wanted to quit when it was his turn, and flatly refused. Then he wondered if Pam would be jealous if he said he often brought girls back to his place. She just silently drank her cocktail, trying not to think about it, although she was curious about what would happen next. But then she gathered her courage, and since it was her turn to play, she guessed that if she kissed him, Tyler wouldn't push her away. She even leaned in closer, and in his panic, he immediately chugged a few sips of his drink. The girl knew she had guessed right and felt like her heart was about to leap out of her chest with excitement. But at the most crucial moment, an angry Tequila squeezed between them and started growling at Pam, as if cursing her. It even lunged at the girl, and Tyler, knowing the dog might bite, immediately grabbed it and started to calm it down. Pam told him not to worry about her. She had just forgotten how easily startled Tequila was. Then she half-jokingly suggested locking the little dog in another room so it wouldn't be so nervous. The neighbor thought the girl wanted to lock the dog up for its own good, but he admitted he used to think differently of her. He also confessed he had misjudged her and that she turned out to be no different from the others. But Pam suddenly got angry. She didn't understand why Tyler was so angry since the little beast had tried to bite her. The guy explained that Tequila was just scared, and Pam should have understood that instead of trying to seduce him all the time. He felt that his neighbor had made up some scenario in her head about tonight's dinner and explained that he wasn't getting involved in that mess again. This was like a stab in the back for Pam, but she still proudly repeated that no man could ruin her day. She grabbed her shoes, called for Bob to come home, and headed for the door. But the dog was in no hurry to follow, and the girl, not understanding why it was rooted to the spot, commanded it in a harsher tone. Come home now. Bob followed his owner with a guilty look, but he kept looking back at Tyler and Tequila. Pam put Bob on his leash, saying that besides training Bob, the guy shouldn't forget that his princess needed some training too. She also told her neighbor not to act like some pretentious, all-knowing prince. The girl explained that he couldn't use Tequila as an excuse to brush her off and thought it was a rather lame move. Before Pam left, Tyler shouted that he would continue training Bob, and she just told him to make sure they didn't run into each other at her place. She yelled that she never wanted to see his face again, and then the girl slammed the door and went inside. She slammed her own door just as hard, then nervously took off her coat and collapsed on her bed, not understanding how he could have said such things. The next morning, Pam got ready for work as usual and told her pet to be good before she left. Time passed, and almost 2 weeks had gone by since that disastrous dinner, during which they hadn't seen each other at all. At work, she tried to keep up with her tasks and casually asked if she had checked the report she sent. The blonde girl had already taken care of everything, which made Pam happy. Now, she just needed to organize the documents and was still worried about her friend, as she had noticed she'd been looking downcast ever since the fight with the handsome guy. Pam told her colleague not to worry, especially since 2 weeks had passed, and assured her she was doing just fine. Of course, she was lying, even though and insisted it wasn't her fault and that she didn't understand what he was expecting. The blonde girl even joked that the guy just wanted to be with his dog, which barked at Pam every minute. She tried to defend him, explaining that even she couldn't leave Bob alone in a room and considered it a lesson learned. Then, passing by a colleague named Josh, Pam declared that she was going to start going on dates and dumping men too. For some reason, the guy thought she was asking him out and immediately announced he would book a table at a restaurant for 8 in the evening. Budden got angry, thinking he was prejudiced against women, but Josh started arguing that he was a good guy. He had just noticed Pam was down lately, decided to ask her out, and promised her anything she wanted. She agreed, but only if the restaurant was pet-friendly, and Josh realized she was going to bring her dog. He didn't understand why she needed a dog to have a good time with a gentleman, but realizing his date with Pam was off, he started hitting on and brush him off too. The brunette girl just felt that she valued her Bob more than anything, just like Tyler did with his Tequila. Now she understood him, and he had realized her situation. But no matter how much she missed him, she didn't want to see him. She decided it was better not to see him at all, since she had a furry friend always waiting for her at home. Back home, Pam noticed Bob relaxing on the couch and guessed it was because Tyler had come over on another Friday night. Her mom called, asking if she was out with friends. But she wasn't, especially since it was pouring rain outside, and her mom kept pleading with her not to turn into a boring old lady. Then her mom wondered how Bob's trainer was doing, remembering her daughter had said he was a real hunk. The girl didn't want to talk about him, and her mom worried that someone had hurt her little darling again. Just then, her dad appeared on camera, and her mom started gushing about how much she loved him, because he was so gentle. Pam explained to her mom that their lovey-dovey act wasn't helping. She just needed some time. So her mom asked her to come home for the weekend, saying she and her dad really missed their baby girl. Pam promised to think about it if the heavy rain stopped. After that, they said their sweet goodbyes and hung up. The girl was lucky to have such loving parents and thought that not everyone could have a love like theirs. Meanwhile, she kept telling herself she was fine and that men weren't that important at all. Looking at her pet's cute little face, Pam decided to put on her raincoat and take it for a walk despite the rain. But as they stepped out of the building, the girl realized it wasn't a good idea. But the dog still needed a walk, and she braced herself to go out into the downpour. For some reason, Bob lunged forward, ignoring her admonitions not to rush, but she didn't understand why it was pulling so hard. Then, she spotted a lost dog poster on a utility pole and recognized Tequila in the photo. That night, the last time she saw Tyler, Pam had left, and he had just stared at the closed door for a while. Then Tequila started to whine, and the guy began to comfort it, saying it would always be number one in his life. He just did what he had to do and wasn't going to lose sleep over it now. A little later, when he showed up at the vet clinic, the guy there was shocked by his appearance. Tyler insisted he was actually fine, just hadn't slept well last night. Luca sympathized with him, and Tyler explained he was there to pay last month's bill. The doctor didn't understand why he dragged himself over in this state for something so minor, as he could have paid next time. He also mentioned that Tequila's checkup was next week, but suggested doing it today. The guy agreed, then went to the special room where he examined animals to bring the dog out. While Luca was checking Tequila's ears, Tyler asked how the red-haired girl was doing, knowing they were friends. The doctor said he could very well call her himself and assured him she'd be happy to hear from him. But Tyler knew too much time had passed and felt it would be very awkward to call now. Then the doctor confessed that the girl was getting married and covered Tequila's ears before continuing. Then, almost in a whisper, Lucas suggested that Tyler should really start dating other girls. He suggested going on at least one date, adding that many girls would be crazy about him. But Tyler sadly admitted he had already been on a date, which greatly surprised the doctor. He stared at him curiously, wanting to hear the details, but Tyler explained it could hardly be called a date. Luca finally started grilling him about who the lucky girl was, when and where, and how it all went. He wanted to know every detail. Tyler admitted it was 2 weeks ago, but he wasn't sure if he even liked the girl. He just couldn't take his eyes off her that night, and it really bothered him. But it was all over now anyway. Besides, he saw no reason to get serious with her since he was fine with just Tequila. The doctor diagnosed him in a slightly sarcastic tone. It seemed Mr. Melancholy was back. Now Tyler was thinking why he had to open his big mouth, feeling that Luca was just a nosy vet. Luca explained that Tyler was a complete loner who thought everyone was terrible, so he had no real friends to talk to. But then Luca confessed that this was the first time he had seen him so upset over a girl. He also advised him not to dwell on what had happened, but to try and make amends instead of giving up. Tyler thanked the vet, said he was doing just fine, and went over to pet Tequila. Luca took the opportunity to press his stethoscope against him, diagnosing him with a severe case of lovesickness. But Tyler just got angry, telling him he shouldn't treat his clients like that. Afterward, he went home, realizing on the way that the doctor might have a point. Then he remembered Pam furiously yelling that no man could ruin her and Bob's day. He also remembered saying he didn't want to get involved in that mess again, and now he felt like a complete idiot. These thoughts put him in a low mood, and the dark clouds gathering in the sky made things worse. Soon, a drizzle began, which turned into a downpour, and Tyler noticed Tequila was starting to worry about getting wet. The guy apologized for its paws getting soaked, and as he unclipped its leash, he prepared to pick it up and hide it under his jacket. Just then, a bolt of lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled across the sky, which really scared the little dog. Like any animal, it was terrified by the storm and fled as fast as its little legs could carry it. Tequila didn't even hear Tyler calling it back, pleading for it to come home, knowing it could get into trouble. The next day, in the pouring rain, Pam stood in front of the lamppost, realizing something terrible had happened to her neighbor. Still, she didn't want to see him, and she was sure Tyler felt the same way. Then she went home and ran in her neighbor in the hallway, who was soaking wet and holding a stack of flyers. In a trembling voice, he explained that he and Tequila had gone for a walk yesterday, but a thunderstorm started and the little dog got scared. The guy had been looking for it all night, called all the vet clinics, and now he didn't know what else to do. Suddenly, Pam announced she was leaving Bob with him and told him to stay home in case Tequila came back on its own. Then she learned from him that it happened in the park, took the remaining flyers from his hands, and told him to wait for her there. The girl also told him to keep his phone on him and promised they would definitely find the princess. At this moment, she felt like a hero, but she was doing it more for the animal, and she was ready to go find Tequila. Tyler promised he would wait for her, rain streaming down his face, making it impossible to tell if they were tears. The guy took Bob back to his apartment, and Bob whimpered as if it knew something bad had happened. Then, the dog walked over to Tequila's bed and whimpered again. It definitely understood what was going on. Tyler remembered when his last dog died, and his friend comforted him by saying it wasn't his fault, it was just an animal. The guy started praying the same thing wouldn't happen again, and even started crying again, and Bob came over to offer sympathy in its own way. Meanwhile, Pam was wading through puddles in the downpour, not caring if Tequila hated her. That wasn't the point right now. The girl was just worried about the little dog, knowing it must be terrified. She walked through the park, calling its name with every step, and she couldn't imagine the same thing happening to Bob. They were in this very park 2 weeks ago, and the girl realized the dog must have been scared by the thunder and was looking for a place to hide. It must be a place Tequila was familiar with, and then Pam remembered how much it loved a particular hollow tree trunk. The girl headed straight there, and even from a few steps away, she heard a faint, pathetic whimper. Sure enough, Tequila was there, soaking wet and trembling from cold and fear. and fear. Pam approached it, explaining that its ordeal was over now, and reached out to scoop it into her jacket. She thought it would snap at her again, but surprisingly, the little dog jumped onto her and snuggled in close. Meanwhile, Tyler was still waiting in the apartment with Bob, and he even had a headache from worry. But suddenly the doorbell rang, and hoping it was Pam, as he was starting to worry about her too, he rushed to open the door. It was indeed his neighbor standing there, holding tequila, and she explained that it had been waiting in a safe place. The girl also pointed out that the little dog was in desperate need of a bath and handed it to its owner, who was speechless with joy for a moment. It wasn't until Tequila was back in his arms that he spoke, relieved and overjoyed, saying it was finally home. Then he thanked his neighbor for her help, unable to hold back a tear, whether from joy or from the realization that he had been a jerk. But Pam just explained that he would have done the same for Bob and prepared to go home. She knew these two needed to be alone, but Tyler suddenly asked her to stay and then pulled her into a tight hug. The girl was a bit shocked, but she didn't push him away as he begged her and Bob to spend the night with them. The guy was holding her so tightly it hurt a little, but she endured it, able to feel him trembling. Tyler kept pleading for her to stay, saying he didn't want to be alone, but it wasn't him talking, it was his fear. Pam had never seen anyone so scared, and she hugged him back, telling him not to worry. A little later, she took a shower at his place, and Tyler gave her some of his clothes so she could change into something dry. The girl didn't even know what she was doing, because just 2 weeks ago, she had told herself she didn't want to see him, and Tyler was back to doting on his little princess, worrying if it was comfortable and no longer scared. Seeing how happy he was now, Pam decided she probably shouldn't stay long, knowing these two needed to rest. The guy kept saying he was fine, but it was obvious he needed some sleep. The neighbor started trying to get him to lie down, but then Tequila jumped from his lap onto Pam's, surprising them both. The girl prayed it was just a hallucination, because if this was really happening, she would go crazy. But Tyler realized his dog was trying to thank her, and Pam found it incredibly cute. About a minute later, Tequila fell asleep on her lap, and the girl was just happy that the little one was okay. But then Tyler rested his head next to her too, explaining that he probably couldn't sleep without his buddy tonight. He asked if he could just stay like this for a while, and the girl agreed, just telling him to take off his glasses. Then Bob ambled over and joined the party too, not wanting to be left alone on its rug. Pam actually liked this scene. It was like a cuddle party. Tyler didn't take off his glasses because he fell asleep instantly, so the girl gently removed them for him. Then she noticed something on his arm, and when she pulled up his sleeve, she realized it was a nicotine patch. It seemed the guy had really quit smoking for Tequila. But upon closer inspection, the girl realized there was more to it. She rolled his sleeve up further, saw more patches, and realized her neighbor was doing everything he could. Now she couldn't shake the thought that it was impossible not to fall in love with a man like Tyler. They fell asleep just like that, and when Pam opened her eyes again, she was alone on the couch while her neighbor was mixing drinks. The girl also noticed she was covered with a blanket and was immediately offered a steaming cup of tea. The guy admitted he had just woken up himself, but had already walked Bob and revealed it was Pam's snoring that woke him up. The girl tried to complain that she doesn't snore and told him not to look at her now because she had no makeup on and hadn't brushed her teeth. She wrapped herself from head to toe in the blanket and started yelling for Tyler not to come near her, declaring herself a monster. The guy found her behavior ridiculous, but she didn't see anything wrong with just wanting to look cute. Just then, Tyler chimed in that she was already very cute, even without makeup and high heels. He actually thought it was great. The girl started to feel embarrassed because he was suddenly being so nice, and she really wanted to see the look on his face. Just then, still, she had started this whole show and decided to stick with it. Then she heard him apologizing. He was talking about the dinner date, explaining that the atmosphere was so tense because they both wanted it to be. He also admitted he had been too hard on Pam, even though she had done nothing wrong, and now she had even gone out to find Tequila. Tyler wanted to make it up to her, but didn't know how. The girl suggested he mix her one of his cocktails. She specified that it had to be non-alcoholic, as she didn't want a repeat of last time. Tyler agreed, and then confessed that he was going back to work next Friday. He even promised to talk to his boss, so that Pam and Bob could come and enjoy a Friday night. The guy also promised that all expenses would be on him, and asked if she liked the idea. Before she could answer, the neighbor blurted out that he really hoped she would come. A little later, Tyler was playing with the dogs, and suddenly remembered something his ex-girlfriend once said to him. Even back then, she had hoped that one day he would meet someone who could truly make him happy. Immediately after, he thought of Pam and opened their chat, which contained only 2 messages. Meanwhile, Pam was stuck in a company meeting, listening to some guy drone on about future plans, and sat next to her, fully engrossed, when she received a note from her friend, inviting her to hang out next Friday. This cheered her up, and she quickly scribbled a reply, passing the note back like in elementary school. Then Pam passed a note to her colleague, telling her that Tyler had invited her and Bob, and wanted to know if they were dating. Pam whispered in her ear that they weren't, but admitted she had already spent the night at his place. This shocked the blonde girl so much she jumped up, loudly asking what she was doing there. But realizing her boss had caught her yelling, she started explaining that Pam was just cutting costs, and sat back down and asked when they would have their second date. But she just repeated that they weren't in that kind of relationship. Just then, her phone vibrated and she saw a message from Tyler, inviting her to hang out after work today. This made her very happy, and later in the park, she admitted she hadn't expected to see him before Friday. The guy thought she was just busy, but she assured him everything was fine and that she was glad they could meet now. Then they noticed a small enclosure where other dogs were playing. Tyler unclipped Tequila's leash there too, explaining that it was completely fine now, even stronger than before. It sat in the center of the enclosure, with the other dogs arranged around it, making it look like a jungle princess. Then Bob joined them, and when the other dogs saw him, they all started to tremble because he was so huge compared to them. But Bob just wanted to play with them and started to approach while they just huddled tighter in the corner. Bob was actually a little hurt by the misunderstanding, and Tequila could see that her companion was upset. She immediately ran up to the dogs, started growling at them, and even poked the Doberman with her paw. After that, she returned to Bob's side, and the two of them started frolicking in the enclosure like little kids. She was showing them that this dog wasn't scary and posed no threat to them. The dogs understood and became a little braver, starting to approach Bob, who was thrilled to have made new friends. Later, back at home, Pam couldn't stop marveling at how cute their dogs were playing together and how their friendship had grown even stronger. She also thanked her neighbor for inviting her on the walk, and he told her to just let him know if she ever wanted to go again. Then they started to say their goodbyes, but Tyler suddenly grabbed her hand. He asked her to wait a moment. She didn't know what was wrong, and he asked if she needed him to pick her up for the bar on Friday. Pam thanked him, but explained that she would be coming with her friend, and after which they said goodbye again, agreeing to see each other on Friday. Tyler waited for her to close the door behind her, then admitted to Tequila that he couldn't wait for that day either. A little later, the girls went to pick out a dress for Pam, but felt that none of her clothes were good enough. Pam was very worried because her friend looked like an absolute beauty, while she herself would look like a sack of potatoes. The blonde girl told her to wear the red dress, explaining that she wasn't planning on finding herself a husband tonight. Besides, she was sure that Tyler was head over heels for Pam, so he wouldn't mind if she was a little late. And also brought a little gift for Bob, while his owner said that she wasn't really expecting to meet any men. Her friend told her not to be so nervous and to just enjoy the evening and the free invitation. Meanwhile, and also felt that no one needed marriage, and just as she was thinking that, Pam walked out. The blonde girl froze for a moment when she saw her friend, then said she was wrong and immediately asked when the wedding was. But she wasn't the only one stunned by Pam's outfit. Bob also started to whimper sweetly, thumping his tail against the floor. Back at the bar, the owner admitted to Tyler that he hadn't expected so many people for the opening. The place was packed, and the owner knew they were in for a crazy, busy weekend. Tyler kept looking at his watch, appearing restless, and his boss was no fool. He knew his bartender was waiting head over heels for some girl, and he could barely hold back his laughter. The boss, who was also Tyler's uncle, told him that staring at the clock wouldn't make them arrive any faster. The young man asked him what he meant, but the boss just brushed him off, saying he was going to get some bottles. Then Tyler heard a familiar voice and saw his neighbor appear at the entrance with her friend and dog. Bob was super happy to see his sitter, and the young man immediately asked if he could play with him. He also told the girls to find a seat, mentioning that not only were the girls dressed up, but so was the dog. Pam was thrilled to see her pet, so happy, and immediately decided to take a picture of him at the bar. Just then, she introduced her friend and to her neighbor, and immediately asked if Tyler had any single brothers. The young man admitted he was an only child, while Pam noticed a large smudge of lipstick on her friend's teeth. The girl rushed to the restroom, and Pam told him not to mind her, but Tyler actually liked how energetic she was. The neighbor agreed, adding that she had also given Bob a complete makeover, and now he was a real cutie. The young man looked at his neighbor a little shyly and then admitted that red really suited her. She immediately felt her cheeks flush but tried hard not to show it. Tyler immediately handed her a welcome drink, thanking her for agreeing to come. The girl, in turn, thanked him for the invitation and confessed that she really liked the place. And when she reached for the glass that Tyler was still holding, their fingers accidentally touched, and then they locked eyes. But they were interrupted by the owner, who recognized the famous Pam. Tyler was even annoyed that the old man dared to interrupt, but the man just introduced himself to the guest as Bernard. The young man had to go attend to other tables, but before leaving, he told his neighbor not to listen to his uncle's nonsense. Then Pam thanked the owner for the invitation, as she knew dogs weren't allowed, and she was very happy that an exception was made for Bob. Bernard admitted that he was very excited when his nephew invited a friend over, confessing that he was worried about the boy, because all he knew was spending time with Tequila, and he was always too serious for his own good. The owner explained that socializing wasn't Tyler's strong suit, so he poured all his energy into his dog. The uncle was also worried that no one would see the real him, but Pam suddenly declared that he was one of the best people she had ever met. The girl explained that he took great care of Bob, though she admitted he could be serious and a bit reserved at times. However, if she ignored those moments, she could see that her neighbor was just trying to be a good person and that he had made her life brighter. Pam thought Bernard should be proud of his nephew, and he, in turn, offered to let her bring her dog over any time. Just then, and returned and immediately started gushing to her friend about how much she loved the restroom. Pam immediately introduced her to Tyler's uncle, Bernard, but the blonde girl suddenly froze when she saw him. She quickly fixed her hair and asked her friend to switch seats so she wouldn't disturb the adult conversation, and immediately started flirting, admitting she was completely single, and the owner found her amusing. He then handed her a mimosa, and she flirtatiously declared that she would accept anything he gave her. Meanwhile, Tyler walked up to Pam, not understanding what was happening, but his neighbor explained that it was better if he didn't know. Then the young man handed her the menu, telling her to order whatever she wanted, as he would pay for it later. Pam saw that there were a lot of options, and her neighbor started recommending some of the better, less strong drinks. While explaining, the young man leaned closer to her, which made the girl blush a little, but she saw that he was perfectly calm. Tyler then pointed to another drink, said it had a bit of a kick, and suggested she try that one first. Pam still didn't understand why he wasn't nervous at all, thinking he was like this with everyone at work. But then she remembered what his uncle had said, and guessed that the man just needed a friend. As he spoke, she could feel his breath by her ear, and her heart started to beat faster. She knew this wasn't good, because if she felt this way around him, she couldn't just be his friend. To distract herself, Pam asked him for a pina colada, and he asked what and wanted. She ordered the same for her friend, and the uncle suggested his nephew get some coconuts for the ladies. The young man went to the back to get them, and Pam watched him walk away, thinking again about their friendship. She certainly hoped her neighbor saw her as more than just a friend, but for some reason, she was also afraid of that. Tyler only seemed calm at the moment. He was actually barely holding it together and could only show his true emotions in the back. He stared at the box of coconuts and started telling himself to calm down because he was being too obvious. Meanwhile, Pam felt like a complete fool, realizing that even after they almost kissed, Tyler only saw her as a friend. Then she remembered he had said he didn't want to get involved in that kind of thing again, which had been very clear at the time. Now she understood that she was the one who had messed everything up, not even noticing how hurt and lonely the man was. She understood that Tyler only wanted a friend, but she wanted more, and blurted out that she was getting married. As if she had read her mind, Pam was very surprised, but her friend explained that she wasn't talking about Pam, but about herself, and confessed that her future husband was right here. The blonde girl pointed at Bernard, declaring that he would definitely be the father of her children, and that she was going to have a whole bunch of them. Pam was stunned, because her friend never believed in marriage or anything of the sort, and thought and was sick. But instead, this amazing man had changed her whole damn perspective, and she felt it in her soul. The blonde girl was thrilled with her new feelings. She didn't care at all about showing it off in front of everyone. She suddenly wondered what Bernie's last name was, at which point Tyler walked by and said their last name was Martin. Pam was actually surprised, but more at herself because she hadn't known her neighbor's last name until now. And just shouted happily that from now on she was to be called Mrs. Martin, which her friend found a bit outrageous. The blonde girl admitted this was new for her, and she was sure she had learned it from Pam. Pam just said it was love at first sight, and suddenly claimed again that she was just distracted. But when Bernie picked up a glass to put the soda in the fridge, she immediately blushed with excitement. He also asked the girls how their evening was going and told them not to hesitate if they needed anything, and immediately told them her ring size and then spelled out her phone number digit by digit. The blonde girl confessed that she wanted to stick with him until they were old and gray, which took Tyler by surprise. He thought she was always like this, but Pam explained that this was a first, and suddenly pounced on him. She started begging him to promise that when he and Pam got married, he would have to take her last name, not the other way around. The blonde girl puffed out her chest and declared that there could only be one Mrs. Martin, and that was her. Tyler thought the girl had had enough to drink, but she just kept shouting, calling him little guy. Just then, a couple of men walked over and told the bartender to let the young lady drink all night if she wanted to. The two guys clearly had their eyes on the two girls and suggested they have some fun together. One of them was Pam's ex-boyfriend, and she immediately turned him down, explaining that it was a girls' night. He started begging her to stop playing hard to get and loosen up, promising to cover all the expenses while touching her shoulder. Tyler felt a new feeling awaken inside him. He immediately pushed the jerk's hand away, telling him that the girl wanted nothing to do with him. Sparks almost flew between them, and the bartender demanded that the guy not even think about touching Pam. The guy thought Tyler was her new boyfriend, but Tyler explained that they were good friends and he wouldn't let anyone bully her. Then he told the punk to get lost again, and in that moment, Pam realized that to him, she was just a friend. The ex-boyfriend told the bartender to calm down, saying he saw the girl first and then try to act tough. He even grabbed Tyler's tie, trying to show who was boss, but suddenly Pam shouted for them to stop. Her neighbor just told the guy to look around and not act like an ass. He didn't understand what was happening, but then he saw Bob standing right in front of him, clearly not happy about anyone bullying his mom. Tyler also chimed in, saying he was the much trainer, and told the bully to run. The loser's buddy started dragging him towards the exit, while he was still shouting that it was just a dog, and he wasn't scared at all. But just then, Bernard appeared, rolling up his sleeves with a knowing look, thinking the party was about to start. The two thugs realized they'd better not push their luck, and then they disappeared, and immediately ran to hug her savior, while he humbly explained that he was just fixing his sleeves. Pam thanked Tyler and asked if he was okay, and he assured her he was fine and used to it, but interrupted him, eager to know why he called Pam a friend. Pam started begging her friend to just say thank you, but the blonde girl insisted she could have handled it herself. Tyler explained that he called her a friend because, to him, she was more than just a neighbor, though he would have helped anyway, and retorted that her teddy bear had done far more than what was necessary. A little later, they started to say their goodbyes, and Pam thanked him again for the invitation, saying they had a great time. Tyler offered to call a cab for her and, but his neighbor confessed that she was sleeping over at her place tonight. The young man agreed, just asking them to text him when they got home, and then the girls left. Despite and not wanting to leave Bernie, Pam realized that her neighbor had wanted to build a friendship with her all along, while she, like a fool, had fallen in love with him and wanted more. The young man seemed genuinely happy that someone had visited him at his workplace, but for some reason, that only made her feel worse. Back at home, she settled her friend into bed, who kept muttering Bernard's name as if in a dream. But all Pam could think about was Tyler, whom she genuinely liked, and decided she would always be there for him. In the morning, she felt something licking her face and thought it was Bob's good morning kiss. But when she opened her eyes, she saw Tequila's nose and realized she had overslept and that Tyler was visiting Bob. She suddenly noticed she was wearing different clothes, and then it hit her that this wasn't even her room. Panic set in, and she started imagining what might have happened, but she couldn't remember anything, which made her angry. Just then, Tyler walked in, and after saying hello, hinted that they had had a very wild night. Pam froze in horror, unable to say a word, as terrible thoughts flooded her mind again. She remembered putting into bed, and then nothing, and her head was pounding. The young man noted that she got drunk very quickly, and she asked him to tell her what happened last night. Tyler recalled that after they left the bar, he went home from work. As soon as he walked into his apartment, Pam was already waiting for him on the sofa, drunkenly calling him over. After that, she crawled towards him on all fours, ready to confess something, and he was just surprised at how drunk she was. Pam just started shouting at him that it didn't matter because they were buddies and their friendship would last forever. But when the young man decided to get her some cold water, She clung to him and started explaining how much she wanted him. Tyler tried to get her to drink some soda, knowing she would feel terrible in the morning. Despite his persuasion, the girl resisted with all her might and grabbed a carton of juice to drink. In the struggle, the carton opened and the cold drink poured right over her head. The young man started apologizing, saying it was an accident, and tried to convince her to go home, to change clothes and sleep. But seeing her distressed face over her soaked dress, he decided to wash the dress himself and let her take a shower in the meantime. But Pam's expression suddenly changed, and she started flirting, inviting him to join her, but Tyler refused. She said she felt dizzy and might slip, not understanding why her buddy wouldn't take care of her. So the young man agreed to stay near the shower while she bathed and wondered to Tequila how things had gotten to this point. Pam heard the muttering and thought he was talking to her, but he just reminded her that she needed to go home after a shower. The girl didn't understand why he was so against a friendly sleepover, but he just repeated that she should leave. The young man wondered why she was so insistent on friendly things, while she was shocked that he didn't want to be her friend. He did, but explained that Pam was acting strangely, and then he got the hairdryer ready to dry her hair. He also prepared a chair for her, but the girl was still wobbly and barely managed to sit down. Turning around, the young man saw she was only wearing a t-shirt and started questioning where the pants he gave her had gone. Pam said the pants were too big and the t-shirt was long enough anyway, and Tyler knew it was useless to argue with her now. As he was drying her hair, Tequila jumped into her arms, and Pam started cooing about what a queen she was. After it was dry, the neighbor even liked the result, and Tyler asked if Bob was with, and Pam admitted that those two had fallen asleep as soon as they got back, and the neighbor suggested she could spend the night at his place if she wanted. He also made it clear that it was just for tonight, and he himself would sleep on the couch, and the girl started to thank him. She immediately jumped on his back like a child riding a horse and started shouting that they were going to bed. The young man told her to get down and even started asking Tequila for help, but just peeked at them from behind the door, seemingly snickering. Then Pam calmed down a bit as the room started spinning around her again, and Tyler realized he had to carry her to bed. On the way, the girl mumbled that she was sleepy, and at the same time, she noticed that her neighbor now smelled only of vanilla. She even started sniffing him more intensely, which embarrassed Tyler, and he told her to stop. But to her, he smelled like a cookie, and she even wanted to lick him. But she didn't understand why her friend didn't want to play with her. She noticed his ears turned red, and he explained it was because she was stressing him out. Pam suddenly wanted to help him somehow, so she gave him a peck on the ear, which made him jump and almost drop her. Next, because of Pam, he tripped on the threshold and fell flat on his back. But then he had had enough of her antics, threw her onto the bed, and shouted that she was a total drunk. Pam started shouting that you can't treat a princess like that, but Tyler retorted that she was actually a cunning devil. Just then, he saw Tequila heading toward the bed with Pam and started to reach for her, but the girl said the queen wanted cuddles, and he was out. The young man calmed down a bit, apologized, and explained that he was just not good with people and sometimes overreacted. Then, he decided to just take Tequila to the couch, but his neighbor suddenly clung to him, thinking he wanted to hug her. Tyler started begging her to stop, explaining that he was really struggling right now, but she didn't understand why he looked so sad. This made her think about how hard it must be for him, and she wondered if he would trust her when he felt lonely. The young man admitted that he already trusted her, and Pam confessed that she tried to be his friend, but just couldn't. Then she started crying because she was afraid of losing him, and Tyler promised he wasn't going anywhere. But first, he told her to get some sleep, which she immediately agreed to, and started snoring like a chainsaw. This made Tyler happy, and after wishing his neighbor good night, he gave her a friendly peck on the forehead. That's all that happened last night, but the young man only said that she went to bed and fell asleep after a shower. The girl was still super embarrassed and was somehow sure she had acted like a complete fool. Then she started begging him to forget everything she said and to forgive her for breaking into his apartment. Tyler told her not to apologize, then handed her the dress, explaining that he had washed it and she could change into it. He also admitted he had made toast for breakfast because he didn't know how many fried eggs she liked. But Pam said he had already done too much for her and rushed home, realizing Bob was probably waiting for her. She decided to change first, while Tyler was left alone with Tequila, replaying everything that happened last night in his head. Soon, Pam came out of the bedroom again in her own dress, said goodbye again, and rushed to check on Bob. Finally, she explained that she had left $20 on the table and apologized to her neighbor again. The young man started to beg her to wait, wanting to talk to her, but she had already closed the door behind her. Left alone in the apartment, the young man even felt frustrated, not understanding what was wrong with him now. He didn't understand why it was so hard for him to open up, and he knew that no one in their right mind would have just let her go. Meanwhile, Pam had already rushed back to her own place and started apologizing to and from the doorway, but saw that only her baby was there. The dog just wagged his tail, happy to see his owner again, and she decided to look for her friend in the restroom. But she wasn't there either. Pam didn't understand where she had gone, as they had agreed to spend the day together. She decided to call her friend and saw that there were many voice messages, which made her anxious. When Pam opened the first message, she heard that her friend Bernie had invited her other friend out for breakfast after work. Then she told her not to try to call her because she would be super busy. Anna knew exactly where Pam had run off to and expected a full, detailed report by Monday. The blonde girl had left her these messages at 6 in the morning, and the girl was surprised that Bob had been alone for 6 hours without destroying anything. She immediately started praising her good boy, saying he had become so calm even when left alone. Hugging her dog, the girl realized that Tyler had done a great job and thought he would be happy about this too. But suddenly Ann called her, and Pam was absolutely furious, shouting about how she dared to leave Bob alone, and just told her not to shout and explained that Bernie had picked a great spot for lunch and they were inviting her, Tyler, and the dogs. Pam started to explain that she had had a terrible morning and wasn't sure if she should see him now, and confessed that Bernie had already called him personally, and he had promised to come, but only if his neighbor came too. Soon, the girl got ready just like Tyler, and they met at the building entrance. Pam was still worried that she didn't remember anything from last night, but she saw that her neighbor was completely calm. She also noticed he was wearing cologne, and he explained it was a special occasion because they were going to a restaurant. When they arrived, they saw Bernie and being all lovey-dovey, which Tyler found a bit strange. His uncle immediately started teasing, asking if the little lovebirds had fun yesterday, and chimed in that they were on a real double date and told her friend not to look so confused. Pam started to explain that she was wrong, that she and Tyler were just friends, and that he had taken care of her all night because she had had too much to drink. Then she giggled at her neighbor and asked if he still wanted to be her friend after that, but he told her not to worry. He was embarrassed by this, not having forgotten what happened, and realized that his neighbor really didn't remember anything. Pam decided to change the subject and asked her friend how things were going, and she confessed that she and Bernie were officially a couple. The girl could hardly recognize her friend, but then realized she had simply understood that he was her man, just like Bernard. After that, they started hugging and using baby talk again, while the other two just watched them in complete confusion. Taylor was especially surprised that the old man wasn't embarrassed at all in front of him, but felt it was useless to interrupt them. The neighbor admitted she hadn't expected this either, but looking at them, they seemed genuinely happy. The girl was glad that at least someone had found the love of their life, while Taylor gave his friend a slightly resentful look. Then he told her to calm down, as they had just met, and suddenly they started giving him dating advice. Pam confirmed that if people like each other, it's worth fighting for love, while Tyler just became flustered. Then, and finally decided to look at the menu, and her friend suddenly suggested ordering something to share. The two old lovebirds loved the idea of sharing a dish and immediately started billing and cooing again. But Pam and Tyler felt even more awkward now, and the young man even turned away to hide his embarrassment. The girl noticed he was uncomfortable, and then he suddenly grabbed her hand under the table, but she couldn't figure out what it meant. She didn't understand why he was holding her hand, but not looking her in the eye. But then she saw him trembling all over, and he covered his mouth with his fist. The girl guessed he was just feeling uncomfortable. The others noticed he had suddenly turned pale, and Pam explained that he hadn't slept well the night before, but hoped he had at least eaten breakfast. Bernard was worried about his nephew and started urging him to have a big meal to warm his stomach. Tyler insisted he was fine, just a little dizzy, and excused himself to the restroom. Pam saw how much pain he was in and blamed herself because he was already tired and she had just made things worse. The girl realized he couldn't even tell her, and she didn't understand until he held her hand. And found this strange and asked Barney if his nephew had ever tried to pick up girls at the bar before. She thought the guy had no idea what he was doing and predicted that today would be a riot. Meanwhile, Tyler was in the restroom, blaming himself for being a complete fool and wondering why he couldn't just be normal. He started shouting at himself that he just needed to do it, but all he could see was how pathetic he was. The man wanted to be better, he was tired of living in regret, and he just needed to try a little harder. Back at the table, a bunch of delicious-looking dishes had been served, and the girls, as expected, started taking a flurry of pictures of everything, just as Tyler returned. He felt another wave of dizziness, though he thought eating something might help, and started teasing him, asking if he was really okay, saying that she and Bernie were more worried about Pam. She also explained that the guy was just a slow reactor, and he demanded she explain what that meant. But then, their attention was drawn to Tequila in Pam's arms, and her friend noticed the little dog had changed her preferences. Tyler, a little hurt, confirmed that she had slept with Pam all night and wouldn't even come over to his side. The girl just giggled, hugged Tequila, and declared they were now best friends forever. For some reason, this amused Tyler, and he finally suggested they start eating. Pam kept catching him looking at her, but she told herself she only wanted to be friends. Her thoughts were interrupted again by the older couple, who couldn't sit still for a moment and were being all lovey-dovey with each other. Tyler told them to get a room, and Pam agreed, saying it was a public place, but they didn't care and decided to tease their nephew instead, saying he was just jealous or against love. The guy explained that no matter how much they liked each other, there was no need to make it everyone's business, and started explaining that their behavior was completely normal, calling it romantic, and then told him to try it himself sometime. The blonde girl wanted to know if her friend felt the same way, but she was distracted by how delicious the chicken was. Her friend didn't press Pam, letting her eat as much as she wanted, and that's when she noticed and was wearing her dress. The blonde explained that after their sleepover, she now felt the dress was hers, and her friend was just happy, saying it looked good on her. Then Pam started reaching for the chicken, wanting another bite, but suddenly Tyler held out his own piece on his fork for her. Seeing her surprised expression, the guy thought she didn't want it, but she smiled and agreed to try it. He wasn't eating much himself, and Pam, worried about her companion, offered to order some soup for him, while Ellen and Bernie watched them, grinning from ear to ear. A little later, they finished lunch and were about to leave, with the uncle admitting he needed a nap before work. Those two seemed to be moving fast, but Pam had never seen her friend so happy. She then admitted to Tyler that she still couldn't believe and was actually dating someone, but his uncle seemed really considerate towards her. The guy had never seen the old man like that either. It seemed they both had their faith in romance restored. Pam was glad it had been a great day, but then she realized it wasn't so for her friend and hoped he would feel better. Tyler told her not to worry so much, but she couldn't help caring about her friend, which surprised her when he told her not to say that. The guy then asked her what being friends meant to her, because he felt something had changed between them, and now he was practically asking Pam to tell him what she thought their relationship was. The girl was a bit taken aback, not understanding what he meant by something changing between them, but Tyler definitely felt it, and then the girl admitted she felt it too. She realized it was time for a serious talk and told her neighbor to listen carefully. Tyler braced himself, but she suddenly rushed over to Bob, confessing that he had been home alone for about 6 hours today. The girl explained that and had just left him to go on a date with Bernard, but the dog hadn't destroyed anything, which really surprised Tyler. He couldn't believe Bob had been alone for 6 hours and started praising him too. The guy was proud that his trainee had finally done it, and in his excitement, he even called him Pam's and his kid. The girl confirmed her neighbor was right, and now everything was really going to change because Bob no longer needed a trainer. So Tyler was free to go. He didn't have to come over to look after the dog anymore, which meant he had the whole morning to himself, and Pam thought that was great. But the guy suddenly protested, not understanding why his neighbor would think that, and started shouting that it was just awful. Tyler declared he would keep coming to see Bob because he still had a lot to teach. The four-legged guy. Then he started shouting that even if he was no longer Bob's trainer, he wanted to know what that made him and Pam. The girl's reply was a bit hesitant. She just thought he had no reason to come over anymore. But the guy took her hand, explaining that he wanted to come over because he saw her as more than just Bob's owner. He was also sure that Pam didn't just see him as a dog trainer, but they weren't just neighbors either, and he was curious about what they were to each other. The girl paused for a moment, then smiled and explained that they were very good friends. She also apologized for doubting their relationship, because they were the best of buddies, and Bob was very happy about them getting together. Pam told him he could call her anytime he wanted to get out and get some air, but he didn't understand that was all she wanted. He remembered what she said last night about wanting to be friends, but not being able to, so this was it. Now to Tyler. They both seemed like a pair of liars, but she didn't quite understand what he meant, so he clarified that they were just on the same page. Then he agreed to be friends, and she could even come crash at his place, but he only asked that she not show up uninvited like last time. Like last time, Pam blushed again, but she had already apologized for that. Tyler also explained he really needed to get some sleep before work, and they went their separate ways. Pam knew she wanted to be more than just friends. She wanted to be honest about her feelings for him. She just didn't want to repeat the same misunderstanding, so she decided it was best to keep things as they were. Suddenly, they heard a familiar voice announcing that someone had won a small prize, and Pam realized it was that same raffle. She was surprised it was still going on, but Tyler was more concerned about whether there was any of that great red wine left. They approached, and the host immediately recognized the couple who had won the red wine last time. The guy immediately asked if he could try to win it again, and the hostess explained they were out of that prize, but she added that they still had a chance to win the grand prize, a trip to the Caribbean. She was sure they would love a romantic trip, but Pam started to object, while her friend asked for a raffle ticket for them. The girl was a bit flustered, not understanding why Tyler would suddenly decide to do this after just telling her they should only be friends. He started spinning the raffle drum and explained to the woman beside him that even friends could enjoy a romantic vacation. Then he implied she just didn't want to go, and if that was the case, he wouldn't spin the drum. Then he implied his friend was just scared of something, but she scoffed, telling him to play however he wanted. At the same time, she didn't believe he could actually win, as she didn't know anyone that lucky. The drum spun, and when it stopped, a golden ball rolled towards them. The host screamed with joy, saying these two were going on a trip to the Caribbean, while they both stood stunned, completely caught off guard. On the way back, Pam kept asking him how he did it, but he hadn't expected to win either. But now he was holding a whole grand prize trip, and the girl wanted to know what he planned to do with it. Tyler pointed out the prize was for both of them, but he himself wasn't sure why he did it without asking Pam first. I mean, it was a whole week's trip, they both had jobs, and what about Tequila and Bob? She agreed that going might not be a good idea, but Tyler said he never said he didn't want to go. Pam also explained that if they were to go, they needed to be sure they could handle being alone together for a whole week. Later at work, Pam called him back, and he admitted he hadn't slept yet, but he was wide awake the moment he saw his uncle being all lovey-dovey with and again. Right there at work, she confessed she came because she wanted to see the love of her life, and she really liked the cocktails there. The guy reminded her they weren't open yet, and Bernard, to cheer him up, handed him a cup of coffee. He had just taken a sip when, and asked if he and Pam were planning to go on that trip. It turned out Bernie knew nothing about it, and explained that her friend had told her about winning, but for some reason, his nephew was acting weird. The uncle laughed when he heard this and told Tyler not to worry about work, and his sweetheart also promised they would take care of the dogs. But the guy still told them not to get their hopes up, because the problem wasn't just that he and Pam weren't a couple. But Bernard didn't understand why his nephew thought that, because it was obvious the girl was into him. Then Tyler confessed that she only saw them as friends, and expressed her doubts, as she knew her friend well. This made her wonder if he had even asked her if she wanted something more than friendship. But he felt he didn't have to, because he was the man, and besides, it wasn't the 50s. Pam could ask him herself. Then, and said he was acting like a child, and asserted that Pam wouldn't dare be the first to suggest moving beyond friendship. Besides, he had rejected her the first time she tried to kiss him, and now he expected her to make the first move again. I mean, she herself was hooking up with guys all over the place, and was in no position to give relationship advice. The guy thought it was pure nonsense, and was perfectly happy with her current situation. Anyway, Tyler was about to storm off, but Bernard called him back and begged him not to be angry, saying it was her fault. Bernie didn't understand why she was pushing him so hard, and she just said that now he would be putty in her hands. Tyler went to the back room and took some time to gather his thoughts, wondering if he should talk to Pam right now. Meanwhile, the girl went to her parents' house, and they showered her with compliments and hugs the moment they saw her. As soon as she entered, They were also happy to see Bob, and the daughter explained she had to come back early in the morning anyway. Then she asked where Mickey was, and he was in the backyard fixing his sneakers. He was gluing cleats to the soles, and when he was done, he thought his work was perfect. Then he heard footsteps, and as he turned, his sister jumped on him for a hug. She immediately started asking how he was doing and if he had a girlfriend yet. Like all little brothers, he wasn't thrilled with his sister's behavior, and soon her makeup started to annoy him too. Even their parents could hear them bickering in their own unique way, and their mom realized she really missed that sound. A little later, the girl showed them a picture of her friend Tyler, and they all agreed he was indeed very handsome. Pam also admitted he only wanted to be friends, and her mom told her not to lose heart. Then the girl confessed that something strange had happened between them, and they had even won a trip to the Caribbean. Pam, of course, really wanted to go, but she was afraid she would annoy him halfway through the trip by talking too much. But her parents insisted they had to go, especially since it was a great opportunity to see if they were compatible. But Pam wasn't sure if Tyler felt the same way, and she wanted to know how he felt about her right away. Just then, her phone rang, and her mom, knowing it was him, shooed her daughter back to her room and told her to make sure she made him her son-in-law. It was indeed Tyler, who had finally gathered the courage to call from the back room, saying he was actually very excited about winning the trip. He also thought they should both go, if only to spend a few wonderful days together. Pam agreed, but only on the condition that she buy him swim trunks, as she was sure the ones he had now were totally lame. Tyler didn't care. He just wanted to know if she was willing to go, and she said she'd love to. A little later, while the guy was catching up on sleep after work, his phone suddenly woke him up, still half asleep. He reached for his phone and saw a message from Pam, saying she had everything ready for the trip. She also suggested they meet before his work to get the booking sorted out, and he messaged back that he would wait for her at home. He also wrote that he was going to take Tequila for a walk, and she sent him a barb sticker in reply. Later, they met up and started picking a hotel, and they also had to choose 2 activities. Pam still couldn't believe how lucky Tyler was, while he was excited that they would be leaving in just 3 weeks. She was also happy that Ann would be staying with Bernard, and they would take care of Bob and Tequila together. But the guy seemed a bit awkward, and his neighbor thought he didn't like the idea, but he was just remembering his encounter with Ann. He reminded Pam that the girl had left Bob alone and was always clinging to his uncle. He wasn't sure if she could be trusted, but Pam swore that and was the most reliable person she knew. She knew and could seem tough and a bit intimidating to her friend, but he had to trust her on this. Pam explained that beneath that tough exterior was a heart of gold, and she remembered their first day at work. Back then, she thought the same as Tyler, because Ann came off a bit strong at first, but she was excellent at her job. But then she became super sweet, telling Pam to come to her if she needed any help. Pam was amazed by her super cool nails and could feel her powerful aura. That's how they met, and Pam realized then that not everyone appreciated the kind of strong personality she admired. Many people even gossiped about Ann's appearance, thinking she got her job through certain means. People also judged her for her frequent dating, calling her a total bimbo. Pam hated hearing the office gossip, but as the new person, she didn't want to cause trouble. Went and dyed her hair blonde. The men started treating her like some kind of, the blonde girl was furious about all the judgment and kept saying she would make them all pay. Now Pam regretted not doing anything to help him back then, especially when the boss gave her extra work. Her ex-boyfriend also started complaining, blaming her for working late while he was stuck at home with that mutt. She tried to explain to the jerk that the dog needed to be walked, but he just yelled that he was tired and refused to go. Then during another phone argument, and came over, snatched the phone from Pam's hand, and was about to teach that scumbag a lesson. She pretended to be Pam's boss, saying Pam had to work overtime tonight, and was swamped, and also added, "Go walk that damn dog, or I'll get your roommate fired." Pam immediately started trembling, apologizing for taking a call during work hours. She begged Ann not to fire her, and explained she wasn't actually her boss and couldn't do that. But she was curious why Pam was dating such a loser when she was already working overtime and hadn't even had lunch, and knew the girl needed to relax at home too, and then reminded her they were study buddies, which was why she cared. Then she handed Pam a bag of snacks, telling her to eat them and not get distracted. The blonde girl admitted she suspected Pam was working overtime, so she had packed some food for her. Seeing such kindness and the delicious food, Pam couldn't help but cry, which made and even more worried. Pam couldn't believe this girl was already dealing with so much at work and was still taking care of her. But she swore everything would be fine and then suggested they tackle these annoying documents together. She also boasted that she was lucky not to have a handsome guy waiting at home, so she could totally keep Pam company, and confessed she had already finished her own work, had nothing to do, and that this stuff wasn't much anyway. Step by step, they grew closer, and Pam began to realize that everything Ann did was to protect herself and the people she cared about. Even in the toughest times, she said she would always be there, no matter what. Once, when Pam broke up with her boyfriend and called her only friend in tears and was completely supportive and promised that she and Bob would be okay. And that night, she told her friend to make the bed for her because she was coming over with ice cream. Pam knew she was really there for her, which made her cry even more, but she still thanked her friend. Most importantly, and was actually on a date at the time, and ditched him for her heartbroken friend. Her date was furious, but she explained that she would never let a girl cry over some guy. Pam was so happy to see her friend later, though she felt guilty that she had to ditch her date. Now Pam told Tyler not to doubt, and because that day she had even bought her favorite ice cream. The girl would bet that and was the best friend in the world, someone you could always count on. Pam also knew Tyler was worried about his uncle, but she was sure her friend would make him happy. She also had no doubt that Bernard would bring and happiness as well. Then the girl realized she was talking too much and started to apologize. The guy told her not to apologize, explaining that he was grateful and admitted he just didn't understand before. Pam was happy and hoped he and could become good friends too, after which they went back to looking at the tickets. The girl looked at the calendar and was a bit surprised because they wouldn't be home until May 18th. Tyler didn't understand why she was so surprised, and she confessed that day was her birthday. She didn't want to celebrate her birthday on a plane, and then her neighbor suggested changing the tickets as an option, but Pam immediately shot it down, admitting she didn't want to celebrate her 30th birthday anyway. Tyler suggested they celebrate with and his uncle and their little ones after they got back. Pam loved the idea and started hugging Bob, but then remembered she hadn't packed his things yet. Tyler realized he needed to pack Tequila's things too, and as he opened the suitcase, he explained to the dog that it was only for a week. The guy also thought the old man probably wouldn't let him in if he showed up with all this stuff, but picking just a few things was impossible. It turned out to be a staggering amount of stuff, grooming supplies, dresses, all sorts of bows and accessories, and Tyler hadn't even started on her toys. The guy even held his head in his hands because it looked like a nightmare. But his biggest worry was that Tequila would be staying with the old man and a girl she didn't know at all. The guy started pleading with her not to even think about playing the mean girl game and to get along with, and he explained that and was very important to his uncle, just like Pam was, so she should be extra nice to this lady. So he dialed Bernard's number, and the old guy thought his little nephew just missed him on his day off. But the kid explained he really needed Ann's phone number, and his uncle joked that he was trying to steal his girl. Tyler didn't get the joke, though, and seriously explained he just wanted to apologize to her. He knew he had acted like a total jerk that day, and then Bernie admitted she was actually right there with him. His uncle handed the phone to Ann, who immediately asked what was up with her little nephew, which is what she called him. He now realized she was trying to help him that day, but he had acted like a child, and he apologized for it, and told him not to worry about it, that she had pushed him too hard herself, and apologized for her behavior. She also admitted she could be too doting on Pam sometimes, and the past few months have been really tough for her. And also confessed to Tyler that she liked him and hoped he would make her friend happy. She didn't want Pam to wait forever, reminding him that she was very lovely and deserved the best. If Tyler didn't act on his feelings, someone else might step up and be bolder than him. The guy admitted he already knew that, and pleaded with him not to miss this trip no matter what. He agreed, and then asked her for a favor, telling her exactly what he needed her to do. The days flew by, and Pam and Tyler were so busy packing they didn't even realize the departure day had arrived. At the airport, they said a long goodbye to their pets, even longer than their goodbyes to their friends. Tyler told, and to take care of Tequila, as if her life depended on it. He handed the snooty-looking little dog to her, and then promised to dress her up nicely with bows and dresses. Pam also told Bob to listen to Bernard, not to destroy anything, and to let the couple get some sleep. After that, they said their goodbyes again, and the travelers watched the departing people and animals for a little longer. The guy knew it was time for them to go, and the girl was a crying mess, realizing this separation would be tough. But her mood did a complete 180. They were going to the Caribbean, while Tyler was still sad about the farewell. Once on the plane, Pam let him have the aisle seat, thinking it would be more comfortable for him to stretch his legs. They had plenty of time ahead of them, so she suggested watching a movie or something. The guy agreed, but about 10 minutes later, Pam was already snoring and even started leaning on the man next to her. That person was a bit annoyed, and Tyler apologized profusely, pulling her over to his side, trying not to wake her. He actually found it a bit funny that their long-awaited trip was starting like this. A little while later, they finally arrived at the hotel, and the girl at the front desk asked for the name on the reservation. She also told them the room wouldn't be ready for a few more hours, but they could leave their luggage and go to the beach. The receptionist noticed Tyler looked a bit worn out, and he admitted he hadn't slept on the plane. But his girl looked super excited, and the front desk clerk hoped some of her energy would rub off on him. The guy confessed that this girl was always sharing her energy, and it was exactly what he needed. Then they headed towards the beach, and Pam realized it was truly paradise on earth. Tyler also mentioned the place was perfect for a walk, and he was dying for some street food. He also hoped for some great cocktails, especially those made with local fruits. But what he really wanted to do was go to the beach, and Pam guessed he just loved swimming. But the truth was his mom had always forbidden him from going to the beach, so he felt he would have a great time this time. His mom didn't let him go because she was worried about him getting sunburned, and the girl admitted her mom was the same. But in her family, her mom would use a ton of sunscreen, so Pam would look like a little ghost. Tyler said that must have been super cute, and then immediately suggested getting something to eat, saying he was starving. Then he walked toward the food stall, and Pam realized from his sudden change of topic that he was reluctant to talk about his mom. She also realized she knew almost nothing about his life, but if he didn't want to talk, she would wait until he was ready. Tyler called out to her that they had fresh mango juice, and she agreed, but insisted on paying for it herself. She told him to let the elders take care of him for once, and then ordered 2 fresh mango juices. Then they heard live music playing nearby. Tyler suggested they go check it out. Sure enough, a few musicians were playing, and a crowd had already gathered around them. Pam told the man beside her to try and squeeze to the front, as the view was best there. But suddenly, a large man accidentally elbowed her in the face, and he immediately apologized for his clumsiness. She assured him it was okay, and Tyler pulled her closer, telling her to be careful. Pam knew he was holding her to help, and in that moment, she wished they were more than just friends. She imagined what it would be like if he were her boyfriend, and then she leaned against him. But she immediately regretted it, wondering why she did that, and worried that Tyler would reject her even faster than before. But the guy wasn't angry at all. Instead, he held her even tighter, saying the song that was playing was really good. Pam calmed down a bit, but then got super excited when she saw a real saxophone. But for some reason, the saxophonist himself wasn't there today, even though the concert would sound cooler with him. Pam remembered her friend loved jazz, and asked if he had ever thought about learning to play the sax. He immediately admitted he already knew how, and one of the musicians overheard him and immediately turned to him. Tyler explained it was just a hobby, and everyone on Earth knows how to play an instrument to some extent, right? Then the musician handed him the saxophone and asked him to join them, but he started to get embarrassed because he wasn't ready. As they pulled him by the hand towards the band, Pam told him not to worry because she would film everything. Once he was in position, the musician explained that music is the universal language of the world, and then told the others to start. Tyler figured he had nothing to lose, so he started blowing into the mouthpiece, pressing the keys, and instantly, a sweet melody rang out. From the very first note, Pam was captivated, her jaw nearly dropping. She even forgot she was holding her phone. She realized she didn't know her neighbor at all, and she absolutely loved discovering this new side of him. Pam glanced at Tyler again, realizing this trip was going to be full of surprises. Soon they returned to the hotel, where their room was ready, number 2404. The girl sincerely hoped there was a bathroom in the room, while the boy felt that as long as there was a place to sleep, it would be fine. But they were stunned as soon as they walked in, because the hotel had decorated the room as if it were for a super loving couple. Now Pam understood why it was called a romantic getaway, and Tyler also felt the rose petals on the bed were a bit over the top. The girl also noticed the staff had really gone all out, and then asked if they were going to sleep together. This almost made Tyler choke, and the girl explained it was just like a sleepover between friends. But the guy told her not to worry, because he thought the sofa looked super comfortable. Pam started to argue, telling him not to even think about sleeping there, but he insisted on the sofa. She began to plead with him, saying she'd be more comfortable on the sofa because she was small, and that Tyler hadn't slept on the plane and needed a good rest. She insisted that she wouldn't be at ease until he got some sleep, but the guy just started muttering at her. He turned to say something, but their faces were very close again, and both fell silent. In the end, the girl decided to let him have the sofa on the condition that it would be her turn the next night. Then she went to change her clothes and told the guy not to follow her. Not that he had any intention of doing so. Pam started suggesting he change into pajamas too, after traveling for so long, and she had even prepared a set for him. The girl came out to show them off, and he saw her in a set of paw print pajamas, perfect for a dog lover. Tyler even stood up from the sofa. He really liked the pajamas, and his friend handed him a similar set. The guy thanked her, saying she didn't have to buy a set for him too, but she just giggled and said it was his reward for winning the trip. Tyler was about to change into them right away, but Pam reminded him that wearing long pants in the Caribbean wasn't a good idea. But the guy didn't listen to her, and then she saw that the size fit perfectly, as if it were tailor-made. The girl was happy. They looked almost identical, while he never thought she would decide to buy couple pajamas. Pam didn't understand what couple meant, and Tyler explained it was a set for couples or family members. The girl froze immediately and started apologizing, saying she just thought he would like it and meant nothing else by it. He started teasing her, saying it was too late to back out now, and asked where his ring was, since they were officially a couple. Pam's face instantly turned red, and the guy just smiled, explaining it was a joke before going to sleep. The next day, they went to the beach, and to keep Tyler from being bothered by his glasses, the girl convinced him to wear contact lenses. At the same time, she wasn't used to seeing him without that accessory, and he confessed that he missed his glasses too. Pam wasted no time, quickly putting on a flotation ring and getting in the water to play. But when she had walked a few steps in and the water was only up to her knees, she turned around and announced it was time to sunbathe. Pam explained that the water was too cold and she didn't want to mess up her hair, so she'd rather just bake in the sun. But Tyler disagreed because they were here to have fun. So he took off his shirt and pulled her by the hand towards the water. By then, she had already taken off the flotation ring and started yelling for him to bring it back, which is when Tyler realized she couldn't swim. The girl started arguing that she was a great swimmer, but when the guy asked her what stroke she used, she said the doggy paddle. Then she jumped into the water, flailing her limbs around like a dog, and admitted her dad had taught her. Pam explained it so seriously that the guy couldn't help but burst out laughing, pointing out that her arms looked like a T-Rex. He also really liked her facial expression, while Pam just said his laugh was very loud and very genuine. She silently begged him to stop because she would only fall for him even more, but he didn't. He finally calmed down and then offered to teach her how to swim without splashing anyone. He held out his hands to her, just in case, and she asked if he was asking for the dog leash again. Tyler explained he was just asking her to hold his hands, and then explained how to kick her legs, as if pushing something. The girl started to get the hang of it, and she even asked a bit impatiently why he would ever think she couldn't swim. But then she noticed another tattoo on his torso, and was surprised she'd never thought he had so many. The guy explained it wasn't that many, just 4, but the girl had only seen 3. Tyler explained one was on the back of his neck, and he lifted a bit of his hair for Pam to see an infinity symbol drawn like a corkscrew. The guy explained it was to commemorate his job, but the girl laughed and said in that case, she'd have to get a lunchbox tattooed on herself. She was about to admit she was having a great time when she suddenly screamed from sharp pain in her leg. She started yelling that her leg was cramping and she might drown, and immediately started screaming Tyler's name, asking for help. He was terrified for her and immediately lifted her out of the water, asking if she had swallowed a lot of water. She told him she was fine, but then they both realized that Tyler was holding her while the water was barely over his knees. The guy immediately put her down, and Pam splashed back into the water. He just stood there, stunned for a second. The girl yelled out in annoyance, not understanding why he put her down, and started worrying about drowning again. But Tyler just turned his back to her, told her to grab on, and added that it wasn't deep, but he would carry her out on his back just in case. Pam obediently wrapped her arms around his neck, but asked him to take her somewhere else, as she didn't want to go back to the beach. She saw a rock sticking out of the water nearby and asked him to take her there. The guy told her to hold on tight, and now she happily admitted that she felt just like Tequila. Tyler immediately thought of her and wished he and Bob were here too. Pam suggested a video call with, and the guy loved the idea, quickly swimming towards the rocks while the girls started getting anxious again. It felt good to hold on to him. It felt easy and natural. After climbing the cliff, they both realized the spot was perfect, with a great view and completely deserted. Pam wanted to take a picture right away, but her neighbor asked if they could check on their furry kids first. She sent a voice message saying they missed them and asked if they could video call. Pam saw her friend was online, but she sent a message telling them not to worry about the dogs. She also told them to enjoy their vacation, or else Annie and would give them a makeover they'd never forget. Then she sent a picture of the dogs, saying they were sleeping soundly after a shopping spree. Pam and Tyler almost cried, unable to believe how cute their pets could be, especially when sleeping so peacefully. They decided to send a picture back, and the guy got ready for a selfie, but they decided to check it before sending. She loved it and complimented her neighbor, saying he had a real talent for finding the perfect angle. Tyler said the picture wasn't good because of his skills, but because they looked good together. The girl even wondered if his together meant the same thing as hers, but decided to stay calm for now. Pam admitted she wanted to take more pictures and asked her partner for help. She started walking back into the water, telling Tyler not to worry and reminding him that she was an excellent swimmer. The guy took the picture, but when he checked it, he saw something like a giant bubble appear behind her. But he knew it wasn't just a bubble, it was a jellyfish, and he immediately yelled at his friend to get back to shore. The girl turned and saw the danger behind her, but it was too late, and the sea creature stung her. Later they went to the first aid station, where the doctor immediately recognized it as a jellyfish sting, but Pam should be better by tomorrow. The doctor also admitted there might be some discomfort until then and told her to watch for any stomach pain or fever. In addition, she recommended staying in the room for the day, and Pam became very upset, explaining that she had ruined everything. First the cramp, and now this sting. She was frustrated that their trip wasn't going exactly as planned. Tyler told her not to worry, and when they got back to the room, he admitted he had a pretty good idea. First, he had her put on his t-shirt so the wound wouldn't get irritated. Then he asked Pam to go out on the balcony and wait for a moment. Soon, a bellboy appeared, and the guy slipped him a few bucks before wheeling a food cart into the room himself. He then called Pam back in, proudly announcing they had room service and were going to have a party. She said it wasn't necessary and that she didn't mind staying in the room so Tyler could go out and have fun by himself. But he disagreed because her plans were his plans and this was their trip together, so he wasn't going anywhere. Tyler handed her a cocktail, and she confessed she'd never had a boyfriend who was so good to her. She even said their friendship was better than any romantic relationship, but this only made Tyler understand more about the kind of guy she had dated. Then he gave her some advice. Next time, just make your friend your boyfriend, and the problem will be solved. Pam didn't quite understand what he meant, but he immediately changed the subject, raving about how good the drink was. He was instantly curious about how they made it, swearing he could taste a hint of lemon, and suddenly wanted to learn how to make it himself. Pam finally realized how much he loved his job, especially since he even had a tattoo for it. The guy confirmed it was super important to her, but when Pam asked why, he said it was a long story. So she asked about his tattoos, and she already knew about the one commemorating his first dog. Now she was curious about the one on his chest, but Tyler didn't want to talk about it, saying it was too personal. Meanwhile, and woke up early because the dogs were spread all over the bed, and Bernie suggested she make them get down. The girl, as usual, immediately yelled at Bob to get off the bed, but he just snuggled in tighter and just threw a pillow at Bernie, then decided to get ready for work, promising to come back for Bob after a shift. She also pointed out that they'd been here for several days, and she really needed to go back to her own place, but Bernie asked her to stay a little longer. Bernard could see how well they got along, especially since she understood his situation. He wished and was as confident about their relationship as he was, but knew she needed her space, so he wouldn't push it. She agreed, but didn't want to rush into anything serious, only to find out years later that they weren't compatible. Then she bluntly warned him that she wouldn't cook or clean for anyone. She was only responsible for being the breadwinner. Bernie assured her she wouldn't have to worry about food at all, and that he would be responsible for making sure she got everything she wanted. As they were talking lovey-dovey, Bob and Tequila were staring daggers at them, and the dog whimpered as if she understood. She suddenly became irritable, wondering why those two were still in the way. Then she snuggled up to Bernie, admitting that because of Pam and Tyler, she was starting to want a vacation too. While and was thinking about them, Tyler explained to his friend that the tattoo was too personal for him to share. She didn't push it, just admitting there was still a lot she didn't know about him. Sometimes she felt like she knew him, but other times he was like a complete stranger, and she just hoped he would eventually open up and tell her everything. The guy said she already knew him well. It's just that thinking about his past really upset him. He admitted he'd rather be with her than dwell on those days, adding that he trusted her completely. Then he also confessed that he hated it when she thought of him as a stranger, because he wasn't a stranger to her. But then Tyler remembered the drinking game they played to get to know each other better and suggested they play it again. Pam agreed, but with non-alcoholic drinks, especially since things got completely out of hand the last time they played. The girl thought for a moment and remembered another game that could show how similar they were. They would ask a question and answer at the same time, and if their answers were the same, they would both drink. For example, she asked Tyler what part of dog he liked best, and he confessed it was the paws, while she liked the ears. But she couldn't argue with her friend because Tequila's paws were soft and pink, and he agreed that Bob's ears were great. So no one was drinking yet. Then it was Tyler's turn, and he asked what the best thing that had happened since they got here was. Pam liked when he played the saxophone, while the guy said he really liked her, well, her enthusiasm. He couldn't help but laugh again, and she got a little annoyed, telling him to try swimming like that himself. Tyler apologized while laughing, knowing he was being selfish, but he just couldn't stop. Then she asked what they liked most about each other, but the guy already knew their answers would be different. He still agreed, and they answered at the same time, your smile, which surprised them both. Pam explained she liked his smile because he was usually so serious, but here he was always smiling. Then she told him to drink, but Tyler suddenly explained that he wasn't smiling because of the trip, but because of her. That's why he liked her smile so much, because most days were usually boring, and here he realized her smile was just infectious and made him happy. The girl decided to joke around, making a funny face and confessing she would do it every day from now on. Tyler smiled fondly and then said she was a dork, but a cute one, before suggesting a game of truth or dare. Pam knew he was changing the subject, and the guy admitted something had been bothering him since he landed. He noticed his friend had become touchy-feely, but he didn't know why, and she became very indignant for some reason. Tyler confessed he noticed it in the crowd yesterday and again at the beach today, though he admitted he might just be overthinking it. She pointed out that he was the one who offered to carry her on his back, and it didn't seem like he hated it. But as for the physical contact, she didn't know how to explain it. She just felt very comfortable around Tyler. At the same time, she knew he probably wasn't like this with other friends, and she could stop if he didn't like it. The guy looked at her and told her not to stop, to keep doing whatever she wanted. Pam saw that look again, the one that said this man was waiting for something, and she liked that look very much. But then she suggested a game of truth and dare, explaining it was a new game, and Tyler agreed to play it that way. After thinking for a moment, she suggested they sleep together tonight, and the guy thought it was a rather bold and direct suggestion. Tyler's face froze, not knowing how to respond, but then he figured Pam just didn't want to sleep on the sofa. The girl didn't argue, saying her back was hurting and she was injured, and now she was begging her friend to have pity on her. But Tyler suddenly remembered that the last time he put her to bed, she was an absolute nightmare. The girl got indignant and started making excuses, saying she was just drunk, but the guy said it was still terrible. He explained that Pam treated him like a toy, and she yelled that she didn't remember any of that, but she promised not to do anything crazy this time and told him to enjoy his dinner. Tyler had no problem with that, especially since everything he ordered was meant for sharing, and Pam asked him to put a little of everything on her plate. Just as they were about to eat, there was a knock on their door, and the girl decided to see who was bothering them. But when she opened the door, no one was there, only a fleeting figure seen at the end of the hall. The girl didn't bother to think about who it was, she just figured whoever it was had the wrong room. Tyler still found it strange, because their room was at the very end of the hall, and it didn't make sense for someone to be there. Pam closed the door, and just then, a painting on the wall near the entrance fell off, making a loud crash on the floor. The guy even let out a yelp, which Pam found strange, but he denied screaming or being scared. But she decided to play along, pointing behind him and claiming someone was there, which scared him even more. He immediately spun around to look, and the girl started telling a story about a ghost knocking on hotel room doors. The guy immediately admitted he hated horror stories, but Pam was already laughing her head off. She couldn't believe a guy as big as Tyler was acting like such a scaredy cat, and for her, this was definitely something new. However, the guy didn't think it was strange at all, since not everyone likes horror stories. So Pam asked him what he thought about aliens, but he didn't care at all, acting indifferent. He also thought he could survive an apocalypse, but she went on and on describing to him how scary zombies were. Afterward, Pam was happy to learn these interesting little things about her friend, even if he didn't share much about himself. By the bed, she muttered that the trip was worth it, but Tyler didn't quite hear her and asked her to repeat it. She just said she was talking to herself, and then the guy let her choose which side of the bed she wanted to sleep on. After getting into bed, she thought it was just two bodies sleeping, especially since her back was already killing her. Under the covers, the girl hoped it would be a peaceful night and decided to try to fall asleep right away. As he lay down, Tyler asked how her stomach pain was and if she still had a fever from the jellyfish sting. The girl admitted she felt pretty good, after which her roommate asked her to turn off the lights. After the room went dark, even after a while, Pam realized she just couldn't fall asleep. She also had her back to Tyler, knowing she couldn't face him like this, but even that didn't help. The problem was her wound started to hurt more, and she needed to turn over, but she didn't want to wake her partner. But the pain became unbearable, and she tried to turn over carefully, but then she saw Tyler trembling like a leaf, and then he suddenly screamed before apologizing to Pam, saying he didn't mean to scare her. The girl didn't understand why he was so scared, and he confessed he couldn't stop staring at the painting hanging on the wall near him. He was afraid it would fall, but Pam tried to calm him down, saying there were no ghosts in the room and telling him to try to sleep. The guy kept trembling, so the girl decided to be a good friend and held his hand to support him and calm him down. She also kept saying everything would be okay and told him not to look that way, and he was surprised she wasn't scared herself. Pam admitted she actually liked scary things and then suggested they watch a horror movie together sometime. Tyler refused, then wondered why she wasn't asleep yet herself, and she confessed that her wound was hurting a bit. That's when she noticed his hand was no longer trembling, and she knew he had calmed down. The guy didn't deny it and asked to lie like this for a little longer. She agreed, and soon he finally fell asleep. The next morning, Tyler woke up first. Pam was still asleep beside him, even drooling a little. A strand of hair had fallen right across her face, and he carefully moved it so it wouldn't tickle her. For a moment, he lay motionless in bed, watching her quiet snores as all sorts of thoughts ran through his mind. But then the alarm went off, and Pam immediately reached to turn off her phone, with Tyler barely having time to look away. The girl started to stretch, realizing it was time to get up, and the guy pretended he had just woken up too. Then she stood up energetically and told Tyler to get a move on, because they had a lot to do today. But first, the guy wanted to know how her wound was, and she admitted it was better and they could go to the beach. Then he confessed that after breakfast, he wanted to go to the gym if Pam didn't mind. The girl didn't understand who would go to the gym on vacation, and the guy explained that he had to stay in shape. I have to lift heavy boxes for work, and if I don't go to the gym, I'll end up getting hurt. Besides, after that long flight, I feel like I need to work out. So the girl agreed to his request. In fact, she agreed to go because she thought she would look radiant and powerful in the gym. But reality was harsh, and soon she could barely drag herself on the treadmill. Then Tyler said this was just the warm-up, which stunned her as he headed for the lat pull-down machine. Pam decided to try the leg press machine, which looked like a comfortable chair, and she thought she could relax there. She basically just plopped down, still not understanding why people were so into fitness. It was so tiring, and she could see Tyler breathing heavily on his machine too. But then she even became mesmerized, watching his muscles contract as he lifted the weights, and then realized she was thinking about him again. Suddenly, two girls approached him, showering him with compliments about how strong he was, and couldn't even believe how much weight he was lifting. The guy thought they needed that particular machine, but they just giggled and admitted they had no idea how to use it. In that moment, Pam felt a pang of jealousy, but tried to convince herself they were just friends, while the girls were already asking Tyler to teach them how to use the machine. The guy suddenly heard Pam grinding her teeth and saw her struggling with all her might to lift the bar on her machine. He explained that she was doing it wrong, but she was like a woman possessed and just told him to go help the girls. Tyler smirked, but decided to walk over to her anyway, saying she shouldn't arch her back like that or she'd hurt her waist. The girl admitted she rarely used that kind of machine, and Tyler explained she needed to be more careful. Then he started explaining how to position her feet correctly, and Pam just gave the babes a smug smile. But then the guy noticed she wasn't listening to him at all, after which he told her to try again, and Pam jumped when he almost caught her. After the gym, they went to the beach, and she was excited that it was finally time for some real fun. The two had a blast, going canoeing, chugging coconut water, and even snorkeling. Then they tried a pedal boat, and Tyler joked that there were sharks in the water. Time flew by, and with only 2 days left before going home, Pam was frustrated they couldn't stay here forever. She suggested bringing Tequila and Bob and just moving here, especially since she hated the thought of going back to work because she hated her job so much. Tyler told her to just quit, but she didn't understand why he said it so casually. The guy explained that a job should make you feel satisfied at the end of the day. He felt there was no point if you didn't enjoy it. Tyler believed you should do something you're truly passionate about. Afterward, Pam admitted this trip only confirmed that whatever he did, he put his whole heart into it. Bob's training, his job, and his music. She saw Tyler give his all to everything he did. She was even a little jealous of him because she wanted to be good at something too, but everything she tried seemed to turn out mediocre. But the guy disagreed, saying she had many qualities that he didn't even have. He explained that Pam made people feel at ease, she cared for others, and she could make important decisions quickly. Tyler remembered when she went to get tequila and explained that she just needed to find something that combined all those qualities. Then he admitted that, honestly, he didn't particularly want to go home either. He explained he'd never been this happy in his life, and then Pam suggested they celebrate. A little later, Pam was getting ready while Tyler, like any man, had already been waiting for her for 40 minutes. The girl announced she was almost ready, but she had said the exact same thing 20 minutes ago. The guy decided to take the opportunity to check on the dogs and gave a brief update on how they were doing. Then Bernard sent him some pictures of their pets, and Tyler almost jumped off the bed with excitement. Hearing his excited shout, Pam came out to ask what was going on and immediately grabbed her phone. She noticed something new on Bob and concluded it must have been N's doing. But when the guy saw his friend, he even forgot about the animals and stared at Pam in amazement. She was happy that she and her little ones would be reunited in a few days, and then suggested they head out. But the guy told her to wait a minute. He was going to change, which surprised her since he had said he was ready earlier. The girl was curious about his behavior, as he had never cared about his appearance before. When they were both ready, they went to a bar that Pam thought was a great spot, but Tyler found it too loud. He also noted it was quite crowded and figured it was because he was used to working behind a bar. The girl didn't understand why he was complaining and went to find a less noisy table where they could relax. They crossed the hall to an open booth, and Pam went to get drinks as well. The guy was sprawled on the seat like he owned the place, and she immediately understood that he was in his element in a place like this. As she walked away, she hummed a little tune about being born a party animal, but for some reason, Tyler thought she was just too naive. While she was waiting for her drink at the bar, a bearded man walked up to her, smiling like a total creep. Seeing the guy from across the room about to hit on his friend, Tyler even felt a pang of jealousy. But he quickly remembered their agreement to just be friends, and now he was paying the price for it. Then he saw Pam actually chatting with the guy, and she was even smiling when she came back with the drinks. As soon as she returned, Tyler immediately said that if she wanted to hang out with that man, he wouldn't mind at all. He could just go back to the hotel by himself. But she started complaining, saying he was just trying to ditch them and be a killjoy. He just added that she was a free woman and could do whatever she wanted. But she admitted that the man had just wanted to buy her a drink. She had immediately told him she wasn't alone, but was with someone who wanted to have a wild night, and as a result, the guy paid for both of their drinks. The girl thought it must have been hilarious when the man realized the companion she brought was also a man. It seemed the bearded guy had finally seen who she was with and was regretting his move. And Tyler said she was still a total firecracker. She just wanted to make the man understand that flirting is about words, not just throwing money around. So she taught him a lesson. Then she said the drink she ordered was a tequila sunrise, adding that it was in honor of the princess. Tyler loved the name and proposed a toast to the wonderful night, and his friend completely agreed. Then she admitted that the bearded man reminded her of her ex, which gave her the creeps. Tyler then asked why she had dated him in the first place, and she confessed that he had been a real gentleman at the beginning. Only now did she realize she had missed all the red flags, and her friend was glad she finally dumped him. Then, Pam asked Tyler if he had any exes he regretted dating. He admitted there was one, which greatly surprised her, but the man didn't understand why she found it strange. Pam apologized, saying he had never mentioned dating anyone before, and now her curiosity was piqued. She knew he must have had a girlfriend at some point, but now she was dying to know who it was. She wanted to know everything about Tyler's ex, even though she knew it was probably pointless to ask. But he said he never regretted that relationship, and Pam guessed he just fell out of love, which happens. The man just mumbled that they loved each other, and she realized he was still hung up on that girl. Seeing the sadness in her eyes, Tyler immediately said he had no feelings for her now, that it was all a long time ago. Then he firmly stated that right now, he only wanted to focus on Pam, and everything else was ancient history. She suddenly laughed, admitting that exes shouldn't matter and that they were here to have fun. However, she made him promise to tell her everything when he was ready, because she wanted to know more about him. Tyler agreed, and a happy Pam invited him to dance, but he decided to stay at the table for a bit. She guessed he just wanted to watch her dance for a while, which was fine with her, thinking he would join her later. Tyler watched his girl move to the beat, but his ex's words kept replaying in his mind. She had hoped that one day he would find someone who could truly make him happy. Then he remembered, and had also expressed her hope that he would make Pam happy, as she didn't want her to wait forever. The words still echoed in his ears, that if he didn't make a move soon, someone else would be brave enough to step up. If that happened, Tyler knew he would regret it, so he downed his drink and decided to go to Pam. She was surprised he couldn't even last one song, but she was still happy he joined her. Suddenly, the man pulled her closer, saying it was all her fault that he couldn't resist. For some reason, Pam felt he needed dance lessons, but he didn't understand why she would think that. The girl admitted it was another surprise for her, and, connecting all the dots, she felt he had been faking it all along. She couldn't figure out how he did it all, and Tyler reminded her that he had promised to tell her everything one day. Pam immediately squealed that she wanted to know everything, but the man suggested getting a drink first, as he was starting to feel hot. She suddenly joked that it was because of her, but immediately apologized, admitting she was in a very flirty mood today. Then she agreed to get some drinks herself, and Tyler, realizing she wanted to play, decided to join in. He walked up to her again and announced that today it was his turn to make her feel hot. She was curious how he was going to do that, and he explained, as usual, it was truth or dare. Pam concluded he was itching to play, but she already knew he always chose the safe option. However, he decided to start with the truth, mentioning that red really suited her, and now he felt she wore it on purpose. The girl explained that if it looks good, why not wear an outfit like this? And she felt the question was too easy. Tyler suddenly asked about her wound, and she explained it was fine, just stinging occasionally. Then she let him choose truth or dare for himself, and the guy chose dare. Her condition was that he couldn't kiss her, and he didn't argue, but he also didn't understand why he would do that. He remembered they were just friends, and now he was even more invested in this game. Then he gently nibbled her ear, and Pam reminded him of her request, but he explained that it wasn't a kiss. Then he actually pecked her on the neck. She told him to stop because she wasn't feeling it, but he confessed that he didn't want to be just friends tonight. Then Tyler asked her what she wanted from him today. She suddenly turned to him and confessed that she wanted everything he could give. The next moment, they were about to kiss, but Pam suddenly let out a cry and lowered her head in guilt. Then she ran to the restroom, promising to be right back, leaving the man confused. Soon, she really did come back and started begging her friend to go back to the hotel. Tyler was worried she was sick, but she explained that she had a situation, girl stuff. On the way back, she was a bit anxious because it was supposed to come next week. Her stomach was also starting to cramp a little, and she thanked her friend for his jacket, promising to wash it later. She also apologized for having to go back so early, as they were just starting to enjoy the night. Then she admitted that she was actually glad they stopped, alluding to what had almost happened earlier. Pam confessed they were attracted to each other, and she loved being with him, but she didn't want to lead him on. She became sentimental and even shed a tear, explaining it was because she was extra sensitive these days. Then she asked Tyler to be quiet for a moment, and he silently agreed, trying to suppress his own feelings. Back in the room, she knew that what had started that night wouldn't have stopped at just a kiss. She really liked Tyler, and sometimes she felt he liked her too, and she didn't know how much longer they could remain friends. But she also didn't want to be a one-night stand. With these thoughts, she came out of the bathroom and found Tyler doing something strange in the bedroom. He was taking something out of a bag, explaining that he had run out to buy some supplies. He had wanted to buy painkillers, but since they had been drinking, he bought a heating pad, hoping it would help. He also bought chocolate and tea. which really touched Pam and made her want to cry again. The girl placed the warm heating pad on her stomach and thanked her friend. Then he suddenly remembered he had forgotten to buy wet wipes. Then he told her to let him know if the pain got worse, explaining that she could take painkillers in a few more hours. He decided to go out on the balcony for some air, letting his friend lie down and rest. Once outside, he started cursing himself again, calling himself an idiot, realizing he had acted like a total coward again. The next morning, the girl woke up alone in bed and immediately started looking for Tyler, but saw a note in the nightstand. He wrote that he would be back after lunch, but Pam could call him if she needed anything. Then she remembered he hadn't even slept in the bed. She wondered where on earth he had slept, and she was angry that he had run off without a word, especially since it was their last day and they were supposed to spend it together. Pam guessed Tyler wanted to be alone for a bit, but, that time of the month made her extra irritable. But then she said, to hell with it, and decided to have some fun on her own, thinking that Tyler didn't want to be with her after what he'd said yesterday. After lunch, she went to the pool, still trying to convince herself it wasn't her fault. Things went sour, and even during her massage, she was fuming, thinking about how she didn't want to be just a one-night stand. While getting her nails done, she tried to figure out why he was so angry when he was the one who had rejected her first. And now he was sulking in the room. Pam kept muttering to herself that it had been 4 hours since lunch, and where the hell was this guy? She was even starting to complain a little, and then Tyler walked in, immediately apologizing for being a little late. He started explaining that he got stuck in traffic and his phone had died, then asked how Pam was feeling. Then he suggested they go to the spa or the pool for a while, but she yelled that she had already been to all those places. She had just gotten a facial and couldn't figure out why Tyler hadn't noticed she was looking radiant. The guy knew she was about to completely lose it, so he didn't rush to cross the threshold of the room. Suddenly, she started to stand up, which made him a little nervous, but she explained she was going to the restroom. He blurted out that it would do her good to stay in there for a while, but she yelled back that she might as well never come out. Pam slammed the door, complaining that Tyler and her period were driving her crazy, and it sucked that she was so sensitive. However, she knew she needed to calm down, as it was their last day here, and she didn't want to waste it in a bad mood. She decided to switch gears and asked how Tyler's day was. Opening the door, she started to apologize for not asking how his day was. But then she froze. She was speechless when she saw Tyler standing in the middle of the room, holding a red dress up to himself. He freaked out and started yelling that he just needed 5 minutes, but a completely stunned Pam immediately slammed the bathroom door shut again. She was completely bewildered, trying to figure out what had just happened, even wondering if her period was making her imagine things. But she knew what she saw, and now she was determined to see him in that dress, no matter what. She had no idea what was going on and was trying to figure out if she was just a fool in love or some kind of weirdo. Just then, she heard his voice from behind the door, telling her she could come out, but now she wasn't even sure if she should. Then Tyler opened the door himself, already changed back into his own clothes, and he told her to close her eyes, saying it was necessary. She did as she was told, but begged him to explain what was happening. But isn't that how surprises work? Pam had no idea what Tyler had in store for her, but she hoped it would all be worth it. After he led her across the room, he told her she could open her eyes and admitted he knew the holiday was tomorrow. But he also knew they would be busy traveling tomorrow, so he decided to celebrate today, which was why he got them clothes. As a completely stunned Pam was examining the dress, Tyler confessed that he had also booked a table at a restaurant, and there was live music. So this is what he had been busy with all day, huh? But she was still angry that she had spent the whole day wondering where he had disappeared to. Tyler hadn't even thought about that, thinking it was obvious, but Pam flared up again, saying there was no way she could have known. So he explained that there was a hint on the note, a drawing of a small cake, which was supposed to mean birthday. She still couldn't see how that thing looked like a cake, but he insisted he had tried his best to draw it. Pam suddenly burst out laughing, saying his drawing skills were terrible, but she loved it. It was the first thing he wasn't good at. Then she left him hanging again, waiting for her to get all dolled up for their evening date. When she was finally ready, she came out and asked Tyler what he thought of her in this outfit. When they saw each other, they both gasped. Pam hadn't expected him to look so handsome in a suit. She immediately admitted he looked stunning, and he had even changed his hairstyle, which suited him very well. Pam had seen him in his uniform, which was kind of like a suit, but this suit fit his body perfectly. Tyler also admitted the girl looked gorgeous, saying he was speechless. Then they got ready to leave, and Pam couldn't help but say that he would have looked good in that dress too. Later, the man confessed that it was, and who had helped him prepare everything. He had been talking to her about it for weeks. She told him to dress up no matter what, and they spent the whole day on a video call picking out the right clothes. Pam knew it must have been exhausting for Tyler, because she knew how obsessed and was with shopping. He admitted it was stressful, but he didn't regret it and promised to call and thank her later. Just then, they brought out a small cake with a candle. The girl was even a little flustered, and the man explained that she had to have a small cake on her birthday, and it even had a message from him on it. The man admitted it was the staff's idea. They suggested adding the message, and now he told Pam to make a wish. She thought it was so sweet and try not to cry, but she held it together and started making a wish. She wished that next year they could celebrate together too, but with tequila and Bob. Then she blew out the candle, but Tyler was so invested in her wish that he decided to blow it out with Pam. He explained that he knew it wasn't his birthday, but he wanted the same thing, so he blew too. Then he started cutting the dessert and picked out the piece with a number for his friend, because it was her 30th birthday. The girl suddenly became flustered, and he thought she was unhappy about turning 30, but she just remembered that he was 4 years younger than her. However, she felt it shouldn't be a problem, since they were friends. But Tyler declared that it didn't matter to him at all. They cared about each other, and they were on the same page, but for some reason, that phrase made Pam think about marriage and kids and other on-the-same-page things she was worried about. She didn't think Tyler was thinking about that, but he corrected her, saying they were both on the same page, and when she understood, she almost choked on her cake. The man clarified that he wasn't in a hurry to get married, but he felt that with the right person, he would be ready. Still a bit shocked, Pam blurted out that he absolutely had to invite her to his wedding. Then she went on about how wonderful everything was, thanking her friend for such a grand treat. He admitted he didn't choose this place for the food. There was live music, and the man invited Pam to dance. She happily agreed, confessing that she had never danced like this before. Tyler suggested she give it a try, which surprised her as she thought he was some kind of dance expert. The man didn't understand why she doubted his dancing skills. Then he started showing her where to put her hands and how to position her feet. Then they started dancing, but Pam was clumsy at first, and she started telling him to stop, but he wouldn't. He also showed off some fancy moves, and the girl just tried not to make a complete fool of herself. By the end, she got the hang of it and even started to enjoy it, smiling and enjoying the wonderful evening. Then when Tyler pulled her close again, Pam said he was crazy, but he just confirmed that he was. For the rest of the dance, they stopped spinning around the room and just moved in a slow, easy rhythm. The girl felt that wonderful atmosphere again, and she hoped she wasn't the only one who noticed it. She also knew that Tyler probably wasn't as sure as she was, but she had no doubt they liked each other. A little later, and received a message that the two had returned to the hotel, and she told Bernie the news. He couldn't believe his nephew had done something like this, and lamented that he had missed the scene of him picking out the dress. Then Bernard thanked his friend for helping Tyler take such a huge step, recalling the scene from many years ago, and the old man was now proud of the kid. Then they started getting sentimental again, but a phone call interrupted them, and when Bernie saw who was calling, he was stunned. The young couple was strolling along the waterfront, and Pam decided to walk along the low parapet. Tyler held her hand like a true gentleman, and she felt completely like a princess. She also thought that if he let her fall, Tequila would be very angry. It was a perfect evening for the girl, but she asked Tyler to give her a heads up next time so she wouldn't be scared. Now he understood that just drawing a picture wasn't enough, and Pam suddenly remembered something she had recently discovered. She noticed that her friend wasn't just all talk. The men she had dated before would only talk a big game, but Tyler, when he had something to say, he would show it with his actions, which sometimes caught her off guard. Sometimes she didn't understand his actions at all, but she was getting used to it, and she really liked it. But the man didn't want her to get used to it, because sometimes he really wanted to tell her what was on his mind. He hated this about himself, and it was something he was trying to work on. He just wasn't good at expressing himself, so it hurt him and the people who loved him, which is why he didn't want Pam to get used to it. The man wanted to be a better person for her, and she told him he was already doing a great job just by saying these words. She also told him not to rush, as sharing his thoughts and feelings could be difficult. Because of that, the day he was finally ready to open up to her completely would be the most special day ever. She told him she wouldn't pressure him and was willing to wait as long as it took. But Tyler suddenly said she had waited long enough. She thought he was about to spill everything, but he clarified, not right now. He needed to take care of one thing first. Back in the hotel room, Pam found another surprise waiting for her, which startled her because it wasn't there when they left. The hotel staff had helped him set it all up. Tyler felt her birthday was great, but one thing was missing. There was also a tablet on the table, and he started to turn it on, ready for a video call with their furry kids. Bob's little face immediately appeared on the screen and spoke for him, wishing his mom a happy birthday. Then Bob supposedly asked how the party was, saying they couldn't wait to hear every detail. In herself jumped into the frame and started congratulating her friend, asking if she liked the surprise. Pam admitted she was completely stunned and thanked her friend for helping Tyler. Right after, Bernard's face appeared on the screen with tequila, and they also wished the birthday girl a happy birthday. When Tyler saw his baby, he clutched the tablet like it was gold, even shedding a tear, begging the dog to hold on a little longer. Then he asked the old man to move aside a bit because he wanted to see his princess more clearly, and chimed in, saying they wanted to have a quick video call to be a part of their special night. Pam said everything was going great and praised Tyler for thinking of every little detail. Then, confessed that the guy almost went crazy in the store trying to pick a dress, and in the end, he chose red. To top it off, all the other ladies in the store were watching, and Tyler swore it was she who had embarrassed him in public. After that, Pam asked how her friends were doing, and Bernard explained that he and were the same as always. But Tyler noticed the look on his uncle's face and knew something was up, and he immediately started worrying about the dogs. The blonde quickly reassured him that nothing would ever happen to the little ones. They were perfectly fine. So the man guessed something was wrong with the bar and started demanding answers because his uncle was scaring him. Bernard sighed heavily and confessed that his mother had called, asking where her son was. Pam, who had been nervous before, now felt there was nothing to worry about and that the old folks had scared them for nothing. But then she saw Tyler's face, which looked like he'd seen a ghost, and realized she was dead wrong. Bernie admitted to his nephew that he had told his mother he was living his own life, but didn't give her the address. He also hoped that if his mother showed up, his nephew would talk to her, but he had nothing to say to her. He even asked his uncle to block her number, which he agreed to, and told him to enjoy his night. Tyler thanked him for the call, and then they arranged to meet at the airport. The next day, Pam also started saying goodbye to her friends and told them to be sure to give Tequila and Bob a kiss. After they finished their chat, Tyler stood silently by the table for a minute, then apologized for the trouble. The girl told him not to worry and asked if he needed a hug right now. She just didn't know what to say at a time like this, but according to, a hug always helps. Tyler still refused, explaining that he might cry, although Pam didn't see anything wrong with that. He repeated that there was no need and reminded her he wasn't good with words, then decided to go for a walk. The girl was fine with that and wanted to get ready to go with him, but Tyler explained that he needed to be alone right now. She suddenly remembered he had said he had something to tell her after the call, and now she was dying of curiosity. The man again briefly explained that it was nothing major. He just wanted to wish her a happy birthday again. He also apologized that the evening didn't turn out as she had hoped and promised to be back soon. Before leaving, he suggested she go to sleep as the plane was leaving early in the morning. Pam did have different expectations for the evening, and they had enjoyed the trip together as friends. They had a lot of fun, and it was all thanks to a good friendship. Pam couldn't believe how dense they were. She didn't understand this stupid pretense, and tomorrow they were going home, and the fairy tale would be over. This girl couldn't continue this act anymore. She had truly fallen in love with him, with all his flaws. She was even willing to wait for Tyler until he was ready to talk, but damn it, this hurts so much. That morning she woke up before him and started to shake him awake. He still needed to pack his things. He sleepily asked what time it was, and Pam told him not to worry. He had plenty of time. Tyler noticed something was off with her mood and asked if everything was okay. She just said that everything was perfect. Back home, at the airport, their friends were searching the crowd with signs and soon spotted them. As soon as Pam and Tyler appeared and gave the kids the signal, Bob and Tequila immediately rushed towards their owners. barking happily, because they had missed them terribly. The travelers immediately crouched down, ready for the affection of their furry friends. But the animals were already running so fast that they knocked them both over. Bob was all about the cuddles, but Tequila gave Tyler a piece of her mind. The guy was completely confused, not understanding what was wrong with his dog, but explained that he had abandoned her for a whole week, and she had her pride. He started making excuses, saying he hadn't abandoned her, but he wasn't mad at Tequila, just suggesting they go home soon. In the car, Pam gave her friends a detailed account of her jellyfish sting, adding that the wound no longer hurt, and was more interested in what happened after their call. And her friend confessed that they just went to bed. The blonde obviously misunderstood and demanded more details about that part, and Pam once again chided her for being dirty-minded, and still wouldn't let it go and started grilling Tyler, and Bernie started to worry, telling her to watch the road. Since she was driving, she didn't argue and wondered how the young couple and their dog slept, as they had almost pushed them both off the bed twice. But at this point, Pam didn't quite understand what she meant by them both, and only then did and remember she hadn't told them she was living with Bernie. Tyler was also surprised by this news, but she explained that this is what happens when you take the next step with someone you love. Pam was curious where they were living now. Her friend confessed that they were staying at Bernard's place for now and would figure things out later, and also mentioned that Bob had been very well behaved when they left the dogs alone for a long time. So Pam no longer had to worry about his behavior, which meant the dog didn't need a trainer anymore. She admitted they already knew that, but she was glad to hear that Bob behaved well elsewhere too. But Tyler was still training the dog because he wanted to teach him more, and didn't understand why. Then the blonde explained that he didn't need Bob anymore and suggested he just be friends with Pam. Soon they were home, and Tyler helped her with her suitcase, for which she expressed her sincere gratitude. She was also curious about what he planned to do next, and he admitted that he had to go back to work today. He was going to catch up on some sleep now, while Pam decided to take a shower first and then take Bob for a walk. Upon hearing about the walk, the guy wanted to go along too, but his neighbor reminded him that he needed to sleep before work. She also admitted that, and was right, he wasn't Bob's owner, and the dog was entirely her responsibility. So she decided this would be the last week Tyler would look after the dog. But the guy objected, saying they had talked about it before the trip, and he wanted to come over even if the dog was well behaved. Pam explained to him that it wasn't a group of 4, just Tyler and Tequila, and Pam and Bob. That's all. The girl also reminded him that she had promised to be there for him when he was ready to talk, but he needed to stop pretending. After that, Pam wished him a good night, thanked him for bringing her back, and went back to her own home. And the guy stood for a while longer with the banknote his neighbor had given him before going home. After a shower, he collapsed on his bed, and Pam's words in the park kept replaying in his mind. Then he remembered lying just like this in a hotel room, his girlfriend snoring opposite him, but that was in the past. He returned home, patted Tequila, and tried to sleep, but just couldn't. He tossed and turned for a while, then went back to the table where he had left the $20, just staring at it, lost in thought. He couldn't understand that they were no longer a group of 4. They always hung out together, not just in pairs. All the good times from the trip, with and without the dogs, began to flash before his eyes. Tyler remembered how much he had hoped his neighbor would be the one to finally make him happy. Meanwhile, Pam had changed and was about to take Bob for a walk, but the dog started pulling on the leash again. Just then, Tyler rushed down from upstairs as if the house was on fire, and she thought something was wrong. The guy suddenly handed her an envelope, explaining that it was all the money she had given him, and he would continue to walk Bob for free. She didn't understand why he was saying this, as he had trained the dog so well and deserved the money. Tyler insisted that Bob wasn't ready yet, and a dog his size still needed to learn to stand on his front paws. Pam was surprised, but it was the first thing that came to her neighbor's mind, and he added that it would help with blood circulation. Besides, the guy wanted to teach the dog many things, and he had to do it. Pam insisted he take the money, but Tyler kept pushing the envelope back to her, saying it was nothing. Then he admitted he wasn't good at being direct, that it was hard for him, but he said he definitely didn't expect this. Then he started muttering that 2 + 2 is equal to 4, and he thought it was a great number. Pam still didn't get it, and he even started blaming himself for not being able to say what he needed to say. The girl looked at him carefully, thinking he was sick, while he shouted that Bob would be his dog. The neighbor thought he wanted to take her baby, and he started to explain that he meant their dog, not his. The guy tried to explain again, but just kept stuttering, and Pam was completely confused, unable to understand a word he was saying. But Bob was smarter than both of them. He quietly snuck up and pushed his owner towards the neighbor. The push was so strong that they both stumbled into the wall, and Tyler grabbed Pam, pulling her close to keep her from falling. She got flustered and started to apologize, explaining that Bob had pushed her, but the guy just held her tighter. They heard a door close downstairs, and Pam worried that other neighbors might see them. Then someone started coming down from upstairs, and she wanted to slip away, but just as the person from upstairs reached their landing, Tyler pulled her into her apartment. They huddled behind the closed door. They stayed pressed against the door like that for a moment, and it didn't look like he was planning to let her go anytime soon. Then he started to stammer that it was hard for him to say what was on his mind, and he didn't understand what he was feeling either. He had serious trust issues and couldn't be real friends with anyone because everyone only looked out for themselves. Life felt complicated to him, and he just wanted to be with his dog and relax. And that was enough. Tyler knew it sounded incredibly lonely, but it was easier for him that way. He thought he would be like this forever, but then Pam showed up, and he could never go back to the way he was. Tyler didn't want to train Bob because then they would become a group of four like some damn boy band. Besides, without Pam, it wasn't just Tequila who would be sad. He would be too, and he wanted to keep seeing her. She let him continue making dinner and walking her dog, who was completely smitten with him. He also admitted that he had a lot of rough edges to smooth out, and his past made him want to shut everyone out. But he was afraid of messing things up with her, and the thought of hurting her tormented him. So he promised to be on his best behavior. Tyler wanted to be worthy of Pam, but she said that was all nonsense, and she had no idea what he was talking about. Because everything he had been through had made him who he was today, and she was proud of that, and she was ready to grow together. Besides, she didn't want Tyler to be perfect. She wanted him to stay just the way he was. He couldn't believe she liked him, this awkward guy who couldn't even speak properly, and she admitted that she could be a noisy neighbor too, the type who likes to wear clunky heels. Tyler said he didn't want her to change at all, then kissed her gently, and she completely melted into it. They pulled apart for a second, Pam sighed happily, and then they started making out again. The girl couldn't figure out why they had waited so long like two complete fools, and suggested they make up for lost time. Hearing her say that, the guy's heart melted, and he asked what they should do now, but just then Bob gave them a hint. Pam felt her little guy needed some fresh air, so she suggested a walk to her neighbor, who was all for it. Tyler suggested bringing Tequila along, and then they could go for their walk. Pam couldn't believe that training Bob, this real troublemaker, had turned out to be the best gift ever. Her love for Tyler was now her most precious treasure, and she wouldn't let it slip away. Meanwhile, a car pulled up in front of their building, and the woman inside told the driver to wait, as her meeting wouldn't be long. The woman paused at the entrance, as if sizing up the building, finally seeing where her son lived. Pam was already on the landing, fiddling with her phone, waiting for Tyler and Tequila. He came down soon after and asked if she was ready, and from her expression, he knew she had already told and everything. The girl apologized for being so hasty, but the guy just asked how and had reacted. Pam admitted that the weirdo had squealed with joy for about a minute in a voice message. Then she apologized again, saying she had waited for this moment for so long and was too happy to control herself. The guy still found her super charming and immediately started hugging her, whispering childish nonsense to her that made her feel ticklish. She even wondered what had happened to the cold Tyler, and he proudly declared that she had killed him. Then they started joking that he would have to arrest her for it, but then he heard a very familiar voice and froze. The woman was standing by the car and said hello, asking why he wasn't running over to hug his mom. The guy just coldly asked what she was doing here, making it clear she wasn't welcome, but she didn't seem offended at all. The woman just asked about the girl with him, then introduced herself as Tiffany, adding that she was Tyler's mom. Pam happily said she lived here and extended her hand to say hello. But Tyler suddenly declared she was no one, just a neighbor. Then he told her to take the dogs for a walk. The girl didn't quite understand what was happening, but decided not to embarrass her friend and immediately agreed to take the pets. Then she just politely said goodbye to the woman and left. The mother commented that the girl was cute. Tiffany was even glad that at least one aspect of her son's life was going well. But Tyler just asked what she really wanted here. He knew she had called Bernard and done her own investigation to find his address. The woman was a bit surprised that he had learned to talk like that and assumed he was still doing the same job. Then she started telling him he needed to get a real job because people might think he was homeless just by looking at him, She also hated his tattoos, but Tyler just yelled at her to get lost. The mom said she wanted to know how her son was doing, but seeing him, he was worse than she had imagined, not having grown up at all. Tiffany thought her son was still angry about that mutt, even though she was the one who should be angry, but she was trying to be nice. And for some reason, her son rejected everything she had fought for so he could have a good life. The woman started claiming his future was ruined because of that bitch, but Tyler got so angry he started screaming at her to leave. Tiffany looked at him with disappointment, told him to at least go see his father, and said she would contact him later. Finally, as she got into the car, she declared that she would always be his mother and told him not to forget it. After that, her car drove away, and Tyler tried to suppress his emotions, which had suddenly overwhelmed him like a nightmare. Meanwhile, Pam was already at the park with the dogs, Bob frolicking on the grass while Tequila snuggled on her lap. After a while, Bob barked happily, and the girls saw Tyler walking towards them, looking very upset. He tried to pretend everything was fine and immediately started talking to Bob, while Pam began telling him about how the dogs were playing. He also turned to Tequila, knowing she was worried, and told her he was here now and she could relax and play. Pam couldn't help but ask how the meeting went and how he was feeling now. He just said it was sudden. She promised she wouldn't press him until he was ready to talk about it himself. Her only request was that he never again say she was just his neighbor. Pam knew it wasn't true and begged him not to say that because she liked Tyler and knew he felt the same way. She also didn't want to feel insecure because of a misunderstanding, at which point he apologized. He didn't want any misunderstandings either. It's just that his mother was no longer in his life. But he knew her, and if she found out Pam was his girlfriend, she would be relentless, investigating her life, and Tyler didn't want her meddling. He knew he shouldn't have said that and apologized to her again. Pam wasn't angry anymore, but she promised that next time she would hold a mock trial with Anne and Bernie, and they would sentence him. Just then Tyler asked if she had really liked him for a long time, and she was a bit surprised because it had been obvious since day one. The guy agreed, and then she didn't understand why he was asking, but Tyler just gave her a sweet look. They sealed their reconciliation with a deep kiss, with Bob and Tequila witnessing the beginning of their happy new life. Later, Tyler walked her home, and Pam decided to keep Tequila, as she was used to sleeping with Bob. Besides, it was a good excuse for her neighbor to come back for her, so they would see each other tomorrow before work. The girl promised that this kind of kidnapping would be full of hugs. Tyler liked her game plan, and he promised to come over as soon as he was done. He started saying good night to his little princess and wished her sweet dreams. Then he leaned in, and Pam thought he was going to kiss her, but instead, he pecked Tequila on her furry little head. The girl blushed shyly, and the neighbor realized she wanted a farewell like that too. He moved closer to his flustered neighbor, jokingly implying he was saving the best for last. Then he gave her a quick peck on the cheek, and Pam felt like her heart was about to leap out of her chest. She watched him go down the steps, saying goodbye as he went. The moment he was out of sight, the girl rushed into her apartment. She slammed the door shut, and right there at the entrance, her legs almost gave out from sheer joy because they were a real family now. Even though it had been a crazy day, especially with his mom showing up right after they got back from their trip. Pam had to go to work tomorrow, but she couldn't wait to see and tell her everything. She decided to text her right now and invite her over. The moment the message was sent and burst in like a whirlwind, demanding to know all the juicy details. Then she pulled out a gift box, reminding Pam that it was her birthday today. Pam had completely forgotten about it because so much had happened today. Then, while eating cake, the girl explained how their relationship had started and thought it was a pretty cunning move. But Pam was a little worried that her neighbor had a falling out with his mom, and she didn't know why, and thought she was the one influencing Tyler, because even Bernard had gotten serious when he got her call. Then she told her friend not to worry, because according to Bernard, the guy was already doing much better. To dispel the gloom, she suggested they talk about something good, like what a perfect couple they were. Now, when Pam admitted they had only kissed and promised to lock them up until she had a ring on her finger or a baby in her belly. This made him sound like a total lunatic, but she knew her stuff in this area. Those two needed to talk everything out, and Pam promised to talk to her neighbor after he got back from work. She even confessed that she had planned out exactly how everything would go. First, she would kick an out, promising to explain everything later. Then she would go to bed early, get a good night's sleep, and recharge to make herself look confident. She needed to wake up a few hours before Tyler got back. After getting herself ready, she would prepare everything for work so she could have a calm chat with her neighbor. And, just in case they kissed again, she would put on red lipstick for extra charm. Pam also had to make some breakfast because conversations always go more smoothly over food. With everything ready, all the girl had to do was wait for Tyler in the company of her pets. She did exactly that, and then the doorbell finally rang. Pam shot up and rushed to the door, barely managing to slip on her slippers. She opened the door with a huge smile and announced that she had made them breakfast. But Pam was horrified when she saw the state of the neighbor who had come to see her. The guy looked like death warmed over, with dark circles under his eyes, because he'd had a rough night and was in desperate need of sleep. Realizing that talking to him now would lead nowhere, Pam came up with a new plan. She left for work, intending to talk to Tyler when she got home. But when she walked into her apartment, neither her neighbor nor the dogs were there. So she went to his place, hoping they could finally talk. She rang the bell for a while, but there was no answer, and Tyler wasn't picking up his phone. Remembering she had a spare key to his apartment, Pam decided to slip in and wait for him. When she opened the door, it was very quiet inside, as if no one was home. Pam walked in and saw Tyler fast asleep with Bob and Tequila on the bed right next to him. He heard her come in and started rubbing his sleepy eyes, apologizing for sleeping so soundly. But now he realized that going straight back to work after a vacation wasn't the smartest move. He had been asleep for several hours, but still felt like he'd been hit by a truck. He felt bad for not having the energy to be with Pam, but she told him not to worry about it. The most important thing was for him to get some rest, and she would take the dogs out for a walk herself. Tyler thanked his neighbor for her understanding and dove back into his pillow, and Pam gave him a peck on the cheek. Later, while walking the pets, the girl kept thinking about how to ask Tyler if he wanted to be her boyfriend. But she also felt selfish because she knew he really needed to rest. Meanwhile, the dogs were having a great time near a trash can where a broken bottle was lying on the ground. Tequila, the careless little thing, didn't see the glass and stepped right on it, cutting her paw. The poor little thing was terrified and started whining frantically. When Pam saw the dog flinch, she knew something was wrong with its paw. Tequila's face was already wet with tears, and the girl asked if she could look at her leg. Knowing the human wouldn't hurt it, the dog obediently held out its paw, and Pam was horrified when she saw the blood, because Tyler was definitely going to freak out now. But then she saw the wound wasn't too serious, and she was just angry that some idiot had broken a bottle in a dog park. There was a vet clinic nearby, so the girl decided to take Tequila there immediately. She found the place quickly and asked if they could be seen without an appointment. There was no line, so Pam just told them the dog had cut its paw on some glass. The receptionist at the front desk assured her they would take care of it and asked for its name. Tequila wasn't registered here. It usually went to another clinic that was very far away. So the receptionist asked her to wait, saying the doctor would be free in a moment. A woman came out of the exam room with her dog. Dr. Olivia had just told her to crush a pill and mix it in its food. She had long, fiery red hair and seemed like a very kind lady. Just then, Tequila seemed to suddenly recognize her and started barking and squirming in Pam's arms. Pam started to calm it down and called its name, and then Olivia froze as soon as she heard the dog's name. She definitely knew Tequila. Pam just stared at the doctor, completely confused about what was happening. A brilliant smile spread across Olivia's face, as if she couldn't believe she was seeing the little dog again. Judging by the way Tequila was wagging its tail, it seemed very happy to see the woman too. The doctor was already reaching out to hug the little princess, but then she froze again, not understanding why Tequila was with someone else. So Pam explained that the owner was asleep and she had volunteered to walk the dog. Understanding the situation, the doctor introduced herself and asked what had happened to the little one. After hearing that Tequila's paw was cut by a piece of glass, she invited them into the exam room. Olivia examined it very carefully, as if it were royalty, making sure not to hurt it. Pam and Bob sat on the side, explaining how the accident happened. Pam realized that the doctor, who recognized Tequila, was clearly expecting to see Tyler and guessed they were close. Because Tequila usually hated all women, but it was being very friendly with this one. Pam hadn't seen Tequila this happy since Tyler, and she was dying to know who this woman was to him. So she started probing first asking if Tequila had been to this clinic before. But the doctor explained that it was the dog's first time here and that she had just met it at the pet grooming salon. She used to work there, and Pam admitted that her dog, Bob, also went to that salon. Olivia mentioned Luke, who was a good friend of hers, and Pam spoke highly of him. Then she suddenly remembered that she had seen this woman in a photo hanging in that salon. She remembered her because of her gorgeous, thick hair. Olivia blushed and asked if she could give Bob a little treat. She was a super animal lover and couldn't wait to give this handsome guy something tasty. Bob licked the doctor's hand gratefully, and Pam thought she seemed really kind. Now she understood why Tequila was so happy. Suddenly, she noticed a tattoo on Olivia's wrist, a branch with petals, as she was petting Bob. The design looked very familiar because she had seen the exact same tattoo on Tyler. He had been unwilling to say what it meant back then, only that it was personal. But now Pam understood. She suddenly remembered her neighbor admitting he had been head over heels for someone. Now she didn't know how to act or if she should even admit that she and Tyler were a couple. She looked down at the floor, hoping the tattoo was just a coincidence because anyone could get a tattoo like that. When Tequila's checkup was done, Olivia even said she wouldn't charge Pam anything. But Pam insisted on paying as she had taken up the doctor's time and she didn't even have an appointment. But Olivia was just really happy to see Tequila again, so it was completely on the house. Not wanting to argue anymore, Pam took the dogs, said her goodbyes, and headed for the exit. But as she crossed the threshold, she suddenly stopped. She turned to the doctor and asked if she could clarify one thing. Pam immediately pointed to Olivia's tattoo and asked if the woman knew Tyler. For a moment, the doctor's face became very serious, as if she was remembering something painful and sad. But she immediately smiled and said that she and Tyler were good friends. They just hadn't been in touch for a while. She even asked how he was doing, and Pam confessed that he was doing great, just tired after work. Then the doctor asked if Pam was his girlfriend, but she immediately stammered, realizing it was none of her business, and apologized for such an impolite question. She even asked the client not to answer, but she stated confidently that they were indeed dating. Olivia's gaze changed noticeably, not with anger, but more with surprise and shock. Pam realized what she had said without thinking, but there was nothing she could do about it now. I mean, she didn't even know where their relationship stood, and Tyler hadn't given her an answer yet. But then the doctor smiled brightly and said she was very happy to hear her friend had a girlfriend. Pam felt very awkward, and Olivia's reaction felt a little off to her. Olivia was just glad Tyler was doing well, but Pam couldn't tell if she was being sincere. She left with the dogs, and the doctor was already calling from the doorway that she was glad to see Tequila. Out of politeness, Pam waved a friendly goodbye to her and thanked her for the visit. All the while, she became more and more aware that Olivia and Tyler's relationship was actually much closer than just ordinary friends. When Pam got home, Tyler was still asleep, and she was wondering how to tell him she had met his ex. She still couldn't believe they were just friends, and it was driving her crazy. Remembering again that he had admitted to being in a relationship, she guessed it must have been Olivia. But she also knew Tyler didn't want to talk about it. Still, if Olivia was his girlfriend, it meant he must be a pretty decent guy. Pam's head was about to explode as she tried to figure out who was what to whom. Every other minute, she tried to convince herself there was nothing between those two. Then it suddenly occurred to her that the doctor also wore Crocs with socks, and Tyler liked the same combination, which must mean something. Pam tried to imagine how cute those two would look together, but the thought immediately gave her the creeps and her vision blurred. Not knowing the whole truth was driving her crazy, and she felt that Olivia was the reason Tyler had become so secretive. She thought he should still have some time before work, so she peeked into the bedroom. The guy was still fast asleep, and Pam didn't want to wake him up early just because of her curiosity. She carefully sat on the edge of the bed, hoping he would wake up on his own. But the minutes ticked by, and Tyler was still snoozing, so Pam just coughed, accidentally trying to wake him up. The guy looked up, and she pretended she had just accidentally barged in and disturbed him. Then, blushing, she awkwardly asked if he had a minute before work. Tyler raised his head higher. Her tone told him something was wrong. Pam confessed, while apologizing, that she had a favor to ask, but she would totally understand if he wasn't up for it. The words didn't come out as she intended, and Tyler started to worry, especially since she felt guilty for being selfish. But just then her neighbor took her hand and said there was nothing wrong with her behavior. Yes, Of course, all sorts of different thoughts popped into his head. He pushed her down on the bed, apologizing for not getting what she wanted sooner. But the girl was a little freaked out now. She knew what he was implying, but that's not what she had come for. Still, she was so embarrassed that her face turned bright red, and she buried her head in the pillow. Tyler was worried he might have messed things up and asked her not to be mad if he did something wrong. Then he just watched Pam quietly, who looked completely terrified at that moment. Without another word, he kissed her. Pam started to tell him to stop because he needed to rest, even though she really wanted to talk to him. The guy still looked incredibly tired, but he was actually very happy that his friend had come see him. Seeing him look at her so intently, she became emotional and started kissing him like crazy. Especially since she had waited for this moment for so long, she was determined to savor every second. She didn't even want to bring up running into his ex-girlfriend now, nor did she want to mention how Tequila got hurt. But she couldn't hold it in and blurted out, "Who on earth is Olivia?" Tyler shot up as if he'd been electrocuted, frozen in place, as if he'd been caught red-handed doing something wrong. He looked panicked and nervous, and even asked Pam to repeat what she said. A chill ran down her spine, but she admitted it anyway, saying she had met a woman named Olivia earlier. Then, she explained that Tequila had a minor injury, so she had rushed it to a nearby vet clinic. At this, Tyler's attention shifted completely to Tequila, his mind filled with worry for it. He rushed out of the room to check on it, even though Pam kept saying the injury wasn't serious. She now felt extremely guilty for not looking after the little dog properly. She overheard Tyler talking to Tequila, his voice full of care and gentleness. A few minutes later, after confirming the little one was okay, he returned to the room. Pam went on to say how happy Tequila was to see Olivia, and she even mentioned that she thought the woman used to be the dog's vet, and she was very friendly to them and a nice person, not making the situation awkward at all. At this, Tyler agreed, saying that Olivia was indeed the kindest person on the planet. Then, in a lower voice, he admitted that she was actually his ex-girlfriend. Pam's curiosity was satisfied, but she still felt very awkward about the situation with her neighbor. His confession didn't make her feel any better. Instead, it made her feel a bit dejected. Then, the man asked her if the doctor had asked Pam who she was. The girl started to stammer, completely unsure how to admit what she had blurted out at the vet clinic. She had been so bold then, claiming to be Tyler's girlfriend, and now she was mortified to admit it wasn't true. So she insisted that Olivia hadn't asked such a question at all. Tyler seemed relieved, and besides, it was almost time for him to go to work. But he still had a few minutes and wanted to go out for some fresh air. He even invited Pam to go with him, even though she had just gotten back from a walk. The girl was excited because this was her chance to ask the question that had been bothering her. As soon as they were outside, they started talking about how tough Tyler's shift had been yesterday. But whenever there was a pause in the conversation, Pam just couldn't bring herself to ask what she was dying to know. She could feel that he wasn't angry or upset, but there was definitely a tension in the air. To ease the tension, Pam thought she could smile at him and take his hand, but she was afraid Tyler was thinking about Olivia. At that moment, the thought stung her, even though she knew the woman was in the past. Pam would have felt much better if Tyler could have been more open with her. Suddenly, Bob twitched a little strangely. Then, they heard someone shouting about their dog getting off its leash. Both Pam and Tyler looked in the direction of the voice. They saw a large dog charging straight at them, and it definitely did not look friendly. Tyler tensed up, knowing nothing good ever came from a dog fight. The dog immediately lunged at Bob, trying to get its mouth around it. Bob dodged the attack and tried to bite back at the aggressive mutt. The girl was terrified for her pet and was about to rush in to separate the two dogs. She even reached out to grab them, not thinking at all that she might lose a finger or two. But Tyler pulled her back and shoved Tequila into her arms because the situation was too dangerous. In the heat of the moment, the man accidentally pushed Pam and she fell onto the grass. He then stood in front of her and started pulling on the other dog's collar, trying to get it away from Bob. The girl watched in horror, holding Tequila tightly to keep it from getting hurt. Just then, the owner of the crazy dog ran over, apologizing profusely, saying his dog's leash had come loose. But Tyler wasn't having it and was about to punch the man for not being able to control his dog. The man quickly grabbed his pet by the leash, even though the dog still wanted to go after Bob. After they left, Tyler checked Bob to make sure it hadn't been bitten. Then he noticed Pam was still sitting on the grass, holding Tequila, trembling with fear. Tyler went over to Pam, helped her up, and apologized for pushing her. But then he snapped at her, saying what she did was reckless, and she could have been seriously injured. He explained that you should never try to separate fighting dogs and told Pam never to put herself in that kind of danger again. Now the girl felt guilty. Her eyes filled with tears, and her lips trembled as she tried not to break down. Tyler's sudden scolding caught her off guard, and she couldn't help but sob. Seeing her so upset, the man felt terrible and apologized for yelling at her, saying he was just so scared. The girl still couldn't calm down, so Tyler promised never to raise his voice at her again. He just didn't want her to get hurt, so he hugged her, hoping it would calm her down quickly. At the same time, he hoped she would forgive him for his impulsive outburst. But he was baffled when she said Tyler had every right to be angry with her, and he had no idea what was wrong with her now. Then she admitted she had been acting like a total egoist, while Tyler was always helping. She also noticed that he had become more distant since they talked about Olivia, as if she was all he could think about. The man couldn't believe Pam would think that, especially after her dog had just been in a fight. The truth was, she was terrified by what happened with Bob, and then she admitted she had done something wrong. Fighting back tears, Pam confessed in a guilty voice that she had lied to Tyler. Olivia did ask about their relationship, and Pam was also worried about the couple tattoo. Then she burst into tears again, saying she just wanted to be special to Tyler. So she told Olivia she was his girlfriend, even though she knew it wasn't true. That's why Pam felt like a selfish child, and she was deeply ashamed. Tyler was a bit surprised by this confession, but he gently took her hands, moved them from her face, and then asked her why she would think she wasn't his girlfriend. Because he thought they were already dating, and it didn't matter that they hadn't officially talked about it. But to make sure Pam wouldn't have another emotional breakdown like this, he suggested they start over and officially ask her to be his girlfriend. He offered her a formal, easygoing, and normal relationship where they could raise those two furry, four-legged little devils together. Pam was too happy to say a word. She just opened her arms and gave Tyler a big hug. He felt good knowing the little fool had calmed down, and so was settled. They walked hand in hand, and Pam wondered how Tyler was feeling now. He mumbled something about feeling a little weird. The girl was surprised at first, but then she understood why. She lifted his hand and intertwined their fingers more comfortably. Now he felt much better. But the thing was, he never thought he'd be in a relationship. Tyler had always thought he would die alone or spend the rest of his life with a dog, and he was fine with that. At least he thought it would be easier that way. He had told Pam this before, but hearing it again still made her feel dejected. She told him to cheer up, saying it was time to get used to the new normal. Tyler noticed that, besides her high-pitched voice and light footsteps, the girl got a little flustered and started walking faster to show him she could walk fast too. As she took her next step, Tyler suddenly grabbed her hand, not letting her run off. He pulled her closer and said he liked walking slowly too, because that way they could be together longer. Pam was overjoyed and started chirping again in her high-pitched, squeaky voice, but she immediately apologized, saying she had been feeling down lately and was now incredibly happy. Tyler still didn't understand why seeing Olivia had upset her so much, but he still apologized for making Pam worry. The girl started to argue back, insisting she was actually happy to have met the woman. She thought she was super nice because she was not only good at tequila, but also to Bob. Pam was just worried that Tyler's past was haunting him, which made her feel insecure. She struggled with whether to give him some space or do something for him. All of this made Pam overthink and stress out instead of just asking directly. Now she just asked Tyler to accept that she would continue to worry about him. The man realized that the girl wanted to know everything about his past, but she was just too shy to ask. He even found a little funny watching her being tormented by her curiosity. He didn't think his past was anything special, and if Pam wanted to know, he was happy to tell her. Then he admitted that he and Olivia met and started dating in high school. But when they were 20, things got rocky, and Tyler was not in a good place. Recalling that past, the man became serious for a moment. He continued, saying they had tried to make it work, but things fell apart, and they broke up. The story was ordinary, but Pam was curious about how long they dated and why they broke up. Tyler wasn't keen on revisiting old wounds, because the breakup was a disaster. Pam suddenly said he needed to see Olivia again. She thought it was fine, especially since Olivia was happy that he had moved on with someone else. Of course, Pam understood it might be difficult for her partner, but if he wanted to completely move on from the past, he should do it properly. If he decided to take that step, she would support him. Tyler was completely stunned. He hadn't expected this reaction from Pam, but he gave her a sweet smile and thanked her for her advice and support. As he walked, he couldn't help but wonder why Pam would think she wasn't his girlfriend. I mean, they had kissed, hadn't they? It was obvious something had already started between them. Then he took out his phone and showed her the new wallpaper he had changed to a few days ago. It was a photo of them together at the beach, and Pam couldn't believe her eyes. She had never been someone's phone background before, and it actually felt pretty nice. Tyler admitted he had wanted to use the picture from the bar, but she never sent it to him. The girl immediately took out her own phone to send him the picture. They touched their phones together to transfer the image, and suddenly Pam noticed something and froze when she saw how he had saved her in his contacts. Tyler had saved her as Bob's mom, and she was frustrated that it was this and not something, more romantic. The man started suggesting names like Babe or Sweet Neighbor, but she kept being picky, begging him to at least add a heart next to her name. While she was freaking out, Tyler changed the contact info and showed her. She loved it, but her face turned bright red. Without realizing it, they had walked to his workplace while chatting, and Tyler asked her to bring him a tequila. Pam was surprised they had arrived so quickly. Just then, Bernie appeared with a broom and offered to take them out for a drink somewhere. Really wanted to go, but she had to get up early for work tomorrow, and a ton of things had piled up. Tyler also confessed that he had to work at the warehouse later, so they probably wouldn't see each other tomorrow. Bernie decided to leave the little lovebird alone so they could say a proper goodbye. Pam was happy they were together, even though she knew their work schedules would make things difficult. They said their goodbyes, and Tyler promised to text her later. The girl wasn't worried anymore, because to her, they were already a real family. But when she got home, her mom video called and immediately started scolding her, saying she had only sent a simple text and hadn't even called since returning from the Caribbean. Dad also chimed in, saying they were worried sick, wondering what that man had done to their daughter over there. They want to know if they were official yet, and Pam was surprised that was all they cared about. Still, she admitted that after the trip, she and Tyler had started dating. Now, she was floating on cloud nine, feeling like he might be the one. As she was talking, her brother tried to sneak past their parents to his room. But the girl saw his sneaky figure on the screen, and her parents told him to at least say hi to his sister. He didn't want to chat with her and was about to go on his way. But his parents pressured him, and Pam was already waving hello with Bob in her arms. Mickey figured he'd just humor her for a few minutes with some small talk. He confessed that he had a national competition coming up soon, so he had been training like crazy. Pam wanted to go too, but her brother was worried her cheering would be a major distraction. Then she suggested they hang out over the weekend and promised to introduce him to her boyfriend. But Mickey refused again, just asking her to drive him home, though he could already guess what kind of guy she was dating. Pam wouldn't back down, knowing his parents would give him a hero's welcome. She invited her brother to hang out again, so they could have some fun before the summer ended. Even his parents started persuading him not to just focus on training and to live like a normal kid for once. After that, Mickey said his goodbyes, wished everyone a good night, and left the room. Mom was still all smiles, happy that her daughter had found a good man. And Dad hoped their relationship would always be very romantic. He hoped Tyler would take good care of Pam, always tell her how wonderful she is no matter what, and always tell her how much he loves her. She suddenly realized that Tyler hadn't actually said those words yet, but he had definitely shown it with his actions. The next morning, she started getting ready for work as usual. A little light makeup, and she was ready to go. Pam was lost in thought when the doorbell suddenly rang. She wasn't expecting anyone and was surprised to see Tyler at the door. He was holding a box and, knowing she had to leave early today, suggested they have a quick breakfast together. And he had brought her favorite donuts, and Pam was about to melt with happiness. She immediately threw herself at him, hugging him gratefully and shouting that he really was the one. Then she wondered where he got fresh donuts, since it was still very early and no shops were open. Tyler explained that a client had opened his own bakery and sent him and the old man a whole box. He brought the rest, a truth that didn't particularly thrill the girl. He could have said he bought them yesterday, but the man didn't want to lie to her. Pam led him into the apartment and apologized for overreacting. Tyler wasn't mad at all, and besides, he had saved the best donuts for her. One was heart-shaped and the other was a ring, and Tyler told her to eat up. The girl realized the heart-shaped donut was for her and was ecstatic at the sweet gesture. But Tyler clarified that the donut with strawberry frosting was for her because she liked strawberries. Pam did like strawberries, but now she felt a pang of disappointment. She had 10 minutes before she had to leave, and Tyler handed her a cup of coffee that he had also brought. The girl suddenly thought that maybe her mom had been right all along. Tyler was only that considerate during the trip, and he changed once they became official. Besides, he wasn't always the best partner, like when he told her not to wear high heels when walking the dogs. Sometimes he was even a bit of a jerk, like that time he let go of her hand in the sea. And just recently, he had pushed her when Bob fought with another dog. Pam started to worry that he was all show and no substance, since he didn't have much relationship experience. She just hoped he would take her hints. You know. Then she gave him the puppy dog eyes, and Tyler knew something was wrong. He figured out the problem and apologized for not giving her the heart-shaped donut right away. He didn't understand why she didn't just ask for it, but hey, that's how girls are. Pam had already opened her mouth, hinting for Tyler to feed her, but he broke the donut in half and handed one of the pieces to the girl beside him. She suddenly felt like a bucket of ice water had been poured over her. It hadn't occurred to Pam at all that Tyler might also want a bite of the chocolate donut, so she just refused, saying she wasn't hungry and had to get ready for work. At the door, she was still upset and told him to eat both donuts, then said goodbye. Neither Tyler nor Bob knew what had just happened, but he still wished her a good day. Meanwhile, she was completely overthinking it, feeling that he was only so nice during the trip to win her over. But she really hoped he was the kind of man who would plan romantic surprises. She came home from work, and then, bam, there was a surprise, and her heart skipped a beat. Under a bag of cupcakes was a note, saying that Tyler had noticed she was in a bad mood in the morning and hoped this would cheer her up. Pam was deeply moved and immediately called her mom to share the good news. Later, she called Tyler from her car while he was cleaning up before opening the bar. She told him her workday was boring, but tomorrow should be much more fun, all because they were finally going to hang out together tomorrow, which made Pam incredibly excited. But when the big moment finally arrived, Tyler was dead tired after work and fell asleep. He then sent a voice message suggesting they walk the dogs together in the morning before Pam went to work. In the morning, she woke up early and was ready and waiting for Tyler to come over. But when she opened the door, she saw him looking half dead after his shift, though he still planned to go for a walk. He stumbled across the threshold and immediately collapsed onto Pam, who told him to go get some rest. The girl wrote all about it in her diary, even as her friend invited her to a lunch picnic, and didn't understand why Pam didn't just go to his bar, but she didn't want to bother him while he was working. Then, and suggested they move in together like her and Bernard. But Pam wasn't ready for that. She felt it was too soon to take that step, although she was really frustrated that they barely had any time together. Then Anne suggested they adjust their schedules for each other, so they might still not see each other often, but it was better than just waiting around and getting frustrated. Pam thanked her for the advice, and then they went back to work. For the rest of her shift, she kept thinking that the adult world just isn't always fair. Their lives were so different, and if things didn't change, they would have to make a tough decision. But Pam was willing to believe that Tyler felt the same way about her, so she needed to be strong. Bob greeted her at the door, and she noticed it came out of the bedroom after a hello bark. The dog went back into that room, and she started to worry. It usually slept on the living room sofa, so Pam went to see what it was up to. As usual, she took off her shoes loudly and followed the dog, and then she froze. When she saw that Bob hadn't gone in for no reason, Tyler was asleep in her bed. He heard her shuffling feet and sleepily mumbled a hello. She had texted him that she was going crazy missing him, so he came over after work and just fell asleep. But Pam told him not to worry, saying he could sleep here whenever he wanted. She ecstatically jumped into his arms. She had been longing to see him for so long. Tyler lifted the blanket and suggested she come lie down with him and relax. She happily snuggled into the warm covers, enjoying the attention, and she cuddled closer to Tyler, feeling like she was about to cry with joy. He admitted he had been wanting to see Pam a lot too, and noticed she came home early today. She had just worked extra hard today to finish early. She told him not to feel pressured, as she knew he needed to rest. He had looked exhausted these past few days, and the man admitted he hadn't been sleeping well since coming back from the tour. She thought he was stressed because of everything that had happened between them. Tyler stroked her hand and said he wasn't worried about them at all. It's just that he'd always had insomnia and trouble falling asleep, which is why he had dark circles under his eyes. When Pam suggested he take a few more days off to rest properly, Tyler said that wasn't what he needed. He needed her. She was stunned by his confession, but also incredibly happy. She hugged him tighter, and he joked that she was happy because of his suffering. Then he confessed that the first time he slept well was the day Pam found Tequila. The four of them had fallen asleep on that tiny sofa, huddled closely together. Even though it felt cramped, Tyler slept better that time than ever before. Listening to his confession, Pam's heart started to flutter again. She wanted to sleep with him again, and Tyler joked again that it was her snoring that calmed him down. At that, she insisted in a soft voice that she didn't snore, but the man remembered falling asleep to her light snores. They lay in silence for a while, each lost in their own thoughts. Then Tyler decided to ask her to move in with him, hoping Pam wouldn't be against it. The girl snapped to attention. Even though she had been waiting for this moment, it still caught her off guard. Meanwhile, Bernard was browsing something on his phone, killing time before his shift. The door opened, and Anne's voice rang out, quite proud of herself for being early. She peeked her head in and immediately saw Bernie, giving him a sweet smile. She explained that she and Pam had finished their work quickly so they could see their partners before they went to work. Then she took off her shoes and offered to make her sweetheart some coffee, but he declined and confessed that he was planning his schedule for the next month. Bernard's voice sounded a bit down, and then started to worry if he was sick. She didn't understand why he was so stressed, since it was just a job. Then she went closer to him and suggested he relax while he had the chance. The girl gave him a gentle hug. She was always so considerate and caring towards him. But she became a little uneasy when Bernie asked her to wait a minute because they needed to talk. Meanwhile, after Tyler asked her to move in, Pam was trying to compose herself. She wanted to jump for joy, but at the same time, she was completely overwhelmed and didn't know how to answer. So Tyler confessed that he told the old man they were dating, and he was thrilled. He especially loved hearing that they had already kissed. He danced around excitedly like a little kid and started hugging his nephew, just thankful that he wouldn't end up dying alone after all. So Tyler thought Bernard would help him adjust his schedule. He asked the old guy to push back his shifts, even by just an hour, so they could see each other more. But he said that would mean changing the bar's opening hours, and he refused him. Finally, Tyler asked if he could at least come in late 2 days a week. After all, he always worked his butt off and had never asked for anything. But Bernie just laughed and said that a few months ago, Tyler would never have dreamed of asking him for this. The thing was, Tyler really liked Pam, and he wanted to do everything he could to make the relationship work. This softened the old man's heart, and he even felt bad that the kid was having scheduling problems. He ruffled the man's already messy hair like he was a little kid, and then admitted he was genuinely happy for his nephew. But that didn't make the man feel any better, because free time doesn't just appear out of thin air. Besides, he felt his uncle was just being polite and teasing him. But Bernard had always genuinely loved the kid and worried about him. He even started thinking about how to help Tyler with his dilemma, but the schedule was indeed very unforgiving. Then the man suggested not working on Sundays, making it a fixed day off. But Bernard had another idea on how to see Pam more often without changing their lifestyle. He suggested they move in together like him but Tyler thought it was too rushed. However, it would help them manage their time better so they could actually enjoy their daily lives, especially since they were already neighbors, just a staircase apart. So moving in together wasn't a big deal. Now Tyler agreed with the idea, and they could also save a lot on rent. More importantly, their dogs were best buddies and loved playing together. But when he brought up moving in together again, Pam suddenly rejected him. The man was so shocked he almost jumped out of bed, asking her what was wrong. It was only then that she realized she had spoken too soon, because she didn't mean it at all. Pam considered herself the romantic one in this whole affair and thought she was the one pushing things toward a happy ending. She absolutely didn't mean that she didn't want to live with the man. The girl confessed that she actually longed for it, but was just scared, because she always messes things up and was worried she would ruin the relationship with her own hands. Seeing her boyfriend leave, even though she was the one who suggested it, broke her heart, and for a while, she actually enjoyed living alone with Bob. But she also wanted to take things further with Tyler and let their feelings grow. Tyler was very understanding of her thoughts, as he had been single for a long time himself. He didn't even realize what a momentous decision this was for Pam, and then he gently took her hand and said he was glad she was putting him first. He also suggested they take it slow and go at their own pace as a couple. Pam gazed at him for a few seconds, feeling a sense of relief. She didn't know why. Maybe she was just overthinking it, because she hadn't planned this conversation. However, she told him he could come over and spend the night anytime, especially since they had matching couples pajamas. A loud alarm clock interrupted their romantic moment, reminding Tyler it was time to go to work. So he went back to his place to get ready, and Pam even walked out onto the porch to see him off. She firmly believed they would live together one day, but for now, she was enjoying the feeling of taking it one step at a time. She hadn't even turned away from the door when the doorbell rang again. She thought it was Tyler coming back, but standing at the door was a dejected and asking if she could crash at her friend's place for the night. Pam couldn't believe how upset and was. She couldn't remember ever seeing her so sad. As soon as Ann came in, she burst into tears and confessed that Bernie had a child. The news was a complete bombshell, but Pam was more worried about her friend's condition and dragged her feet into the apartment and announced she needed an emergency rescue pajama party. This was their go-to sleepover when they needed bestie support, and of course, it involved junk food. They were getting ready for a relaxing pajama party with their faces covered in masks. About half an hour later, and was already in a better mood, but Pam was now dying of curiosity and wanted to know what it felt like to find out your man has a child. I mean, they'd been on so many dates and were even living together, and then bam, this bombshell drops. But Ann suddenly confessed that she had known all along and had just completely forgotten to tell her friend. Pam thought, what the hell, she had just wasted a few super expensive face masks. The blonde beauty admitted that Bernie wanted her to meet his daughter, but for her, it was a total nightmare. To give Pam a clearer picture, and decided to start from the beginning. When she first met Bernie, she was a great girl who had become jaded about love. Then, across the crowd, their eyes met, and he ordered her a fancy drink. For her, it was a fairy tale moment. She had met the man of her dreams. At this point, Pam interrupted her, reminding her that's not exactly how it happened, because she was there too, and continued, saying that after he got off work, they made out for almost 6 hours. Even though they felt a special connection under the full moon, Bernie stopped her right then. He said he wasn't looking for a one-night stand and wanted to truly get to know him. The girl thought, what on earth are you talking about? She felt like she already knew him inside and out. Bernie confessed that his life was very complicated, and he didn't want to scare her away with any surprises. At this point, and said that Tyler should really learn a thing or two from his uncle. Anyway, back to my story, she explained that Bernie had laid everything out on the table. Pam was completely engrossed, totally lost in the story as if she were there. It turned out Bernie had a daughter from a previous relationship, although it was an unplanned pregnancy. Back then, he decided to open a bar so he could coordinate their schedules and spend more time with the child. But they barely knew each other at the time, and the crazy schedules eventually killed the relationship, so they broke up. They remained on friendly terms and continue to be good parents. A few years ago, his ex got married and moved to another city with their daughter. Now Bernard gets to spend much less time with his daughter, even though he would do anything for her. He only gets to see her on weekends and holidays, and he's always exhausted after his night shifts, and understood that his daughter meant the world to Bernie. Now she was coming for the holidays, so since they were living together, Bernie wanted to meet his child. Pam thought it was a great idea, but her friend wasn't so sure. I mean, it basically meant she was going to be a stepmom, and she was totally unprepared for it, because historically, no stepmother has ever been well-liked or respected. They're always the villains. Of course, she loved playing the sexy and powerful villain, but as a stepmom, she'd feel like some gaudy, evil old hag. She started freaking out again because now she had no idea what to do, and didn't want to be a stepmom to a teenager and felt like everything would go wrong. But then her friend hugged her and assured her that everything would be okay. Bernie probably just wanted to be a part of an important part of his life. Besides, the girl might not even need a second mom, and was still freaking out, worried the kid wouldn't like her, and then Bernie would dump her. Pam told her to calm down, saying they were already living together, and meeting his daughter was bound to happen sooner or later. Now was the perfect opportunity to find out right away if the little one liked Ann or not. Meanwhile, Bernie was going crazy at work because after and heard about his daughter, she turned pale with fear and ran off. He was pouring out his worries to his nephew, completely unsure of what to do next. He was also afraid his precious daughter Camilla and wouldn't get along, and he couldn't imagine what would happen. Tyler chimed in that, if that happened, they might have to break up. This annoyed Bernie, who yelled at his nephew that he didn't even want to think about that crap. He couldn't force it to be a part of his life, but he didn't want to be a stranger to his daughter either. Besides, he was head over heels in love with and wouldn't trade her for anything. But as a father, his daughter's happiness came first, and the whole thing was driving him crazy. Just then, Anne appeared out of nowhere and confessed that she was scared, but she realized she didn't need to be the girl's mother. She also declared that she wanted to know everything about Bernard. So she wanted to meet Camilla and try to build a relationship with her, even though she didn't know how it would turn out. Bernie immediately hugged and promised to do everything he could. Pam and Tyler watched from his side, happy about their reconciliation. Tyler thanked Pam for coming, as he was tired of consoling his uncle. He also recalled that Tequila didn't accept Pam right away either, but now she was like a mother to it. Just then, Bernie yelled at them that a child and a dog are not the same thing, even though the two of them were acting like they were. Soon, the day came for Anne to meet Camilla. She stood at the door, too nervous to go in, constantly telling herself she could do it. But she was shaking like a leaf and couldn't even get the key into the lock. Just then, a girl opened the door, and from inside, Bernie's voice could be heard telling her to ask who it was before opening the door. The girl recognized Anne and greeted her politely. Then she introduced herself as Camilla and invited her in with a sweet smile. Next, she offered in some cookies that she and her dad had baked together. The girl was a little baking pro and could tell if something was done just by the smell. Camilla had also been a little worried about meeting Anne, so she decided to bake something special for her. She was a bit nervous because she really hoped her dad's friend would like her. Then, Anne also confessed that she had been under a lot of stress too, worrying if Camilla would like her. But the kid was bound to like her. She makes her dad happy, right? And completely lost it again, but this time it was because she realized what a lovely child this was. The girl became shy, and her face took on the same sentimental expression Bernie gets. Bernie was overjoyed to see his two favorite girls getting along so well and offered to pour more tea. But it seemed like they didn't even hear him, too busy complimenting each other, and learned that Camilla was 14, and Camilla said her dad's friend looked gorgeous. Bernie heard everything and realized he had been worrying for nothing. Camilla also loved Anne's makeup and asked her to do hers like that when she grew up. Then, the daughter turned to her dad and told him to bring some cookies to Tyler. It was only then that Anne realized Tyler was Camilla's cousin. The little one suddenly scrunched up her face, imitating his usual serious and melancholic look. Then she demonstrated the dimples that appeared on his cheeks when he smiled. Suddenly, the girl worried that her cousin would be unhappy without them, but Anne reminded her that he was with Pam right now. It turned out Camilla had no idea who Pam was, and explained that she was his girlfriend and that she was also very much looking forward to meeting Bernard's daughter, and was sure Tyler's girlfriend would love a cutie like her. Meanwhile, Pam kept wanting to help Tyler with something, but he just told her to relax. But she felt awkward just sitting there watching him clean up by himself. Tyler had to give in and handed her a stack of glasses to polish. Pam was thrilled and immediately started wiping them with a cloth until they sparkled. She worked so quickly, and while that Tyler joked she should come around more often, Pam was actually willing to. Ever since their talk in the Caribbean, she had been trying to find her direction, even thinking about quitting her job to do something she truly loved. Then she asked Tyler if he had any career goals himself. Tyler wanted to improve himself, like creating original drinks. Just like that mango cocktail he made for Pam, which she absolutely loved. Pam even suggested he create one for Camilla too. Make an amazing mocktail before she arrives. Tyler agreed, as he was an expert in this area. First, they decided to sketch out a rough idea on paper. Pam also suggested naming the mocktail Bobby's Inspiration, which Tyler fully endorsed. He imagined something brownish yellow, sweet, a bit like coffee with sugar. To add a little twist, he decided to add some cinnamon and cream, but Pam pointed out that adding cream would make it more tequila style. So Tyler started whipping decaf coffee and sugar to make a Dalgona foam. He had his friend rim the glass with crushed chocolate and cookie crumbs. After that, he started mixing sweetened condensed milk with heavy cream, then poured a little non-alcoholic bitter coffee at the bottom of the glass. The final product was an adult cocktail, a Bobby Teeny with Dalgona foam. And for Camilla, Tyler just made a cocktail with cream. without the martini. It was like a dessert, which Camilla, with her sweet tooth, should love. Tyler saw her as the little sister he never had. Back to the drink. He joked about using cookies for Bobby's ears, but Pam vetoed it. Bernie and their daughter were heading towards the bar, with the little one talking all the way about how she deals with her dad snoring. Just then, they heard Pam and Tyler's laughter as the two were arguing whether dog ears looked more like bear ears. Camilla couldn't figure out who was laughing like a maniac and was stunned when she realized it was Tyler. To be honest, she had never heard her cousin laugh like that. Usually, he would just give her a small smile when thanking her or saying hello. He had never laughed so freely in front of her, which made her a little sad. Still, she really missed him, and as soon as Bernie opened the door, the girl ran straight to him. Tyler was also excited to see her. The moment he saw her, they hugged each other and exchanged greetings, catching up. Then Tyler complimented her, saying she had grown up so much and changed a lot. The girl studied his face and said he looked a little different too. Just as they started talking, they heard a soft, friendly bark. Bob, curious about the visitor, peeked out from behind Tyler, grinning. But the moment the girl saw his toothy face, she screamed as if she were being attacked by a monster. She ran around Tyler, yelling at him to get the dog away, not realizing it was just playfully chasing her. Pam immediately explained that Bob just wanted to say hello and told her not to worry. But Camilla clung tightly to Tyler and just grumbled that the dog needed to be better trained. Pam pretended not to hear that and immediately started talking in a baby voice, saying what a lovely girl she was and that she even looked like Tequila. After hearing this greeting, Camilla felt like she was dealing with some kind of lunatic. Noticing this, Tyler told Pam to speak more slowly to his cousin, saying she had trouble hearing. The girl apologized and then started introducing herself to the kid as if she were spelling, which made her seem even more abnormal. She explained that her English was very good and pointed to the hearing aid above her ear. Pam started apologizing again, and Bernie decided to announce some good news to everyone. He announced that since Camilla would be staying with him for a while, the bar would be closed starting tomorrow, especially since Pam and Tyler had been eager to spend some quality time together. They loved this news, and Pam was already eager to celebrate. But then Tyler noticed his cousin's eye roll and remembered they had prepared something for her. Then he handed everyone a glass of the new drink to celebrate the moment. Bernie couldn't stop praising the cocktail and even suggested adding it to the menu, especially since it was quick to make. Camilla also thought it was delicious and thanked her cousin for the wonderful surprise. Tyler admitted the mocktail was inspired by Bob, who looks scary but is actually a sweetheart. Since Camilla liked the drink, Tyler believed she would grow to like Bob too. As if understanding every word, the dog rested its chubby face and button-like eyes on the bar. The girl still eyed it sideways, but promised to try and accept it. Tyler also said to thank Pam, because she was the one who initially suggested doing something. Camilla listened to them talk about the process of making it together, and for some reason, it made her feel a little left out. Pam even boasted that she was only responsible for the design and sprinkling some cookie crumbs on top. Camilla suddenly blurted out that she wanted a strawberry, and then she reached for the glass in front of Pam. Of course, the glass immediately tipped over, and the entire drink spilled on her lap. Pam was a bit shocked and didn't know how to react for a moment. But Camilla just acted as if it were a complete accident. Deep down, Pam knew it was just a childish trick, but she didn't know why. Everyone rushed over to help, thinking it was really just a clumsy accident. But Pam announced she was fine, and the whole drink had spilled on Tequila, who was sitting on her lap. Everyone saw the very unhappy look on the little dog's face, its hairstyle now completely ruined. Camilla realized she had messed up, and from Tequila's glare, a war was about to break out between them. Tyler immediately picked up the dog, saying there was a shower here and he would get cleaned up. Bernard just assumed his daughter was tired, and that's why she was clumsy, suggesting they head home before it got dark. The little girl wanted to go with him, who immediately promised a girls' night. Camilla was already excited, but then Pam asked if she could join them. But hearing Tequila's bark, she knew it wasn't possible, as the little dog needed to go home so it wouldn't catch a cold. Camilla was secretly relieved, and, sitting next to her, sensed that something was off. Soon, Tequila was done with her bath, and Camilla were ready to leave. Everyone came out to see them off, even Bob. Bernie told them to text him as soon as they got home. Then Pam admitted she really liked the little girl and even wanted to trade her brother for her. On the way to the car, it mentioned she noticed Camilla was very infatuated with Tyler. Now she was curious why, but the kid pretended not to understand and could see the little one didn't like Pam, so she asked her to be honest. She froze as if she'd been caught doing something bad. The next morning, Pam woke up in a great mood, not even caring what the weather was like. She was excited because Tyler was coming over for breakfast and she was home. But the best part was that he had the weekend off, so they finally had time to themselves. Pam couldn't stop smiling, imagining all the things they could do. Her thoughts got pretty steamy, and she even blushed, though only Bob could see her. But then it barked, and she told it not to judge her because she had needs too, you know? Just then, they both whipped their heads toward the door. The doorbell rang. Tyler appeared, surprised by the sheer excitement from everyone in the apartment upon seeing him. As soon as Pam closed the door, she threw herself at him, kissing him eagerly. The girl was just super happy that Tyler had the day off, so the four of them could have fun today. Tyler was into it too, kissing Pam back while calming the dog. He was looking forward to doing a lot of things today, like watching a movie, or going for a long walk, or even just a trip to the grocery store. But Pam hinted at something more exciting, suggesting they try something new and fun, just the two of them. Tyler completely missed the hint and suggested they get out the board games. The girl thought he was so dense and blushed, but didn't say anything. Later, she told and how she tried to hint at some extracurricular activities with Tyler, and he wanted to play Monopoly. He was, however, willing to play some strip poker, and burst out laughing at this. And she laughed even harder, stammering that it's what you get for choosing a slow one. But then she asked seriously if things had ever gone further with Tyler. Pam admitted they almost did once, almost went all the way, but the timing wasn't right. Her friend told her not to be silly and to create the right moment herself. At this point, Pam decided to change the subject and asked how things were on her end. She was curious how it was going with Camilla, and looked down and said the evening went well. Pam was happy to hear they were getting along and that she hoped to connect with the girl too, seeing her friend's smug look, and decided not to mention that Camilla actually hated her. She just suggested they all spend more time together so the little one could get to know her better. Then, and remembered that Pam already had her hands full with Tyler, but she was willing to wait no matter how long it took. That night, still in her car after work, Pam touched up her makeup and loosened her collar a bit. Opening the door, she called out playfully for Tyler, hoping to get his attention right away. Without turning around, he called back that he was in the kitchen. Pam told him to turn around and look. Tyler did, but his glasses were fogged up from the steam, and he couldn't see a thing. She felt a little frustrated, but decided not to give up. So she moved closer and started flirting again. But Tyler just said they were out of food and needed to go to the store. When he turned to her, he only noticed her shirt was a bit too open, but thought it was just an accident. Then he shoved a pet supply coupon flyer at her, suggesting they go before things sold out. In that moment, Pam started to think there might be something seriously wrong with Tyler. She still went to the store with him, but the whole way there, she was racking her brain, trying to figure out why her plan hadn't worked. She even considered wearing a t-shirt with a neon sign to get her point across. Tyler suddenly remembered that Bernie and his daughter had invited them to a picnic next week. Pam and happened to have a 3-day weekend then. So she agreed, and Tyler immediately chimed in suggesting they check out camping gear while they were at it. He saw some hot sauce in the window and suggested buying some, and she agreed. Then she noticed that every single thing he mentioned that she wanted to buy made her unusually excited. She also kept replaying all their moments alone. She wondered if he was ready for anything serious, even though he had hinted at it more than once. The thoughts were driving her crazy, and she was about at her wit's end. Just then, Tyler realized he had completely forgotten to get an eggplant. Pam, through gritted teeth and with a flushed face, snapped that an eggplant was exactly what she needed right now. As she turned to go pick out the vegetable herself, even a small child noticed the terrifying look on her face. Pam was really about to lose it, completely baffled by how dense Tyler could be. She tried to calm herself down, telling herself she could handle it, and started thinking about her next move when something caught her eye. While she was still fuming over the eggplant, Tyler was already at the checkout, telling them to wait because he was waiting for his friend. Then he saw her nearby and told her to hurry up. The girl angrily threw the eggplant and the item onto the conveyor belt, telling them to ring it all up together. Seeing the package, Tyler didn't understand why she needed it, and she told him with her head down, "Can't you just use your damn brain for once?" Then she yelled at the entire store that she was dying for a real date with him. Everyone in line, including the cashier, was stunned. Tyler's face got redder and redder, and he just asked to pay by card. When the cashier finally let him go, he grabbed Pam's hand, snatched the shopping bags with his other, and hastily fled the store. They walked in silence for a bit, and then Tyler confessed that he had bought the same thing she did a few weeks ago. The girl stared at him with wide eyes, wondering if she was going crazy. But Tyler told her not to be so dense and suggested they go home. They took Pam's car back, loading the groceries into the back seat. They didn't say a word for several blocks, and she just wanted to get home quickly. But of course, every traffic light turned red. Tyler was still embarrassed, and he turned to the window, trying to hide his feelings. But then he felt Pam's hand on his knee, and his face flushed again. But he was more worried something would happen, because she was driving and shouldn't be distracted. She calmly pointed out that they were at a red light. Then she added that if he was uncomfortable with anything, he could just say so. Tyler felt that Pam was acting very out of character today. He was starting to have feelings for her too, but he had been trying to keep his cool. Pam suddenly confessed that he was driving her crazy. Just then, the light turned green, and she hit the gas, saying they'd continue this conversation when they got home. Tyler had a strange feeling, as if she had just been stung by something, but he also had deep, romantic feelings for her and wanted to be closer to her. Back home, they both just wanted to be alone and threw the shopping bags on the floor. They started making out right there in the hallway, even though Tyler felt they should go inside. But Pam didn't want to stop kissing him. Suddenly, they heard someone complaining about relatives. Pam realized it was her mom, and she went up a floor to make sure she wasn't imagining things. To make matters worse, her entire family was there, even her elderly grandma. The girl froze on the spot. They hadn't told her they were coming because she always found an excuse to get out of it. Moreover, her mom noticed her daughter wasn't alone because she heard another voice. Then Tyler stood up and told Pam not to worry. He would go say hello himself. He explained with a red face that they were delayed at the store, which is why they were late. He even apologized for making his girlfriend guests wait so long. When the family saw what an absolute catch Pam had landed, they were all stunned. Then she let them into the apartment, and they explained they just missed her so much that they came. They even started talking about Tyler, with even the grandma thinking he was a handsome guy who looked like an angel. She even compared him to her grandpa in his youth, saying their family has good taste. They also apologized to Tyler, knowing he would be tired after his night shift. Tyler explained that he actually had the day off. Hearing this, the relatives surrounded Pam again, asking her why she hadn't brought this young man home sooner. Even the grandmother started to complain that her granddaughter rarely visited and that she missed her very much. To appease the old woman, Tyler promised that he and Pam would visit them more often. Pam seized the opportunity to start scolding her brother for not writing, but he had also been dragged there against his will. This didn't placate her, as she complained that he could have supported her. Tyler, for a change, joined the conversation and asked Mickey how his competition went, knowing it was tough. He humbly admitted that he had won, but he himself wasn't very happy about it. He was only 16 and spent all his time training, and his sister didn't understand that kind of obsession. He was always a loner. He didn't try to hang out with other kids like a normal teenager. Pam also told him to pay more attention to life, and Tyler started to feel sorry for the kid. Mickey explained that he specialized in steeplechase and that he had run 3,000 meters in the competition. It was a steeplechase marathon, and Tyler realized Mickey's respiratory system must be very well developed. He himself had always wanted to try it, but with one of his buddies, so it would be more fun. So he invited Mickey to join him, and Mickey gladly agreed. All the relatives immediately started paying attention, and Tyler set a rule. They would run at their own pace, not competing with each other. It would just be a fun run. Mickey agreed, but he still looked dead serious. Pam's mom was super excited that her son was finally making a friend, but Pam's dad asked Tyler to step outside for a chat, and the young man visibly tensed up because her dad looked very serious and said it was going to be a man-to-man talk. Tyler felt his throat tighten, and without arguing, he just agreed. They went out onto the balcony, and the older man told him to close the door tightly. Pam started to worry, not knowing what they were going to talk about, but her mom thought her dad was just going to give him a little lecture. But the grandmother dismissed that idea, saying she knew the young man wouldn't even hurt a fly. Then the grandmother laughed, while Pam's dad just prayed for a bit of cooperation. He just planned to give the guy some man-to-man advice, but then he freaked out when he realized just how huge the guy was compared to him. The dad even began to doubt if he could get any respect from such a mountain of a man. But then he took a closer look at Tyler's face and saw that the guy was terrified, trembling like a kid caught in the act. He still had to figure out how to start the conversation, and when the older man called his name, Tyler nearly jumped out of his skin. Then Pam's dad asked him what his goals were in life. The young man didn't quite understand the question, so he clarified that he was interested in his life ambitions, because if Tyler and Pam were together, his choices would affect her life. The guy was at a complete loss, not knowing what to say, and just wanted the ground to swallow him up. He remembered his mom always telling him to be more ambitious and to achieve something in life. She would even drag him in front of important people to shake their hands and say hello, always encouraging him that he could do anything he set his mind to. And now, Tyler was apologizing to Pam's dad, admitting he had no ambition at all. He even said that he worked hard for little pay, but that he liked his quiet life. So it was fine, and in the future, all he wanted was a small family and a safe place to call home. As he said this, the guy could feel the beads of sweat on his forehead getting heavier by the second. But Pam's dad just smiled and said he was actually very happy to hear that. He explained that she had once dated a businessman who put his work before her, and she had felt very lonely. He knew his daughter liked finer things, but she was also very strong-willed and needed to be understood, because what she really wanted was just a partner who loved her and wasn't afraid to show it. Pam might be all grown up, but she would always be his little princess. Then he got serious, declaring that he would only accept someone who could make her smile. He also warned Tyler that if she shed a single tear, he would have him to answer to. Seeing how much her dad cared for a child, the guy now understood where Pam got her personality from. He realized she had grown up in a loving environment, which had shaped her into the person she was today. And he was completely drawn to that. That's why Tyler was sure he wanted to spend his life with her, even if it took him a while to figure it out. Then he confessed that if he ever became a father, he wanted to be just like Pam's dad. These words immediately made the old father blush, and he was overjoyed. He rushed over to hug Tyler and officially welcomed him to the family. He even said he could call him Dad, but only on the condition that they don't wear shoes inside when they visit. Tyler noticed Pam looking at them in complete confusion, and he just shrugged, signaling that everything was fine. The girl smiled back at him, while Tequila, in her arms, was also watching everything. Late that night, the relatives called a taxi to go home, saying a reluctant goodbye to Pam. They were also happy to have met Tyler and invited him and Tequila to come over with Pam anytime. The guy was still reeling from the emotional evening, but he promised he definitely would. He promised Pam's dad that he would bring cookies and pick out a good bottle of wine to go with them. Pam had just remembered they were going camping next week and invited Mickey to come along, especially since he was on vacation and Tyler's cousin, who was around his age, would also be there. Plus, it would finally give him a chance to hang out with his sister. But Mickey didn't seem interested and just silently rolled up the car window. He only promised he'd consider it if Tyler was also going camping. Then the car drove off, and Tyler admitted he was glad to have met everyone, even if it wasn't how he'd planned his day. The girl commented that they already liked him because they had never been like that with her exes. Later, on the way back to the apartment, Pam admitted she was starving and suggested they have dinner together. Tyler asked if he could open the door himself, since he had his own key. The girl noticed Bob was walking unusually slowly and had a bad feeling. Usually, he'd be bouncing around at the mention of food, but now he was acting super weird. The hallway light wasn't great, but Pam could see Bob's face was all swollen, like a severe allergic reaction. We should have taken him to the vet immediately, but of course, all the clinics were already closed. Tyler immediately started calling Luke's clinic, hoping they were still open, but no one answered. Pam was already going crazy with worry for her pet. The dog started breathing heavily, and we had to think of something fast. Then Pam asked Tyler if he still had Olivia's number, and his face instantly went pale. Their last conversation 5 years ago had not been pleasant, and he didn't know if she would even pick up. But Pam was a complete wreck now and didn't care what sweet talking he'd have to do. The only thing that mattered now was helping Bob, who was in really bad shape, and Pam demanded he try calling again. Tyler couldn't bear to see both his sick dog and his upset girlfriend so miserable, so he immediately started searching for Olivia's number in his contacts, hoping he hadn't accidentally deleted it. Her number was still there, and the guy immediately hit the call button, wondering how to start the conversation. Meanwhile, Pam was holding Bob, soaking him with her tears as if they were some kind of healing potion. She kept hoping Olivia wouldn't give him a hard time and would let her ex-boyfriend finish what he had to say. The vet picked up quickly, but Tyler suddenly stammered. Then he forced himself and explained that Pam's dog was having an allergic reaction. Olivia, realizing Luke's clinic was closed, immediately offered to meet them at her clinic. It would take him about 10 minutes to get there, and they agreed to meet there. After hanging up, Tyler told Pam to get ready, assuring her that Bob would be okay. She apologized for yelling at him, realizing how hard it must have been for him to make that call. But the guy apologized himself because Pam was right, and he felt like a total jerk. He then promised to never let his fear put Bob or Pam in danger again. He was genuinely sorry and ashamed for being too scared to make a stupid phone call. Pam wasn't mad at all. She understood it wasn't easy, but now they needed to focus on Bob. They quickly arrived at the vet clinic, where Olivia was supposed to be already. Bob was still breathing heavily, and the guy reached for the door, wanting to get him inside quickly. But just then, the door opened on its own, and an anxious Olivia rushed out. For a moment, it wasn't even clear if she was worried about the dog or just about seeing Tyler again. His heart skipped a beat, but he tried to stay calm. Right now, the dog's life was more important than anyone's feelings. So he placed Bob on the examination table. Pam then explained that they hadn't seen him eat anything strange and that he'd never had a reaction like this before. Olivia noticed that one side was more swollen and that it didn't look like a food allergy. Tyler was quiet the whole time, just watching and hoping the dog would be okay. Suddenly, Olivia announced that Bob had been stung by a bee and the stinger was still in his mouth. Pam was surprised because he hadn't even whimpered and started asking if it was treatable. Of course, she was terrified, but the doctor told her not to worry and gave him an antihistamine shot first. After that, Bob would be back to his energetic self the next day. Pam was overjoyed and ran to hug her savior. She was just glad they had called because an allergic reaction could have had serious consequences. Then Tyler finally spoke up, thanking Olivia for her help. He also apologized for bothering her so late, but it was an emergency. But the doctor complained that it's never too late for an emergency and that she was glad he cared about the dog. Besides, she was happy to see Tyler again, and she meant it. But this unsettled the guy. He was suddenly reminded of when they were in high school, when Olivia would also say she was happy to see him and smile just as sweetly. Now, he was thanking her for everything she had been, not just as a partner, but as his best friend. He also apologized for messing things up during their last conversation. Tyler blamed himself for the way he had treated her and knew there was no excuse. He hadn't had the courage to admit it before, and now he felt terrible. Hearing him say that actually made Olivia sad. She took his hand and explained that things weren't as bad as they seemed. She was genuinely happy that he was doing well and hoped he was very happy now. Then she told him to stop crying and to stop dwelling on negative things. Olivia wanted to give him a friendly hug, but she asked for Pam's permission first. Pam didn't mind, and the doctor gave Tyler an encouraging pat on the back, admitting she had missed him. However, Pam felt she still didn't have the full picture of their relationship, even though Tyler had told her everything. Now she was worried this meeting would make him relive some difficult times. Meanwhile, Tyler congratulated Olivia on her engagement, which Luca had told him about. The doctor herself seemed to have just remembered the wedding and declared that he had come. She also told him to bring Bob and tequila and naturally invited Pam as well. Pam was fine with it, but she was worried about what Tyler would think. The guy was sweating nervously, thinking Olivia's fiancé would be angry, and then everyone found out it was a girl. Olivia bluntly admitted that although she used to like Tyler, she preferred girls now. Everyone was ready for a party, and Pam promised herself she wouldn't pressure her boyfriend anymore. She understood that they might both have baggage from the past, but as long as they were living in the moment, happy and without regret, it was fine. A little while ago, when Ann realized that Camille and Pam weren't getting along, she asked her to just say what was on her mind, without holding anything back. The kid explained that even her dad was handling it well. After the divorce, she was actually happy he was with, and because he knew how to move on. But Tyler was different, and Camilla remembered how devastated he was after Olivia dumped him. That's why she wasn't exactly thrilled that he was dating again. The kid just didn't want him to get hurt again, so she felt it was her mission to stop Pam from messing him up, and was a bit surprised. She never thought a teenager would think that way. She reassured her that there was nothing to worry about, because Pam was a great person and was always good to Tyler. Then she suggested they all hang out together so Camilla could see for herself. The kids suggested camping, but she made and promised to convince her dad to come along too. Then, the day of the camping trip finally arrived, and Mickey came too, joining them completely voluntarily. Everyone was ready to go, but Bernie still wasn't convinced it was a good idea. The first thing Pam did was introduce her brother to everyone who didn't know him yet. Then Bernard very obviously introduced the kid to his own daughter. Mickey immediately took a liking to the girl and greeted her kindly. She was only a few years older than him, but she hoped they could be friends. But the guy himself just stared at her blankly, though that was pretty much his default expression. He felt like he was going to be stuck babysitting, and his sister immediately scolded him for thinking that. But Camilla knew this guy was trouble, and she even started plotting to teach him a lesson. Just then, and appeared and told everyone to hurry up and get in the cars. She announced that the girls would ride separately, making it clear that Pam couldn't escape either. They put Bob and Tyler in one car, so he wouldn't scare Camilla. Pam seized the moment to plant a kiss on the guy's cheek, wishing him a good trip and telling him she loved him. They said their goodbyes, promised to check in later, and headed to their respective cars. Pam was a little disappointed that Tyler had slipped away so quickly without even kissing her back. In the first car, the men sat together, with Bernie driving, Tyler looking thoughtful, and Mickey buried in his game. Back in the girl's car, Pam was gushing about her parents' visit and how Tyler had gone out on the balcony to talk with her dad, and pointed out that it showed they were serious and was happy for her friend. Meanwhile, Camilla muted her device to get a break from all the chatter. This frustrated him a bit, as she wasn't even trying to get along with Pam. And Pam was confessing to her friend that she was worried Tyler hadn't said, "I love you" yet. The blonde girl reassured her that he was just shy, but it was obvious he was head over heels for Pam. Then the girls started talking about Bob and how Olivia had helped him recover. Pam also mentioned that the meeting between Olivia and Tyler went well and that they were going to her wedding. And just thought it was super weird to go to your boyfriend's ex's wedding. But Pam believed they could be good friends again, just like when they were kids. Besides, Tyler seemed happy in her opinion, and she thought he had moved on. Soon, everyone arrived at their destination, and the dogs were the first to run wild. People were busy setting up tents and hanging lights, and Bernie was mainly concerned about safety. He was worried about his daughter, while she complained that he treated her like she was made of glass. To escape his lecture, she went to help Tyler with the awning, but as she turned, she slipped and nearly took a nasty fall, but she managed to arch her back and quickly land on her other foot, avoiding a fall. Bernie freaked out, and reassured him that their little sweetheart would be fine. But he started complaining that he was worried because he was responsible and he loved his daughter. He went for a short walk to cool off, and then calmed down, and completely understood his anxiety as a parent, even though she didn't have kids herself, especially since this was all some kind of test for Camilla. Pam didn't understand what the big deal was, and her friend was surprised that Tyler hadn't told her anything. Bernie decided to go help his nephew and read him the instructions on how to set up the awning. Meanwhile, and told her friend what had happened, still not understanding why Tyler was keeping quiet about it. Then she joked that they were too busy, but Pam admitted that nothing had happened yet. This confession made the blonde girl gasp, which caught Camilla's attention, but she didn't move. She had her own reasons to be upset. She remembered Tyler hugging her and thanking her for her help, and now looking at his girl, she felt frustrated. She was telling and that she wanted to be someone special to him. Lost in her thoughts, the girl didn't immediately hear Mickey calling her. He even got a little angry that she was acting as F, but he immediately realized he had misspoken, as she did have hearing problems. Camilla, still upset, told the guy to be nicer to her. He told her to stop staring at his sister like that, guessing that Camilla didn't like her. The girl was silent for a second, not understanding how he could have guessed. Then she went back to her task, telling Mickey to mind his own business. He just looked at her, confused, but understood that she didn't need a babysitter. But he still promised to look after her, as if to deliberately annoy her. He also warned her that he was the only one who could bully his sister. As night fell and everything was set up, they gathered around the fire, roasting marshmallows and pouring hot chocolate. Bernie was worried if his daughter was having fun, but she told him to enjoy the trip himself. She knew he was always working, and she wanted him to relax too, and was also looking after the girl, handing her a cup of hot chocolate, telling her to be careful as it was hot, and offering to get her a blanket from the tent. Mickey watched them the whole time, pretending to stare at the fire. He noticed that Camilla seemed to be in low spirits lately, and he had an idea why. Then Tyler came over and asked her why she was so tense. The girl immediately put on a smile and said everything was fine. She just hoped everyone could relax. But then she apologized, thinking the camping idea was selfish of her. Tyler didn't think so, though, saying they could actually have a lot of fun. Because of her, he thanked his cousin for it and admitted he always had a great time whenever she visited. Just then, Pam called him over, wanted to show him how the guards were protecting the princess. Tyler laughed when he saw Bob and Tequila all wrapped up in a blanket. He was fascinated by the scene and had to take a picture. Camilla noticed how happy her cousin looked in that moment, and she was again reminded of how genuinely happy he was when she and her dad supported him. She said, a bit wistfully, that Tyler seemed happier around Pam. He agreed, saying he felt more relaxed with her. And because of her, he was able to enjoy this outing more. Camilla flashed back to how he had sobbed after his breakup and how only she could calm him down. Now she was frustrated that her cousin might be making the same mistake all over again. Then she started questioning him, asking if he loved Tequila and her, to which Tyler said yes. Just then, Pam decided to get marshmallows for everyone. Camilla suddenly and bluntly asked her cousin if he loved his girlfriend, because she had noticed Pam getting anxious that Tyler hadn't said it to her. Even Mickey perked up his ears, as if he was finally starting to pay attention. Tyler, on the other hand, suddenly became flustered and didn't know what to say. Pam just stared at him, as if the fate of the entire damn world hung on his answer. Bernie cut in, telling his daughter it wasn't nice to ask such personal questions, but she thought she was doing the right thing. Suddenly, Mickey grabbed her hand and asked her to go for a walk with him, realizing her words had made the atmosphere too tense. Camilla was a bit shocked, thinking he was just trying to get her attention. Bernie started to stop them, as it was getting late and he was worried. But she snapped at him not to ruin her chance of making a new friend, and ran after Mickey, not listening at all as her dad told them not to go too far. Even Tyler noticed that Bernie was being overprotective of his daughter. Then he turned to Pam. He was about to explain about Camilla's question, but she was already handing him a marshmallow. He was glad he didn't have to bluff his way through it now, and thanked her for her thoughtfulness. Just then, in returned with the blankets and noticed that Camilla and Mickey were gone. Bernie explained everything, and she was surprised he had let his little girl walk off with a 16-year-old boy. He realized what she was implying and started calling for his daughter, but the two of them decided to ignore him. After walking a distance, Mickey told Camilla to leave him alone, and now she didn't understand what game he was playing. But he just reminded her again not to bother his sister, failing to understand what was wrong with this girl. He was angry that she was still pestering Pam, even after he had warned her. She explained that she was just trying to protect Tyler, just like Mickey protected his sister. I mean, she and her dad helped him when he was down, and now Pam was getting all his attention. Camilla just didn't think Pam could make him happy, and she didn't trust her. As she opened up, the guy started to understand why she had been acting so aggressively. She was just jealous because she couldn't make her cousin smile, while Pam could do it so easily. Understanding her childish jealousy, Mickey even started teasing her, but told her to stop her nonsense. Then he warned her again to be nice to Pam, or she would regret it badly. The girl still held her ground, believing she could get to the bottom of it herself. Seeing how stubborn she was, Mickey decided to head back to camp, leaving her there alone. Camilla got scared and started complaining that he was now obligated to take her back. He couldn't understand why she thought she was old enough to meddle in his family's affairs, but couldn't find her way back. He felt she was spoiled because everyone looked after her, and now she was demanding an escort. Camilla lashed out at him at first, but then she confessed that she had poor eyesight. She had Usher syndrome, and it took all her strength to finally tell Mickey this. She tried to act tough, but honestly, she was scared to be alone in the woods. Mickey knew that the syndrome caused hearing loss and deteriorating vision, but he still played dumb, joking that her condition only made her pick up trash. Camilla was angry at first, but explained that she couldn't see in the dark, especially since she wasn't familiar with the place. So she couldn't get back on her own and would only get lost. The guy felt bad, took her hand, and agreed to walk her back. He still didn't like her, and the feeling was mutual, but Camilla thanked him for his kindness. As everyone huddled together and shone a flashlight on her face and began to tell a horror story. It scared many of them, including Tyler and the dogs, but Pam knew it was just a bedtime story to spook them. It was a story about a haunted forest where a group of people had wandered and just trying to walk their pets. After the horror story, Camilla agreed to sleep in the tent with the other young people because she was worried Tyler would be scared now and decided to look after him. Her dad was worried it would be too crowded, but he was mainly concerned that Mickey was also in there. But Pam told him not to worry, assuring him that the 6 of them would be comfortable inside. Camilla suddenly wondered why 6, since without Bernie and there were only 4 of them. She realized the dogs would be sleeping with them when Bob licked her face. A panic immediately started, and Pam told Bernie not to worry and to have a good time with. And then she zipped up the tent, and the blonde girl also assured him that nothing would happen to them. Pam suggested they play a game before sleeping, and Tyler agreed. Mickey, on the other hand, just wanted to relax and play on his phone. Pam started to provoke him, saying he was just scared his sister would easily beat him. She even called him Jacinto Miguel, a nickname the guy absolutely hated. He flew into a rage, agreed to play cards, and threatened to crush his sister. They started bickering like any normal brother and sister, but for some reason, Camilla became worried. She told them to stop, but they explained that this was just how siblings talk to each other. Now, the girl understood what it meant to have a real brother or sister. While dealing the cards, Pam asked Camilla if she also wished for such a close sibling. The girl didn't rush to answer. She still didn't want to talk to her. But the game had already begun, and Mickey was glaring fiercely at everyone from behind his cards. Then Camilla admitted that she had never thought about it. However, when Tyler lived with them, she felt like she had an older brother and missed him very much. The man confirmed that they had indeed taken him in for a few weeks several years ago. Pam hugged Camilla, telling her not to worry because now she would have a little sister, meaning herself. Mickey, on the other hand, was not thrilled about the idea of having another sister. Tyler explained to him that if everything went according to plan, Camilla would be his cousin. The girl wasn't happy with either possibility and just told them to deal the cards. A while later, everyone was fast asleep. Bob was sleeping next to Mickey, and Pam was muttering in her sleep, telling Bob not to eat her burger. Then she woke up and realized it was just a dream. She rubbed her eyes, looked around at the sleeping group, and noticed Tyler was gone. He had settled down on a lounge chair outside, with tequila dozing on his lap. Pam went out to find him, and he jumped when she called his name. She guessed he couldn't sleep because of Anne's scary stories, but Tyler wouldn't admit it. He explained that he couldn't sleep because he needed to clear his head. Pam realized he was worried about what Camilla had said earlier. So she sat down beside him and suggested they talk about why he couldn't confess his feelings to her. This was really bothering Tyler, and he didn't know how to explain it. But he also didn't want Pam to think he didn't like her. The truth was he was crazy about her, just not good at expressing it. He felt it was unnatural and thought it was a bit unfair to Pam because she deserved better. She also admitted that when guys had told her they loved her before, it had certainly felt fake. She wanted to hear those words from Tyler, but he showed his affection through his actions every day, and deep down, she knew he held the warmest feelings for her. It was just that her family always talked about these things, and she didn't understand why it was so hard for Tyler, though she guessed he just grew up differently, so he expressed his feelings in his own way. Just as she was trying to figure it all out, the man admitted that was exactly the case. His parents and close friends never said things like that. He had never heard anything like it before, nor had he ever said it to anyone. Understanding the reason, Pam promised Tyler that he would hear those words every day. She knew it might scare him at first, and that it wouldn't be easy, but they started dating because there were things they needed to work through together. Yes, Pam wasn't going to push him, but she believed that one day he would be able to talk about it as easily as she did. On that day, she would be the happiest girl in the world because Tyler would have taken another step forward. The man took her hand and told her how amazing she was. After kissing her hand, he thanked her for her healing words. The girl was happy to be able to cheer him up and ease his anxiety a little. Besides, it also made her feel much better, as she always tended to overthink things. Just then, Camilla woke up and heard their sweet nothings, and how they laughed softly together so as not to wake anyone. The girl remembered Mickey's words, that if she was mean to Pam, she would regret it when she found out what kind of person Pam was. Now Camilla was beginning to realize that she had indeed judged her too soon. The next morning, while the others were still fast asleep, Camilla was the first to wake up and immediately turn on her hearing aid, as usual. But she immediately recoiled, startled by a sudden, loud snore next to her. She turned and saw it was Pam snoring. The girl even thought it was some kind of monster in disguise. Not only was she snoring, but she was also drooling with one arm draped over Tyler. At first, Camilla wanted to wake her up, lest her snores make the windows rattle. But she ultimately decided to go outside, where the morning air was much cooler than the previous night. Just then, she saw that Mickey was already up. He was holding a stopwatch and asked her to press the button when he started and again when he finished. He always trained first thing in the morning. to stay in shape, and besides, his sister snored like a freight train, so he couldn't sleep at all. It was pure torture for him. Camilla took the stopwatch, ready to do as instructed. Mickey got into his starting position, ready to go at any moment. Then he shot off like a rocket, with Tequila close behind. When he ran up to Camilla, he told her to raise her hand, and after she did, he gave her a high five in midair. She was stunned by how fast he covered the distance. She barely had time to press the button. He just told her to check his time. When Camilla saw he had run it in 6.09 seconds, she was even more shocked. It was a good time, but Mickey decided to try again to see if he could be a little faster. The girl's jaw dropped once again. I mean, he was already as fast as lightning. Still, the guy was confident he could break his record. Back at the starting line, he also praised Tequila, saying she did a great job too. Camilla thought it was cute when he called the dog Little Fur Ball. Then Mickey got ready again and sped off down the path he knew so well. Tequila struggled to keep up, her little short legs barely able to move. This time the guy was even faster. Camilla said that if he lifted his legs higher, he could break that record too. She wished she could run that fast, and Mickey wondered why she didn't like sports. The truth was, she used to play basketball, but had to give it up. Mickey guessed it was because of Usher's syndrome. He had looked up some information about the condition yesterday when they were playing cards. Now, he felt sorry for the girl who could actually go blind. Children with this syndrome are born deaf and have extremely poor balance, so they also lose their sight, and there is currently no cure. No one was researching a cure because it wasn't profitable. For Camilla, the situation was grim, but she had to live in this world. So she accepted the reality that there were some things she would never be able to do. That's why she gave up basketball, but she still wanted to try something new. She didn't want to be the one who always needed protecting. She wanted to help others too. That's why she was jealous of Pam for being able to cheer up Tyler, who was the only one who made her feel useful. When Camilla saw Pam making him happier, it made her act like a complete fool. Now she was sure the girl was a good person and apologized to Mickey. But even so, he still didn't have a good impression of the spoiled girl, although he did notice that Camilla didn't just help Tyler. Just now, she had been helping Mickey with his training, and he couldn't deny that. Later, when everyone was finally awake, they made some barbecue for lunch and was in charge of the cooking, directing Tyler to help set the table. The rest of us were drooling because the smell was so tempting. Pam noticed Camilla was still sitting there with a long face and suggested they go into the tent for a bit. Once there, she decided to braid the girl's hair so it wouldn't smell like the campfire. Camilla didn't understand why Pam was suddenly being so nice to her. She sighed heavily and admitted that she had noticed the kid didn't like her. The girl tensed up. Now the situation felt even weirder. But Pam had seen her staring, eavesdropping on her conversation with Anne, and even complaining to Tyler. She wasn't mad at the kid, though. She understood that she was going through a tough time, too. Besides, Pam felt there was someone much harder to deal with than Camilla. And Pam knew the girl was head over heels for Tyler, so she would never hold any of her actions against her. These words were music to Camilla's ears, and she decided to talk about the time her cousin lived with them after breaking up with Olivia. She was just a kid back then and didn't remember everything, but she remembered how depressed he was. He was always down, and it took a long time to cheer him up. But even then, he never looked as happy as he did now. Camilla now understood it was because of Pam, and she gave her a grateful look. Then Pam admitted that there was still a lot she didn't know about Tyler's past. So for now, this was all she could do for him. Then she hinted that Camilla could do something for him, since she knew him better than anyone, and asked her to keep looking out for him like she used to. Pam was doing everything she could to make him happy, but now she was asking for Camilla's help. The kid claimed she had spilled the drink on her by accident that day. Even though Pam had really annoyed her at the time, she just hadn't seen the cup. Pam believed her and told her not to worry about it. Camilla also confessed that if she had an older sister, she would want her to be just like Pam. This made the girl very happy, and she immediately went in for a hug. Then they groomed Tequila's fur together and went to eat the barbecue that was ready. Everyone was so full they just wanted to take a nap, but Camilla wanted to find something to do, and remembered there was a lake nearby, and suggested they all go for a walk. Pam decided to stay behind and wait for her stomach to settle a bit. So everyone set off except for her and Bernie, who was complaining about his bad knees. Then he admitted that being a parent was without a doubt the toughest job in the world. He even apologized for his daughter being a bit of a handful sometimes, but Pam actually liked that about her. Meanwhile, the group of young people continued on, with Camilla leading the way. She was very excited about the walk, as her parents in the city didn't really really let her do things like this. She was having a great time now, and Mickey reminded her how she had been frowning the whole time at the beginning. The girl retorted for him to take a good look in the mirror first. Tyler thanked and for agreeing to come on this picnic with Camilla. He had been worried about his cousin, but now he saw that she could achieve anything she set her mind to. He was also sure that her life would be much easier with someone like and by her side, and was surprised that Tyler had suddenly become so philosophical. But what worried her more now was why he couldn't just tell Pam he loved her, even though she saw they had a great relationship and always supported each other. Then she told him to take good care of Pam, but not to forget about himself either. Tyler was a little embarrassed, but thanked Anne for her warm advice. He called her Auntie, and at that, she flew into a rage because she had been telling him not to call her that since day one, as it made her feel much older, and she threatened to bury him if he said it again. Meanwhile, they reached a stream, with the lake still further away. Camilla wanted to stop and take a picture, and she told the others to go on, but didn't want to leave her alone. Just then, Tyler asked Mickey to stay with Camilla, which he wasn't happy about. He felt like they were deliberately leaving him behind with her, but he couldn't refuse. Then he told Camilla to hurry up and take her picture so they could catch up with the others. The girl could sense he didn't want to stay and said he could leave. But Mickey retorted that he'd be in big trouble if he did that. So Camilla suggested they enjoy the scenery. She wanted to take pictures so she wouldn't forget these moments, even though she knew she would remember them anyway. The sky seemed incredibly beautiful to her today, and she told Mickey to take a good look too. He looked up at the blue sky, watching the clouds drift by, and didn't think it was a big deal. But the blue scenery and the gentle breeze relaxed him, and he closed his eyes. Just then, Camilla snapped a picture of him, and the man got a little angry. She just wanted to remember his face, and Mickey reminded her that they weren't exactly friends. The words stung Camilla, so she decided to delete the photo on the spot. Then the man asked how her vision was, just out of curiosity. When Camilla admitted she had already lost 30% of her vision, he decided to test it by holding up his fingers at a distance. But the problem was she was losing her peripheral vision, so she couldn't see things to the side, only blurry spots, and it would get worse over time. Camilla demonstrated for him, putting her hands next to her face. Like this, she couldn't see anything to the side. Suddenly, Mickey leaned in close to her, wanting to see if she could see him more clearly. The girl whipped her head around, surprised to find him so close. He didn't back away, just told her not to turn and to keep looking straight ahead. He was curious if she would notice him when he was practically breathing in her ear. Camilla assured him that at that moment, he was completely out of her line of sight. Now the man understood why she had given up basketball. Her face would have been smashed by the ball. Suddenly, the girl felt her heart start to pound in her chest. She didn't know what was happening and thought Mickey was just getting on her nerves. A little while later, she, Tyler, and returned to the camp, where they saw Bernie and Pam busy making beaded bracelets she had brought. They had made one for everyone and started handing them out, offering to help put them on. Pam surprised all of us by even making a matching collar for Bob. She tried to put the bracelet on Tyler, but she couldn't quite tie the knot. When she finally got it, the guy kissed her on the temple and thanked her for the awesome gift. Then, seeing all this, and gave him a look, which Tyler immediately returned. He really liked the gift, and Camilla thought he looked kind of cool when he suddenly got all fired up. In fact, just then, Mickey handed her a bracelet, saying she could have it. The girl was a bit stunned. She hadn't expected that from him at all. The man gave her the one Pam had made for him, but it was too small for his wrist. Mickey offered to help her put it on, and he looked at her in a completely different way. Camilla's heart started racing again, but this time she knew it was love. Her face turned bright red, and she told Mickey not to worry about it. Still, he decided to help her, since the bracelet was really hard to put on by herself. But the moment he touched the accessory to her wrist, Camilla jumped back as if she'd been burned. She leaned back so far that the chair started to tip over beneath her. At the last second, Camilla realized she was about to fall and screamed. Everyone rushed to help her, and her dad hurried over, but just then Bob bit onto her sleeve, saving her from falling. He held on to her until he was sure she was sitting upright again. Camilla was shocked. The dog she was so afraid of had just saved her from an embarrassing fall. Just then, all the others ran over and started praising Bob for being such a smart dog. Afterwards, the girl thanked him too and even apologized for being scared. After that, Bob broke into a big smile and offered Camilla his paw. She understood it was a greeting and placed her hand on his paw. Later, Mickey apologized to Camilla for startling her when he handed her the bracelet, but she admitted she liked the accessory and just wanted to put it on herself. Later, the man gave her the bracelet, and she kept wondering why she had reacted to him that way. That night, when she went into the tent, she saw Bob sprawled out on her sleeping bag. Pam told her not to be shy and to lie down next to him, but the girl was still a little afraid of him. So Tyler gave her his sleeping bag, which was next to Mickey's, while he himself slept with Bob. Camilla felt like fate was playing a trick on her, but she lay down anyway. But she couldn't fall asleep for a long time, and she couldn't leave the tent because she couldn't see anything. All sorts of thoughts were swirling in her head, and it was driving her crazy to be trapped like this. She thought it was strange because they had held hands before without any hesitation. Then it suddenly occurred to her that she had almost had a heart attack when they held hands. To calm herself down, Camilla decided to look at the photos she had taken during the day. So she covered herself with a blanket so the light wouldn't bother anyone and opened her photo gallery. Then she suddenly realized that the only picture she had taken that day was the one of Mickey. Camilla decided to think about something else, about everything that was happening, but the image of Mickey running in the morning came back to her mind. Still, running was a sport, and maybe it helped distract her. So she started searching online for information about track and field. Then, after a little thought, she looked up track and field for the blind. Immediately, a bunch of pictures of blind people running and doing other sports popped up. The girl liked what she saw and started browsing, but it was mostly just to distract herself. Just then, Mickey sent her a message from his phone, suggesting she start with a 100-meter dash. Camilla didn't see the man right away, but she could feel he was close. Mickey typed that the 100-meter dash was just running in a straight line, so she should be able to handle it. Then he showed her a video of athletes sprinting. The girl was impressed by how fast those people were. She messaged back that she would definitely give a try. After that, Mickey turned away, but Camilla kept watching the video. In the morning, she told her dad she wanted to do track and field, saying it would help with her balance. Bernard was happy for his daughter and promised to talk to her mom about it. They were packing up to go back, and Camilla thanked him for a wonderful weekend. She hoped they could do it again sometime. The blonde girl agreed. Then Pam hugged the girl, and they promised to have even more fun next time. Just then, Camilla noticed Mickey packing his things. She asked for his number so she could talk to him more often, but he didn't want her blowing up his phone, especially when he was busy with training. But realizing it might hurt her feelings, he said that if she really decided to do track, they could meet at the track field. He also warned her that if she joined, she would have to work her butt off. But Camilla wasn't scared and promised they would definitely meet there. They shook hands on it, sealing their agreement to meet. Afterwards, she even leaned out of the car window. She waved goodbye and left with her dad and while Pam, her brother, and Tyler would take another car. Mickey told his sister to take him home right away. She agreed. The sun was high in the sky, and Pam suggested to Tyler that they stay a little longer. He was all for it, and he also wanted some alone time with his girl. Then he asked Pam if she wanted to spend the night at his place. Back at his home, they continued the evening by reminiscing about the camping trip over a glass of red wine. It had been a lot of fun, but Pam was still tired and was glad they both had the next day off. She couldn't believe Tyler's week of vacation had flown by so fast. She felt they still had some time and decided to put her plan into action again. She watched what Tyler was cooking. He had his back to her, worrying if there was enough sugar. He asked her to taste it, scooped a little of the dish onto a spoon, and popped it into Pam's mouth, which she loved. She reminded him that he had fed her the same way not long ago. Tyler blushed and told her to forget what happened that day, as it was a total disaster for him. Pam didn't understand why he was so worked up. He wasn't feeling well then, and she knew he didn't mean it. But Tyler admitted it was completely intentional because he was already head over heels for her back then. He even held her hand, but she didn't get the hint. Pam suddenly felt embarrassed, realizing he had been crushing on her for a long time. She started laughing, saying what fools they were on that trip. But Tyler wouldn't change a thing because all those misunderstandings had led them to this moment. If he had to do it all over again, he would do it exactly the same way. Pam realized she was getting too nervous, but couldn't tell if it was because of what he said or because they were in his apartment, all while hoping tonight would be the night. But the night dragged on with a boring movie, and the dog was sprawled out on the couch, separating Pam and Tyler. The girl started mentally begging for Bob to get off the couch, and Tyler noticed he was ticklish. Pam wasn't too happy about it, as Bob started kicking his legs, which landed right in her face. She just prayed for the movie to end soon, so she could actually enjoy the evening. To keep herself from falling asleep, she went to get some popcorn and asked Tyler if he wanted some too. He asked her to get both sweet and salty, as he wanted to eat both. He even liked to mix them, with the sweet on the bottom, saying it was like dessert. He even started gesturing with his hands what it should look like, and Pam couldn't help but laugh. She really loved how passionate he was about the most random things. Still, she agreed to try his new popcorn idea. It took her a minute to get everything out of the cabinet and pile it into a bowl. Meanwhile, Tyler was telling Bob to get off the couch, and he said it so loudly that Pam could hear him from the kitchen. She certainly noticed and couldn't believe her ears. But Tyler continued to explain to the dog that the spot was reserved for a lady. After hearing those words, Pam scooped everything onto a plate at lightning speed and returned to the room. She ran to the couch before Bob could take over the whole thing again. The dog didn't even try to stop them, just rested his nose on the edge of Keela's pillow. Still, Tyler bit awkward, as he wasn't quite used to all this yet. They were watching a romantic comedy, and Pam had no idea he liked this genre of movie. Still, she was happy to be watching something like this with her boyfriend, especially for the first time. Usually it was some superhero movie or a film with robots, but now she was watching something she actually enjoyed. Tyler felt bad hearing about the terrible movies she had endured before, so he promised that from now on they would watch all kinds of movies and pick them out together. Pam suddenly felt a warmth inside her. They continued watching the movie, where the man decided to finally confess to the girl, telling her he had been in love with her for years, but was too chicken to say it. Pam suddenly felt a little jealous of how openly the man in the movie expressed his feelings. Tyler watched her reaction and realized he needed to step up and do the same. Then she remembered how hard it was for him to open up and apologized. She didn't want to push him to say, "I love you," before he was ready. She started talking about the movie, where the characters always blurted it out right away. Then she told Tyler to pay attention to a scene. She really loved that scene, and as she was glued to the TV, the man gently took her hand. Then he whispered in her ear, reminding her that she had promised to say it every day. He told her not to hold back, and that she could talk about it as much as she wanted. The girl turned to him, lowered her gaze, and whispered how much she loved him. Then she looked him straight in the eye and repeated those warm words again. Tyler felt like he was going to drown in her words, and he responded with a tender kiss. Then he hugged her, explaining that while he couldn't say it, he could definitely show her. Pam told him not to hold back. For a while, they just kept kissing, no longer paying attention to the movie. Bob and Tequila lay comfortably, enjoying their nap. Suddenly, Tyler started trembling like a leaf and couldn't even stand steady. Pam noticed he was shaking, but the man himself didn't know what was happening. But he suspected it was because he hadn't had any real intimacy in a long time. The girl told him not to worry and that she understood everything he was going through. Then, she gently hugged him, letting her take care of him. Pam just told him to relax and not to dwell on anything negative. The moment was so intense that Tyler's face turned bright red again. For a second, Pam's expression grew serious, and she wondered if she had misread the situation. But he was clearly too invested, and even the sight of her in a plain sweater fascinated him, as if it were the very first time. Pam immediately remembered the day Tyler had asked her to dinner after she won that bottle of wine. He confessed that he had liked her even back then, but this time he wouldn't run away. She kissed him again, noticing that Tyler was still just as nervous. She held him tighter, hoping he would relax, but it was obvious that the guy had completely lost his composure. Things were completely out of his control. He felt very embarrassed, knowing he looked pathetic, but Pam comforted him, saying it was okay and telling him to pull himself together, even though she could barely hold it together herself. But at the same time, the way Tyler was so flustered was also a bit cute. He was so mortified he wished the ground would swallow him whole. Just then, Bob decided to intervene, walking up to Tyler as if to offer some advice. This friendly support only made the guy even more embarrassed. The dog barked, lowered its nose, and stared into the distance. Tyler had no idea what the animal was trying to tell him and thought it was glaring at him. Just then, Pam chimed in, shouting at the dog to go to its bed and sleep and to stop bothering its poor, stressed-out dad. Tyler felt guilty, apologized to her, and suggested they move to another room. He knew she just wanted to relax, since something always interrupted them. But she suddenly told him not to worry, even though she had been longing for this for a long time. Hearing this, the guy was visibly crestfallen, thinking she had changed her mind. But she just felt that the evening itself was satisfying enough and didn't want to be a burden to him. Her words made it sound as if Tyler, doing something nice for her, would actually be a huge disservice. Pam realized she had said the wrong thing and started apologizing profusely. But the guy was very serious and pulled her along again. He felt that she was blaming herself for everything that wasn't going smoothly in their relationship. It even made him angry that she had been treated badly in the past and now thought so little of herself. He didn't know the specific details of her past relationships, but he promised that from now on, everything would be wonderful. The girl was a bit shocked, as if he had taught her a lesson. He just told her not to hold back and to always say what she wants. His words sounded very sincere, but now Pam started to feel anxious. Tyler also admitted that he was no expert on emotions, but he sincerely hoped to one day become an expert in that area for Pam. He gazed at her for a long time and then bluntly asked what she desired at that moment. She wanted him to think back to the moments he almost kissed her but didn't, to their first dinner date at the club, and for him to hold on to those feelings. When he felt that feeling again, the girl asked him to kiss her gently. They wanted to binge watch movies and take leisurely walks for the rest of the weekend. Pam even thought about deep cleaning the apartment together, but they ended up just lazing in bed all day, not caring about anything else. They even forgot to feed the dogs, who were waiting silently by the door with their bowls in their mouths. The girl also confessed that she had liked Tyler from the very beginning for no reason. He found that strange, while she guessed he must have a specific moment in mind. The day she got him the tequila was the day he realized he had fallen in love with her. Of course, there had been feelings before, but in that moment, it just felt right. Pam became a total hero in his eyes, and these words made her blush and her heart race. Then she confessed that her first impression of Tyler was that he was a bad boy with a paw print tattoo. The thing was, she still didn't know the meaning of all his tattoos. But she remembered the paw print was for a dog Tyler had before tequila. Another was for his job, and she didn't want to talk about the private one. There was only one she didn't know about, which the guy admitted was the saxophone sheet music for Mango. Pam thought it was a dog's name and found it very sweet. Tyler confirmed it was indeed a dog, and a very interesting one at that. Suddenly, his face fell as if he'd been hit by something heavy. Even now, the thought of Mango, his dog, still upset him. Pam, holding him tightly, suddenly felt his heart start to race. She grew worried, and the guy shot up in bed, as if he needed to get out of there immediately. But he only told her that he wanted to take the dogs for a walk. Seeing his reaction, she was afraid he would have a terrible time and begged him not to go. She also asked him not to push her away, reminding him that he had promised to tell her everything when he was ready. She wasn't pushing him to talk right away. She just wanted him to stay. Tyler sank back into the wonderful feeling of her embrace, promised to never leave her side, and then gave her a sweet kiss. Pam wondered if she should get an ankle tattoo, and Tyler agreed with the idea. The mood became much more playful, and he even started tickling her. But they had to stop when the dogs started whining because they needed to pee. Now, they really had to go for a walk, although Pam didn't want to get out of bed at all. Besides, she was pretty sure their pets could wait another 15 minutes. So they snuggled up again, hoping to enjoy it a little longer. Just then, an indignant tequila suddenly jumped on them, barking like crazy. She even pointed her paw at Bob, who was about to burst and desperately needed to go out. Tyler understood the gravity of the situation, and at the same time, it struck him as odd that he could understand the dogs so clearly. The next day, when Pam went to work and wanted to know all the juicy details, she was dragging out the story, and her friend was about to go crazy, especially since she didn't want anyone to overhear and a colleague was hovering nearby. He wanted to know why they also had Monday off, since the holiday was only on Friday. Just then, the boss's booming voice cut through the air, demanding everyone's attention. He had a very important announcement for all employees. Meanwhile, Tyler had already walked the dogs, made breakfast, and even cleaned the apartment. Pam wouldn't be back for hours, so he decided to get some sleep before his night shift. With the girl on his mind, he started telling the dogs that it was like she had cast some kind of spell on him. He wished she would come back sooner, but knew he wouldn't see her today. Then he realized he was rambling, which was totally unlike him. He ran a hand through his hair, trying to figure out when he had become so different. Still, he was thrilled that things were finally straightforward and he was going to live a carefree life from now on. He decided to make dinner for Pam, so she wouldn't have to worry about it when she got home from work. Even if they couldn't see each other, she would surely love the surprise. Pam was the only person he could think about, so he decided to send her a text. He greeted her in his apron, saying he was waiting for his main course. But then he immediately felt very embarrassed and tried to delete the message he had just sent. Just then, he heard the click of the door opening, and Tyler jumped. Pam walked into the apartment, looking very upset, and she was home much earlier than expected. The guy got worried and asked her what had happened. The girl couldn't say a word for a few seconds, then lifted her tear-streaked face and confessed that they had been fired. After that, she just broke down, tears streaming, with no idea what to do next. The company had gone under, and they were all laid off, but Tyler comforted her, saying she would find a better job. But she had bills to pay, and Bob ate so much he might have died. The guy told her to calm down and suggested they first calculate how long she could last. He asked if she had any savings to tide her over for a few weeks. She admitted she had some money in a secret account and was even willing to show him. When Tyler saw the amount, his eyes nearly popped out. It was a huge sum of cash, and he didn't understand why Pam was so worried, but apparently it was her untouchable wedding fund. She had been saving every penny for this dream since she was a child, for a house with a yard where she could create beautiful memories. But she knew it was time to use the money for her immediate needs. Besides, she had already dipped into it when she paid Tyler to look after Bob. On the bright side, though, now that she was unemployed, they could spend more time together. Tyler suggested she work at the bar while job hunting so she wouldn't have to drain her savings. She agreed and then asked him what he meant by that last text message. That night, they went to the bar and showed up too. She asked Bernie for a temporary job, which meant there was no opening for Pam. Tyler, who was about to ask Bernie to hire Pam, was clearly not happy about this, since he worked there himself. He started coming up with reasons why and shouldn't work there. She immediately whispered in his ear, promising to tell him all of Pam's secrets, but he wasn't buying it. Bernie explained that and was on a trial run for the day, and if she didn't make the cut, someone else would get a chance. Everyone agreed to the idea, but Pam was still worried. She was sure her friend wouldn't mess up, even though she really wanted to work there herself. Soon, and started showing off her skills, serving drinks to customers. She was so smooth that the guests even gave her generous tips. More and more people came, and they all looked extremely happy. The bar used to be empty, but thanks to Anne's charm, it was as if it had been magically transformed. The girl could convince anyone, man or woman, to order expensive drinks. Soon, Tyler started to feel she was trying a bit too hard, and he began to worry about Bernie's feelings. Amin was a girl, and men kept hitting on her, wanting more than just her number. Some guys straight up offered to spend the night with her, but she would immediately run to Bernie, who looked like Hercules, and the creeps would back off. Tyler was shocked not only by the crowd, but by everything else, and yelled at him to stop standing there like a statue because they had a ton of work to do. So he started making one cocktail after another, mixing various ingredients and pouring them into glasses with ice and lime wedges. The orders were piling up, and he didn't even have time to wash the glasses. And jumped in to help with the dishes so he could keep up with the bartending. The guy didn't argue and went to get gin from the back, but the girl surprised him again as she had already brought everything he needed. Tyler thanked her, but kept wondering how she managed to do it all. While mixing drinks, he noticed Anne's serious expression for a few seconds as she washed dishes, but the smile would return to her face whenever someone placed an order. Tyler could clearly see that all her happiness was a facade and that she was exhausted. He then handed her a mint and explained that he would finish up everything here. He told and to serve the beers to the customers and then sit down and take a break. The guy explained that she didn't need to push herself so hard, or she'd have no energy left for tomorrow. The girl thanked him for his hospitality and promised to do her best. Tyler got off work before dawn and went straight to Pam's apartment. The girl was fast asleep with Bob and Tequila snoring beside her. The guy lay down quietly, trying not to wake her, but Pam heard him and was glad he was there. Then she asked how things were at the bar, and he confessed that and got the job. Pam had known it all along, as her friend was a top-notch employee. She was actually happy for herself because she was a morning person and probably couldn't have handled working at a bar anyway. Tyler told her not to worry confident that she would eventually find her ideal job. But first, he told her to enjoy her time off. He also suggested they think of something fun to do together after he finished his shift, like going somewhere she couldn't go when she was working. So Pam confessed that she had always dreamed of visiting a dog shelter. They went that very day, but first they stocked up on a ton of dog food. Tyler admitted he had also wanted to volunteer, but never got the chance. But Pam could do it now, and she really liked the place, even though Tyler kept telling her to just enjoy her free time. When she first suggested the outing, he thought she wanted to bring another dog home, but Pam found the idea crazy, as they already had 2 little ones. Besides, she was unemployed, so she couldn't even think about it. When they reached the enclosure, a pack of puppies greeted them, knowing they were about to get something to eat. They all looked at people with eyes that could melt a villain's heart. Pam even had the urge to pick them all up and build them a fort with boxes and pillows. Just then, Luke walked over, saying that would be quite an irresponsible act. Still, he appreciated their enthusiasm and gave them a friendly wave. Tyler then realized that Luke and Pam knew each other because she took Bob to his clinic. Luke thought the dog was super cute and its owner very caring. And now that he knew the whole story, Tyler's face turned bright red. He remembered complaining to Luke about his misery when Pam was mad at him. That day, the doctor had diagnosed him with a severe case of puppy. Now Tyler was worried the guy would start teasing him again. Pam didn't understand what was wrong with him, so Luke decided to spill the beans. But Tyler immediately covered his mouth to stop him from revealing his secret. Luke eventually broke free and told her that Tyler had cried his eyes out over Pam at the clinic. The girl didn't quite understand what they were talking about, but she could tell they were good friends. Tyler explained that Luke was a college friend of Olivia's and that they sometimes hung out. Luke pretended to be hurt because you don't just cry about your problems to a mere acquaintance. But he was genuinely bummed that the two were dating and he had to find out from Olivia. Then he started telling Pam what a terrible guy Tyler was and couldn't understand how she could be with someone like him. But then he admitted that his clinic does checkups here once a week, which is why he was around. Then he glanced at the bags of food and guessed they were looking for a new family member. The girl explained they were there to volunteer and asked what else they could do to help. Luca told us to follow him right away, saying he would explain everything on the way. You can help at the shelter physically or financially. You can bring different things like blankets, toys, or leashes. There are many dogs here that have been through tough times, so you have to walk them and help the staff feed them. Volunteers also help clean the kennels, which both Pam and Tyler tried. They had fun taking care of and feeding the dogs, and besides, they knew better than anyone that these creatures need love. After feeding time, Pam started playing with them in the large enclosure, having a great time. Meanwhile, Tyler helped Luca with some procedures like giving them eye drops. The doctor sincerely thanked them for their help, as the workload here was really heavy. Tyler told him it was all thanks to Pam, because it was her idea. While she was out of earshot, the guy admitted that she was going through a tough time, but the only thing she wanted to do was come here and help the dogs. But Tyler was now convinced that it was the dogs who were helping her, and he was very glad they came. Both he and the doctor noticed that the girl hadn't stopped smiling. Lucas also remembered the first time Pam came to him, despite the clinic being crowded. She and her boyfriend had just gotten Bob and wanted to register him and get him checked. Her face was beaming with happiness back then as she proudly announced his name was Bob. Luca didn't really know Pam, but he could see she had a heart of gold, just like Tyler, even though things didn't work out with him and Olivia. The guy thanked the doctor for his kind words, and the doctor suggested they grab a drink sometime. Then Tyler went over to Pam and reminded her. It was getting late, and they needed to head back, but she didn't want to leave the adorable puppies. She pointed to one of them, which they had found in an abandoned box in the rain. Tyler agreed to tell Bernard he would be a little late. Pam was so excited about how they had spent the day and hoped they could come here more often. Then she remembered that Tyler had recently asked her why she liked him. It wasn't until today that she realized there was, in fact, a specific moment. It was on the first day with Bob, when Tyler said that people can hurt you, but dogs won't. His words resonated with her because they believed in the same thing. Now, Pam wasn't sure what job would truly fulfill her dreams, but she wanted to dedicate her life to making dogs happy. Tyler loved her enthusiasm and gave her a gentle hug. Later, during his shift, Tyler had finished mopping the floor and was about to clean the back room. But Bernard had already taken care of it and told his nephew he could go home. The only thing left was the inventory, which, it turned out, and had already done during her break. Now, they could all go home, and Bernie was glad to have the three of them to make the work easier, and was sure it was because they were a great team. Tyler watched them starting to get close and missed Pam, who was visiting her parents. She was down because of her job loss, and they were cheering her up, saying things would get better soon. They were sure any company would be eager to have her and asked if Pam had started sending out resumes. She confessed that she had been thinking about a job with animals, but that didn't necessarily mean she would go for it. Becoming a vet or something, even working at a shelter, seeing abandoned dogs every day would be depressing. Pam admitted she still wasn't sure what kind of job that would be. Her mom reminded her that bills don't pay themselves, so she shouldn't procrastinate on her job search. But her dad knew how much Pam hated office work and thought a job should be something she enjoys doing. The girl thanked them both. She knew she needed to find something on her own, as her savings wouldn't last forever, and she had a lot to pay for. To help his daughter, the dad immediately reached for his wallet, but the mom refused, saying he shouldn't even think about giving Pam any money. As they argued, Mickey chimed in, saying that a job should be something you love. Then he reminded them that Pam had always been good at helping others. So if her job involved helping dogs, it would be perfect for her, and she would surely do a great job. The girl was surprised. She never thought her brother could say something so smart. His words deeply moved her, and she jumped up to give him a hug. Now she found him very thoughtful and caring, but Mickey just grumbled a few words. Pam promised that from now on, she would do everything she could to take care of her brother too. Even their parents stopped arguing for a moment, and it felt good to see their children hugging like that. The dad took the mom's hand and said he had a good feeling about this. After spending some time with her family, Pam managed to get home before dark. She walked into the apartment and saw Tyler on the couch, completely asleep. She tried to be quiet, not wanting to wake the poor guy, but as soon as she unclipped the dog's leashes, they went crazy, jumping on Tyler excitedly. Pam started shushing them, telling them to behave and not to bother him. Once they calmed down, she quietly told them to go back to their spots. The dogs obeyed, but they were frustrated that they couldn't snuggle with their friend. Pam was glad her man could continue to sleep peacefully. She was also happy that the little fur balls were finally listening to her. She started tiptoeing, careful not to wake Tyler. She paused for a moment, just to admire his adorable face. She remembered another time she had admired him like this, and it felt like a lifetime ago. But that was because they had been through so much together. Giving in to the feeling that it was all worth it, Pam now touched his cheek. She was sure that as long as the four of them were together, they would be happy. That's why she had to focus on finding a job, not just for herself, but for her family. The girl tried to believe that everything would be okay. She just needed to figure out where to look, and then she could build her future. Pam took out her notebook and quietly started jotting down some notes. After a while, Tyler opened his eyes and noticed it was late. He shot up as if electrocuted, thinking he had overslept for work. Then he saw Pam dozing at a nearby table, her head resting on her notebook. Tyler enjoyed watching the sleeping beauty, who was snoring softly through her nose. Just then, he saw the corner of the notebook sticking out from under her head, with notes about a future job. The guy carefully started to pull out the notebook, as he could only see part of the text. He read that she wanted to work with dogs, and in a way that would allow her to see Tyler more often. He stared at the page, enjoying rereading it over and over. He even sniffed the notebook his sweetheart's hand had touched, but now it was time to go to work. The shift was over, and Annie was cheerful again, boasting that she had finished the office work and that everyone could go home as soon as the floor was swept. But Tyler pulled his uncle aside and asked if he had a moment. He sounded so dejected that Bernie and Annie started to worry something was wrong. Once in the office, Tyler said that this bar was a very important place for him and that it and his uncle had really helped him through some tough times. He was very grateful to Bernie for teaching him the ropes and helping him discover a talent he didn't know he had. Tyler was very nervous as he said this, and he sincerely hoped the bar would do better and better. He had trouble saying what came next, and Bernie interrupted, telling him not to be nervous. He knew this day would come eventually, and he completely agreed with his parents on one thing. Tyler was destined for greater things than mixing drinks in a bar. So he asked the guy what he wanted to do next. Pam was woken up early in the morning by the smell of cookies and coffee. She practically jumped out of bed, half asleep, wondering where the aroma was coming from. Tyler had made her breakfast and even suggested they go for a walk later. For Pam, it was the best morning ever, and she gave him a big smile, while Tyler was just happy to make her a little happier. During this difficult time, when they went out for a walk, Pam found out that he hadn't slept at all after his shift. He just hinted that something might be happening, but didn't specify. The girl was bursting with curiosity and begged me to just say it and stop dragging it out. In fact, she had noticed Tyler acting a bit strange all morning. The guy just took her hand and told her to calm down, which made Pam completely flustered. But a second later, she was back at it, trying to get him to spill his little secret. Seeing he wouldn't budge, she pleaded with him to at least tell her after their walk. Then Tyler brought up the time she needed help looking after Bob. If Pam had to go somewhere, she still felt guilty about leaving the dogs at home alone. She had even thought about finding a new place with a porch, though she worried it would be cold in the winter. But her train of thought was interrupted by a kiosk where they used to run the lottery. Even Bob recognized the place, as it brought back good memories. Tyler remembered their game from back then and smiled smugly. He suggested they try their luck again, but with a different kind of lottery this time. He said the prize would be very special. He asked Pam to put her hands behind her back, and if he could guess how many fingers she was holding up, she would win the grand prize. The girl agreed, immediately putting her hands behind her back and holding up a few fingers while trying to figure out what this game was and what Tyler was really up to. But soon, she asked him to guess a number between 1 and 10 because she only had 10 fingers. The girl sincerely hoped he would guess correctly. She couldn't wait to find out what the prize was. Tyler first looked at her, then at Bob, who had tequila on his back. This guy pretended to be thinking hard, trying to guess the answer. Then he walked over to Pam and said it was a piece of cake. Before she could answer, he kissed her, and Pam was completely stunned. Behind his back, she was holding up 4 fingers, and Tyler had guessed the number. When he pulled away from her lips, she was even more surprised and asked him how he did it. Then she showed him her fingers and started asking what prize she would get. Tyler explained in a mysterious tone that it wasn't just a prize. It was a proposal. Pam thought it was a marriage proposal and immediately shouted that she accepted, but this guy meant something else entirely, and he took her notebook out of his pocket. He started reading it aloud. Pam wanted to work alongside the person she loves, maintain a healthy daily routine, and also have a cute uniform. Tyler said that such a wish could absolutely become a reality. He had been searching for his purpose in life for a long time, and if he were to make a list, it would be identical to the list of the girl he loved. Then Tyler decided to ask Pam something, unsure if she would like the idea. He invited her to open a pet-friendly cafe with him. He even admitted that he had already spoken with Bernard and had quit his previous job. For the first time in his life, he was this serious, wanted to create a place where people could play with their pets, where he and Pam could foster a relaxed, cozy family atmosphere so that people would leave with smiles on their faces. It would be a place that welcomed dogs and all other animals. Pam immediately agreed, jumping up to hug him because she loved the idea so much. It sounded completely crazy, but they knew they could definitely succeed as long as they worked together. Pam kissed Tyler to show her gratitude, and Bob and Tequila cheered them on in their own way. They spent some more time discussing the details like the cafe's layout and what the uniforms would look like. Just then, Tyler's mom drove by and saw how happy he looked. She figured it was because of that girl, who looked a bit simple-minded and easily impressed. Right then, the woman came up with a plan to use the girl to get Tyler to come home. Meanwhile, the happy couple and their pets were enjoying life, completely unaware of the trouble that was about to come.